Chapter 354. Zhang Xiaohua returned the innkeeper's brush, ink and other items and went to the pharmacy in high spirits to get some medicine. Little did she know that she had already given herself away in front of the innkeeper. Although the sky had darkened and smoke was rising from all over the place, many shops were still lit up and open to welcome customers. The pharmacy was also open, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not go to the pharmacy she had visited earlier. She just went to a random pharmacy. The shop assistant was not very busy. When he picked up the prescription that Zhang Xiaohua handed over, he only frowned slightly but did not seem surprised at all. In this town, although there were people who came to get medicine with a neat prescription written by a doctor, most of them were like Zhang Xiaohua, who hired someone else or copied other people's prescriptions to get medicine. Zhang Xiaohua's crab-like handwriting could only help the shop assistant gain some experience and did not do anything else. Zhang Xiaohua took the medicine brewed by the shop assistant and paid for it. She casually threw her calligraphy into the trash in the shop. At this moment, Nie Qinyu explained to the confused Little Orange with a smile, "Little Orange, blame me for teaching you to pay more attention to details. You should know that details determine success or failure. Didn't you see that Ren Xiaoyao kept saying that he had only learned the 3-character classic for 3 months? But he didn't know that it was his handwriting that gave him away." "Is that so? Miss, I think his handwriting is really not good. Even if he copied your handwriting, it was extremely ugly. Could you tell that he was faking it?" "No, those words are his true level of handwriting. But it's precisely because he didn't fake it that I could tell." "Oh miss, don't keep me in suspense. Where are the flaws? Tell me quickly." Nie Qinyu was still unhurried as she said, "Do you still remember what my father said when he evaluated the calligraphy of famous masters?" Little Orange thought for a moment and said, "In my impression, it's nothing more than that. The words are just like the person, round and smooth." Nie Qinyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She mocked, "Round and smooth and even plump and charming." Little Orange begged, "What do you think? When father praises people, he usually says that it's thick and thin, dense and natural, simple and clumsy or delicate, square or round and soft, reserved or ostentatious. The strokes of the brush are like floating clouds, swift and fierce like a dragon, strong and round, powerful, and so on." Little Orange still didn't understand. She looked at her mistress and said, "Could it be that Ren Xiaoyao's writing skills have so many advantages? Why can't I tell?" "Bah!" Nie Qinyu spat at Little Orange and said, "How can his handwriting have so many merits? It's just one spot." Little Orange asked curiously, "That crab handwriting has a great advantage." "Yeah," Nie Qinyu said thoughtfully. "Strong and powerful. The force of his strokes penetrates the bottom of the paper. I heard from my father that most of the people in Jianghu are uneducated. They don't practice calligraphy, but when they write, they often inadvertently use their inner strength. Even a real calligrapher can't compare with them. Do you think Ren Xiaoyao is like that?" He couldn't help but praise Nie Qinyu. She was really an expert at such a young age. Although Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened by Shua Wen Jie and read countless books about herbs in a short period of time, practicing calligraphy was the most important thing. He didn't have time to practice calligraphy. He didn't even know the strokes of most words, let alone study calligraphy. Of course, his handwriting was extremely ugly. But after all, his body was full of genuine qi. Moreover, he had just seen a trace of heaven's way. The path of calligraphy was just a trivial skill. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to write, but every stroke of his contained endless inner strength and a trace of heaven's way. Although Nie Qinyu was talented and understood the force of Zhang Xiaohua's strokes, she was not a master. She didn't see the natural charm of his calligraphy. But even this simple recognition was enough to confirm Nie Qinyu's thought. This guy must be a martial arts master. But then another question popped up: how old is this young man? Because according to Nie Qinyu's limited experience, a master of Jianghu who could write with such force must have been immersed in the inner strength for decades. Only when the inner strength was used to a certain extent could one understand all the other things. Only then could one apply the inner strength to the performance of calligraphy. Generally, a master of Jianghu who was much older than Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to write with such force. Nie Qinyu was still thinking about this question when Zhang Xiaohua came back with the medicine. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and took out the medicine that was still warm. She said, "Miss Nie, this medicine is still warm. Can it be used? If not, I'll heat it up in the kitchen." Nie Qinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, "It's okay. This medicine is warm." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua noticed that Nie Qinyu and Little Orange were looking at her strangely. She couldn't help but raise her guard and said, "Well, that's good." After that, she handed the medicine to Little Orange and was about to leave. Nie Qinyu wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." "Oh, what is it, Miss Nie? Please tell me," Zhang Xiaohua asked carefully. Little Orange looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and said, "Wait a moment. I'll help Miss Nie finish the medicine first." Little Orange's expression made Zhang Xiaohua even more uneasy. She couldn't help but step back and stand with her hands behind her back. After Nie Qinyu finished the medicine, she stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua stood there, feeling like a fish being stared at by two female cats. She felt a little creepy and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Nie, what's the matter? If you have something to ask, please tell me quickly. I've been tired all day and need to rest quickly." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's evasive tone, Nie Qinyu became more nervous. She asked with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, where's the prescription you just transcribed?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He didn't know what was so special about the prescription he wrote, so he said, "When I came out of the pharmacy, I just threw it away. Does Miss still want to use that prescription?" "All right. Do you still need to take the medicine tomorrow morning?" "I forgot." Little Orange rebuked, "Miss Nie wrote the prescription. She doesn't need to take a second dose. This bowl of medicine is enough." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked tentatively, "So Miss Nie's medical skills are very good?" Nie Qinyu waved her uninjured left hand and said, "Little Orange, you're flattering me. Although I know a little about medical skills, I can only treat minor diseases. My current condition is caused by anxiety and a little injury on my wrist. It's really minor. Of course, it can be cured with some medicine. If it's something else, I can't guarantee." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua felt a little regretful. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Nie Qinyu asked curiously, "Could it be that your family members are sick and need a miracle doctor?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and told her about Ji Xiaohua's mother's illness. Of course, he ignored the details of his encounter with Ji Xiaohua and only told her about a neighbor. Nie Qinyu listened and said with a smile, "According to your description, it's just a simple case of tuberculosis. It's very simple. It's just that the family has been poor for a long time and didn't receive timely treatment. The ordinary doctors in town can cure it. If you're still worried, I can write a prescription for you. You can take the medicine and recuperate for 10 days to half a month. You should get better. However, it's been a long time and it's difficult to fully recover." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed to hear this. Just as he was about to ask her for a prescription, he heard that ordinary doctors could also cure it. He thought about the money he had left for Ji Xiaohua and figured it should be enough. He smiled and said, "Since Miss Nie says so, let them go to the medical hall for treatment. I thought it was some serious illness." Nie Qinyu was a little disappointed when she heard this. She said, "However, this is just your description. The way to cure a disease still lies in looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Everything has to be carefully examined. If it's convenient or on the way, I'll go and have a look." Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to let her know the details. He only said, "That's too much trouble for Miss Nie. You haven't recovered yet. Let's talk about it in the future when there's a chance." Then he was about to leave. Nie Qinyu realized that she had been led astray by Zhang Xiaohua again. She couldn't help being angry and amused. She said, "Ren Xiaoyao, wait a minute. I haven't asked you the question yet." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Nonsense. Of course I know you haven't answered. I just don't want you to ask." But he said, "Then please enlighten me, Miss Nie." Nie Qinyu said, "How old are you this year?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said naturally, "Miss Nie, you'd better tell me your age first. Then I'll answer your question." Xiao Juezi was unhappy and scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? Don't you know that a girl's age is confidential? How can you tell others?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "A girl's age can be confidential. Why can't a boy's age be confidential? The teacher once told me that if you want others to do to you, you must do to them first. I don't understand it very well, so please enlighten me, Miss Nie. When I want to ask someone a question, shouldn't I answer their question first?" Nie Qinyu and Xiao Juezi were at a loss for words. Wasn't this the reason? She had asked him a question for no reason. Naturally, she had to pay him back. Nie Qinyu couldn't help but be a little angry. How can this guy be so unkind to girls? After thinking for a while, Xiao Juezi said, "Ren Xiaoyao, I'm 14 years old this year. You can rest assured now. Can you tell us your age?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Hee, when did I say that I'll tell you if you tell me first? Miss Nye said angrily. You can't go back on your word. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, besides, even if I want to tell you, I have to wait for Miss Nye to finish before it's my turn. Miss Nye was the one who asked me first. So I'll stay up all night and covet the urge to update. I'll kindly accept it. Thank you, Jiao. Should just this once. I hope everyone likes it. Please vote for me, hehe. Chapter 355. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua behaving like this, Nye Qinyu was really mad. She had never seen such a rascal like Zhang Xiaohua. All the men she had met before, no matter their age, were respectful and kind to her. How could she meet such a strange person today? But if she didn't ask this question, not to mention the knot in her heart, she would think about it all the time in the future. Even Little Orange would have told him her age for nothing. She would have suffered a great loss tonight. Instead of this, she might as well ask his age. After thinking about it, Nye Qinyu said, since you said so, I will tell you my age. After you hear it, you must tell us your age immediately. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Miss Nye, why do you want to know my age so much? Is it important? Nye Qinyu smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm just curious and want to know. Little Orange also said, does a woman need a reason to know the answer? Bang. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. Is this the real reason? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so embarrassed, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange seemed to have won back their pride and became complacent. Zhang Xiaohua saw that she couldn't avoid it, so she had to say, well, Miss Nye, please say it. When you finish, I will answer your question. Nye Qinyu was stunned and felt her face was a little hot. It was the first time she talked about her age in front of a boy who was the same age as her. How could she not be shy? This Ren Xiaoyao, if there was a chance, she would definitely teach him a lesson. 1 month from today it will be my 12th birthday. Nye Qinyu said it in a very low voice. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's ears were not ordinary, so she heard it clearly. Oh, you are 12 years old. Zhang Xiaohua said it unconsciously, but she sighed in her heart. Look at her. TSK. She's not even 12 years old, but she's already out here with her maidservant. She speaks so logically and is so calm when she's in danger. Look at her last night. She's even better than me now. It's as if she's seen the world. Alas, I'm not afraid of comparing myself with others. Compared to her, I'm simply useless. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to shake the sky and shout, why is there such a big difference between people? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pondering, Little Orange became anxious and said, Ren Xiaoyao, are you going back on your words? Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses and said with a smile, do you think I, Ren Xiaoyao, am that kind of person? Nye Qinyu and Little Orange looked at each other. Both of them felt the same way, but they wouldn't say it out loud. It has been 2 months since my 18th birthday. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. What? Nye Qinyu and Little Orange both cried out, You can't lie to us. You're already 18 years old? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, what is there to lie about? Since I said I would tell you, why should I lie to you? Do I have to? But you look like you're only 14 or 15 years old. 14 or 15 years old? That was 4 years ago. Maybe God was jealous of me and made me so delicate? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin with a smug look on his face. Bah! The two girls in the hut spat at the same time. The hut fell into a subtle silence for a while. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Miss Nye, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. It's already late, so please rest early. At this time, Nye Qinyu said in a low voice, that. Ren Xiaoyao, I didn't expect you to be so much older than me. You are even older than my cousin by 2 years. Can I call you Brother Ren in the future? This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua and Little Orange's turn to be surprised. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Miss Nye, you look like a lady from a big family. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? If you call me that, it will shorten my life. Nye Qinyu smiled and said, it is very impolite to always call you by your full name Ren Xiaoyao. What if I call you Brother Xiaoyao? Are you willing? When the words Brother Xiaoyao came out, Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that she shrank her neck and had goosebumps all over her body. She waved her hand and said, whatever, Miss Nye. Anyway, it is only a matter of a few days. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call my soul away. Okay, you rest early. I will go out. After saying that, she did not wait for Nye Qinyu to reply and left in a hurry with her hands crossed. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, a burst of bell-like laughter came from behind. It was Nye Qinyu's cheerful laughter. Little Orange got up and closed the door of the hut. she said unhappily. Miss, how can you call him Brother Ren? He is just a person from the Jianghu. Even if you think highly of him, you don't have to be like this. Sai, what do you know? Little Orange, could it be that you are in love? You've taken a liking to this brother Xiaoyao, that's why you're so jealous? Little Orange looked a little uneasy and rebuked. Miss, look at what you are saying. I have only met him for a day. How could it be like what you are thinking? I just feel that he is always shameless. I feel that it is not worth it for you. Nie Qinyu looked at her seriously and laughed. I am just joking with you. Why do you take it so seriously? You don't know. I heard from Dad that people from the Jianghu are the most carefree. They are always quick to repay kindness and revenge. Looking at Ren Xiaoyao, I think he is really planning to dump us to the bodyguards as long as there is an escort agency in the next town. Hearing this, Little Orange still did not understand and said, if we meet an escort agency again, we can just find a few more highly skilled bodyguards. Ren Xiaoyao is so young. How can he be compared to the escorts in the agency? Nie Qinyu shook her head and said, the escorts in the agency are just second-rate people in the Jianghu. Even the best of them can barely be considered as first-rate. Looking at Ren Xiaoyao's young age, his internal strength should be very profound. He must be much better than the escorts in the agency. Moreover, Nie Qinyu hesitated for a moment. Little Orange continued, moreover what? Is he better than the 8 escorts? Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao has such a high level of internal strength at such a young age. Think about it, his background must be extraordinary. He must be a disciple from a famous sect in the Jianghu. Didn't you hear him say that he has something important to do and can't be bothered to escort us? According to my speculation, disciples from famous sects are all chivalrous and brave. They like to root out the strong and help the weak. He can't even escort us, so he must have something more important to do. Maybe it is the purpose of his experience in the Jianghu this time? I call him Big Brother so that I can get closer to him. If he is soft-hearted and gives me a token from his sect, or spreads the news that we are related to him, then the people who want to kill us will have to be careful when they take action. They will have to weigh their own weight first. So Miss has thought so much. I thought Miss had taken a fancy to him, so I wanted to get closer to him. Little Orange said with a smile as if relieved of a burden. Little Orange, could it be that you really have such an idea? Are we implying this in our words? Nie Qinyu seemed to be used to Little Orange's teasing. She changed the topic to Little Orange and said, if that's the case, you have to be careful. Ren Xiaoyao is a disciple of a famous sect. Although he looks ordinary, he has a deep background after all. Maybe many heroines will take a fancy to him. You have to seize the opportunity and seize the time to capture him before he leaves. Little Orange's face was not very clear under the dim light. She laughed and said, only Miss thinks he is a treasure with profound martial arts. In my opinion, he is just a young man from the countryside. No matter how you look at him, he does not have the demeanor of a Jianghu hero. Just look at his stingy look just now. Does he look like one? Yes, De Xia and Xiaoxia are magnanimous. How can they be like him? Nie Qinyu was also a little confused. But the handwriting on the prescription was still vivid in her mind. The strength of the handwriting was not fake. Then what was the problem? Seeing that her miss was deep in thought, Little Orange did not dare to disturb her. She sat alone under the light and rested her chin on her hand. She looked at the swaying flame and did not know what she was thinking. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and shook her head. She thought, you just want to get close to me so that I can send you back. Do you think I will fall for your honey trap so easily? Well, you are not a beauty anyway. She hummed a tune and walked back to the house. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged. She was not in a hurry to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Instead, she began to comprehend the first glimpse of the way of heaven. The comprehension of the way of heaven was really endless. She had comprehended it for almost an entire afternoon, but she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. And this small gain made Zhang Xiaohua feel endlessly useful. She felt that she had scratched her itch. The more she comprehended it, the more she felt it was endless. The more endless it was, the more she wanted to comprehend it. It was not until this moment that Zhang Xiaohua truly understood the joy of cultivation. It was really something that could only be understood and not explained with words. Moreover, it was not until today that Zhang Xiaohua realized that only the comprehension of the way of heaven was the true way of cultivation. The cultivation of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra and other cultivation methods of qi refining, although it could not be said to be trivial, the purpose of cultivating the Heart Sutra was to enhance one's ability to understand the way of heaven. The 18th layer of qi refining and the legendary foundation building were only the extent to which one could grasp and use the way of heaven. Now that she knew this, how could Zhang Xiaohua neglect the essentials and focus on trifles? Chapter 356. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged, wholeheartedly comprehending his own way of heaven. He did not hear the words of the two girls in the hut beside him. In fact, even if he was sitting in the hut, he would not necessarily release his spiritual sense to peep into their hut. After all, men and women should not touch each other. This principle was something that Zhang Xiaohua could still adhere to. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes and looked at the moon that was gradually rising in the sky outside the window. He could not help but secretly nod. The comprehension of the way of heaven was indeed unpredictable. Usually he would only feel something when he was about to fall asleep. That was just a conditioned reflex of his body when he was about to fall asleep. However, today was different. To be able to feel something while he was meditating was actually a kind of active reminder. The essence was different. The difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and pushed the door open. He carefully listened to the slight snoring sounds coming from the hut beside him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stood in the middle of the small courtyard. He made a gesture with his hands and sent a few strands of jinqi around the small courtyard, forming a simple restriction that protected the small courtyard. He originally thought that since he had only set up restrictions the size of the hut before, it might be difficult to set up restrictions that were several times larger. However, when he started, he felt that his understanding of restrictions was actually deeper than yesterday. He could set them up with ease. This could only be attributed to the short moment of comprehension of the way of heaven in the afternoon. In fact, it was not only the cultivation of mental cultivation methods. Formations and restrictions, alchemy, refining weapons, escaping techniques and other cultivation methods of the way of immortals were all different elaborations of the way of heaven. Zhang Xiaohua's glimpse of the way of heaven from afar naturally stimulated all his cultivation methods like a catalyst. Using a kind of top-down view to look at these cultivation methods, of course, there would be surprising results when using these cultivation methods. After setting up the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, very satisfied with her technique. She walked back to the hut proudly and took out 2 more primal stones. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the 6th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. After midnight, the starlight from the entire sky shone down like silk, faintly emitting a fluorescent light. It was different from before. The quantity and quality of the starlight were also several grades higher. A spherical light screen tightly wrapped Zhang Xiaohua. Inside the light screen, Zhang Xiaohua was like a baby, calmly absorbing the endless starlight. The next morning when the rooster crowed, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. A flame flashed in her eyes and there was a bit more light. Zhang Xiaohua floated up. First, she practiced the Big Dipper Fist several times in the courtyard. To her delight, she discovered that the Big Dipper Fist had actually entered the 9th level. Every time she practiced the Big Dipper Fist, the energy flow would appear once, tempering all the bones in her body. Only after she finished practicing the 9th time did the energy flow stop. Apart from her delight, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. This Big Dipper Fist was very strange. It was completely pieced together from the memories in her mind. The 9th level was also randomly set by her. Now that she had practiced to the 9th level, she did not know how to train from now on. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not worried. Left and right, it was just practicing. In the past, she practiced from the beginning to the end, but in the future would she still practice from the back to the front? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. If she practiced from the back to the front, what would happen? However, she was used to practicing from the beginning to the end. It was not that simple to practice from the beginning to the end. Before she had time to think carefully, she heard a coughing sound from the small house. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think about the fist technique. She made a hand seal and removed the restriction around the small courtyard. As soon as he was done, he heard the door creak open, and a person walked out from inside. When Zhang Xiaohua turned around, wasn't it Miss Nie Qinyu? When Nie Qinyu saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there and seemingly doing something, she immediately became spirited and smiled. "Good morning, big brother Rin. Are you practicing martial arts?" "Miss Nie, why don't you call me Rin Xiaoyao? I feel very awkward when I call you big brother Rin." Nie Qinyu repeatedly waved her hands. Didn't you say last night that you could call me big brother Rin? I think it's pretty good this way." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly said, "Sai, it's up to you. It's really up to you. By the way, why did Miss Nie wake up so early? Are you feeling better? Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "Didn't big brother Ren wake up even earlier? Isn't there a saying, Dance at the sound of the chicken? Are you practicing martial arts? Seeing that Nye Qinyu kept pressing him and did not even answer her question, she could only say, I don't practice martial arts. I'm just used to waking up early. I don't have any farm work to do, so I'm walking around here to exercise my hands and feet. The young people in our village are already up and working in the fields. I'm not used to not working in the fields. You're just making things up. Nye Qinyu did not believe a single word Zhang Xiaohua said and only looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uneasy under her gaze and could only ask, How's Miss Nye's condition? I've recovered a long time ago. My fever went down in the second half of last night. I've slept for almost a day and a night. I didn't feel sleepy this morning. I thought I was already very early, but I didn't expect Big Brother Ren to be here. After Nye Qinyu finished speaking, she also slightly moved her hands and feet. Zhang Xiaohua felt very strange and asked, Miss Nye's wrist is also very good? Has the swelling gone down? Yes, it also went down last night. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, Miss Nye is really a divine doctor. Just one decoction and the fever has gone down. Even the swelling on your wrist has gone down. It's really incredible. Nye Qinyu laughed out loud. Her black eyes were filled with spring breeze as she said, Big Brother Ren, you've overestimated me. That decoction only reduced the fever and only had a slight effect of removing blood stasis and reducing swelling. The reason why the swelling on my wrist went down so quickly was because I had already applied the ointment in advance. After a day of the ointment seeping into my wrist, I saw the effect last night. Zhang Xiaohua felt very embarrassed and asked casually, Miss Nye's medical skills are so brilliant. I wonder if it's passed down in your family? I wonder if someone like me can learn it. Nye Qinyu rolled her eyes and said, Of course my medical skills were passed down from my father. Medical skills are also passed down from generation to generation in my family. However, if Big Brother Ren escorts us home, I'm sure my father will consider this request carefully. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately interrupted. Looking at the unlatched door, she asked, Why hasn't Little Orange woken up yet? She's an incompetent maid. How can a maid not serve the miss when she gets up? Nye Qinyu laughed out loud again and asked, Could it be that Big Brother Ren has read too many novels? Although Little Orange is my maid, she grew up with me. We're like sisters. Why would I need her to serve me at all times? Moreover, Little Orange has been watching over me for a day and a night without any rest. Last night when she saw that my fever had subsided, she felt relieved and went to sleep. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to talk to her anymore. She cupped her hands and said, Miss Nye, please move around and breathe in some fresh air. I'll go back to my room and sleep again. Nye Qinyu said anxiously, Hey Big Brother Ren, even a hard-working farmer needs to sleep again? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Who doesn't eat dumplings during the new year? It's rare for me to be free. Naturally, I have to make up for the lost sleep when working in the field. After that, she turned around and walked back to her room. Without looking back, she said, Miss Nye, you'd better not go outside so as not to be seen by others. Nye Qinyu bit her lips and stamped her feet helplessly. The next 2 days were peaceful and quiet. Zhang Xiaohua and the others hid in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua would go to the inn to get their daily meals. She did not allow the waiter or the innkeeper to take half a step into the small courtyard, afraid that they would leak out any information. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that even if those bad guys were from some big Jianghu sect, they wouldn't be able to search every house like the government. At most, they would go to inns and tea houses to inquire about information. However, for safety's sake, he still hid in the small house. However, even if he hid in the small house to meditate and comprehend the way of heaven and heart sutra, he still released his divine sense. With Zhang Xiaohua's current divine sense, his divine sense could already cover the entire town. From time to time he could see many Jianghu people riding on horses on the main road. There were also some unknown people inquiring about the town. However, whether they were looking for Nye Qinyu or not, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be sure. There were also people inquiring about the inn Zhang Xiaohua stayed in. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that. He was immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the way of heaven, so how could he waste too much time on this? When the inquisitor saw that the inn didn't intend to enter and saw the innkeeper's lazy look, he became even more impatient. When he heard that there was a carriage in the yard behind, he stuck his head out to take a look. When he found out that it was a village boy driving the carriage, he didn't waste any more time and went to the next inn. However, his carelessness saved his life. Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. If anyone came looking for him, as long as there were only a few people, he would kill them all. Therefore he was quietly cultivating and waiting for someone to take the bait. Early this morning, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan outside and found that the unknown people from 2 days ago had disappeared. Therefore he came to look for Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu's body was already fine. It was just that her wrist was fractured, which was inconvenient. She still needed to rest for a few more days. However, didn't she have Little Orange? She didn't feel any particular inconvenience. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the house, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly said, "Miss Nie, we've been hiding in this small town for 2 days. Come to think of it, those people who were chasing after you should have passed by now. I think it's better for us to set off now and find an escort agency as soon as possible so that we can find a bodyguard who can protect you. That's the most important thing." Nie Qinyu thought for a while and said, "It's about a 2-day journey from here. We should be in Tanha City. There should be a large-scale escort agency there. I wonder if it's convenient for Brother Rin?" Chapter 357. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. Fortunately, the place was on the map Ji Xiaohua gave him. It seemed that it was on the way. So he nodded and said, "Miss Nie, it's great that you know the way. Since it's on the way, I'll accompany you for a while." "It's on the way, Brother Rin. May I know where you're going?" Nie Qinyu asked in surprise. Little Orange's eyes flickered. "Where am I going?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said with a smile, "Sorry, I can't tell you." The 2 expectant ladies almost choked and rolled their eyes. Was it necessary? After all, they had gone through thick and thin together. Why couldn't he tell them such a small thing? However, the 2 of them seemed to have forgotten that they didn't even tell him where they were going. Well, maybe they had the rule of ladies first in their hearts, but the Guizhuang house was also Zhang Xiaohua's taboo. Unless it was a last resort, he would never say a word about it, especially when there were so many wolves following behind them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking up at the white clouds in the sky, as if there were endless stories there, Nie Qinyu could only pout and ask Little Orange to pack up and get on the carriage. Fortunately, they didn't plan to stay here for a long time. Everything was in the shabby carriage, so it was easy to pack up. Not long after they got on the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua went to the counter of the inn to settle the bill and tactfully tipped the waiter a few copper coins. He felt very awkward, but the innkeeper was very happy. Not to mention how much the tip was, this young man had booked an old courtyard and didn't even need the waiter to call him. If there was anything, he would come to the counter himself, which saved them a lot of trouble. They only met a few customers like this in a year, so when Zhang Xiaohua left, the innkeeper sent him off far away, almost wiping his tears with his sleeves. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know and thought that it was the reason for the tip. He praised the charm of the money and raised his vigilance, afraid that the innkeeper would find clues from the carriage. Actually, he was worrying too much. The shopkeeper had also been running the inn for many years. Although he was lazy to run the inn and treated people indifferently, he still had a pair of eyes, didn't he? How could they not see clearly? You have stayed in the small courtyard of the inn for many days. Even if they did not deliberately observe you, they would still have a rough idea. When Zhang Xiaohua often took 2 portions of food from the inn, he had long been labeled as eloping or running away from marriage. He was taken care of by the experienced innkeeper. This was also the main reason why they were not harassed by people who wanted to find out more information. Zhang Xiaohua did not release her divine sense, so of course, she could not see the ambiguous look in the shopkeeper's eyes. She drove the carriage slowly forward and was very satisfied with her performance in this town. Who said that people with no hair on their mouths couldn't do their jobs well? This young master has just entered the pugilistic world, and I've already played those bad guys in circles. On the road again, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. First of all, Nie Qinyu's wrist had not fully recovered and she was afraid that it would be damaged by the bumps. Second of all, there might be bad guys blocking the way ahead. Who would be stupid enough to rush forward? Third of all, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged in the carriage leisurely. It was a good time to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Cough cough. Actually, the most important thing was that the shabby carriage Zhang Xiaohua bought could not go too fast at all. Along the way, she listened to the creaking sound of the small carriage. Every time there was a slightly bumpy road, she would feel her heart in her throat. She was afraid that the carriage would fall apart. Finally, Little Orange could not stand it anymore. She lifted the somewhat dirty curtain and asked, "Rin Xiaoyao, are you doing this on purpose?" Her question pulled Zhang Xiaohua back from her daydream. She was very puzzled and asked, "Little Orange, what's wrong? Why would I do that on purpose? Look at what kind of carriage this is. It might not be able to travel much in a day. When will we be able to go home? If you want to spend more time with us, just say the word." We see that you have worked hard and let you escort us for a while. What you are doing is unnecessary. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Little Orange, when I bought the carriage that day, didn't you agree? Why are you going back on your words now? It's really hard to be a good person. Nie Qinyu's soft voice sounded again, Brother Ren is doing it for our own good. Little Orange, don't blame him. If he is not in a hurry, why should we be in a hurry? But, Little Orange was a little annoyed and said, He used our money to buy this junk. Nie Qinyu laughed and said, I was wondering what was going on. So you were worried about your own private money. Hehe, I know you are a good wife who can take care of the family. You don't have to show off here. Miss you, just, wait, I can't even say a word? Little Orange's words were spoken intermittently, and he couldn't hear them clearly. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart. There was a saying that 3 women make a play. These 2 girls were also 500 ducks. They were not out of danger yet and they were already flirting with an innocent young man. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything and reached out to pat Huanhuan's butt. Huanhuan seemed to have received an order and started to run quickly. There were 2 clangs from the carriage behind them and a slight cry of pain. Then there was the loud creaking sound of the carriage and it was quiet in the carriage. Even though Huanhuan ran fast, the carriage was still very slow. The 3 of them were starving for food and drink along the way. It was only when it was almost dark that they arrived at another town. They found an inn and settled down a little. Zhang Xiaohua went to inquire for information. According to the innkeeper's introduction, this place was still about a day and a half away from Tanha City. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback, but he immediately understood that his carriage was too slow. It had only taken him half a day's journey the entire morning. The next day they set off again. Zhang Xiaohua did not increase her speed and instead slowed down a little. This was because she knew that there was only one main road from Tanha City to the town where they were attacked. It should not be too difficult for the group of people who were chasing after Nie Qinyu to find the luxurious carriage that she abandoned. Of course, she could also imagine that Nie Qinyu would change to another carriage and they would definitely rush to Tanha City to look for clues. Of course, there were no clues there. Zhang Xiaohua was betting that the group of people would think that Nie Qinyu had been rescued by her family and took another road or had run out of their hunting range. But they did not expect that Nie Qinyu was still strolling slowly on the road to Tanha City. Besides, they were not the government, so of course they could not set up checkpoints to check one by one, right? Didn't the books often say, the most dangerous place is the safest place? Perhaps it was because of Zhang Xiaohua's intuition that almost nothing unusual happened for the rest of the day. In the afternoon, a group of people dressed in similar clothes to the people who were chasing after Nie Qinyu passed by in a hurry. The leader of the group only casually glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and his David's deer before immediately looking away and rushing straight ahead. When those people were far away, Nie Qinyu poked her head out. After looking for a while, she frowned. Zhang Xiaohua asked, Are these people chasing after you? Nie Qinyu shook her head blankly and said, I don't know. Their clothes look similar, but there are many people in the Jianghu who wear similar clothes, so I can't be sure that it's them. Besides, to be honest, I don't know which immortal is chasing after us. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Even if you were killed, you would still be confused ghosts. Bah. Nie Qinyu spat and shrank back into the carriage. However, she immediately poked her head out again and asked curiously, Brother Rin, didn't you say that you're an ordinary farmer in the countryside? Why aren't you afraid at all when encountering such a fierce man in the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, Isn't that right? How could there be such a calm countryman like me? He touched his nose and said, Didn't I tell you before? I've studied the 3-character classic for a few months and I know the principle of, might cannot be bent, wealth cannot be obscenities. You're just making things up. Nie Qinyu angrily retracted her head. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and felt that arguing with a girl seemed to be as interesting as understanding the way of heaven. Not long after, there was another town that he could rest in. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. Although it was still early, he stopped moving forward. Sleeping in the wilderness was something he had no choice but to do. It was better to be careful. He asked the locals and found out that this place was only half a day's journey away from Tanha City. He estimated that he would reach his destination tomorrow afternoon. What made Zhang Xiaohua the happiest was that according to the locals' introduction, there was a large-scale escort company in Tanha City called Fushan Escort Company. It was said that they were very powerful and could escort people as well as deliver items. Zhang Xiaohua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After sending them to the escort agency, his task would be completed. He had to go home as soon as possible. It was already winter. If he hurried, he might be able to go home for the new year. Thinking that his family could sit at the same table and have a reunion dinner, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart and wanted to go home as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke them up to hurry. Nie Qingyu and Little Orange looked unhappy, not knowing whether it was because they didn't sleep well or because Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave them to the escort agency. They didn't meet any Jianghu people along the way. There were a few who were alone and had nothing to do with them. Also in the afternoon, they arrived at a slightly deserted area. While chatting with Zhang Xiaohua, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves ahead. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw 5 men in neat clothes riding toward them. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly asked the 2 to hide in the carriage while he pretended to drive the carriage. Huan was still the same, pulling the shabby carriage to the middle. Zhang Xiaohua quickly asked it to return to the side of the road. The 5 men in neat clothes only looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and his shabby carriage and didn't care. When they were about to pass by, a man with very thick eyebrows suddenly shouted, "Hallmaster, please wait for a moment. There's something wrong with this carriage." Chapter 358. The 5 horses were running very fast and couldn't stop in time. They all rushed forward very far. Zhang Xiaohua heard someone talking and couldn't help but frown slightly. She continued to pretend that she didn't hear anything and patted the 4 odd beasts to continue forward. When the 5 people stopped their horses by the side of the road and saw Zhang Xiaohua's carriage leisurely moving forward without any hurry, they didn't rush to stop her. They heard the leader ask, "Jianghu, are you talking about that shabby little carriage?" The thick-browed Jianghu nodded and said, "Yes, Hallmaster Qiu. It is that carriage." Hallmaster Qiu stared at the carriage for a while and muttered, "There doesn't seem to be anything different. Could it be that you can see how many people are in the carriage?" Hallmaster Qiu must be joking. "This little one doesn't have X-ray eyes, so how can I see?" "Then it's like this, Hallmaster Qiu. This little one led my brothers to search for you yesterday and saw this carriage by the side of the road. At that time, this little one only gave it a slight glance and didn't pay it any attention. However, when I saw it again today, I found some clues." "You're quite attentive. As expected of someone I brought in from the outer hall. Tell me, don't you think it makes sense?" "Hallmaster Qiu is wise. Look at this shabby carriage. It has long been broken. If it was a normal person, they would definitely have left it outside their house to rot, or simply used an axe to chop it up for firewood. However, this young man used a mule to pull his carriage and traveled for 2 days. Don't you think it's a little strange?" When Hallmaster Qiu heard this, he frowned and said, "Little Jiang, what you said doesn't make any sense at all. The farmers in the countryside are all extremely poor. How could it be like what you said, where they would casually throw everything around and use everything to chop firewood? This young man used such an ugly mule to drive such a shabby carriage. It's really normal. There's nothing strange about it. But, Hallmaster, he has traveled for 2 days. He should have tidied up this shabby carriage a little earlier. But look at the wheels of his carriage. They are already crooked and can't bear the burden. I estimate that they will fall apart in half a day. If he is seriously going to travel a long distance, how can he not fix it in advance?" "This?" Hallmaster Qiu seemed to be stumped by the question. He smiled and said, "To be honest, I really can't tell that the wheel is about to fall apart. Little Jiang, how can you tell?" "This lowly one. When this lowly one was young, before I entered this hall, I was a coachman with a whip," Jianghu said embarrassedly. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping in front of them, heard this, she almost fell off the carriage. Her luck was truly too terrible. When this carriage was bought, it had been left and used for a long time. Of course, it couldn't travel long distances. Furthermore, she didn't plan on using this shabby carriage to travel. She only wanted to use it to safely send Miss Nye to the escort agency. Then, she would wash her hands of it and let a professional take over. Great, they hadn't even reached Tanha City yet, but she had already met an expert. Hallmaster Qiu seemed to be a curious child who wanted to get to the bottom of things. He continued to say, "Little Jiang, you also know that before our sect appears in the Jianghu, everything must be done in a low-profile manner. I can't just disturb the people based on your simple deduction. Do you have any other evidence?" Zhang Xiaohua really despised this Hallmaster Qiu's way of doing things. What low profile? All he did was kill and rob, and he was recruiting people all over the streets. How could this not disturb the people? However, she also wanted to know where the flaw was, so she couldn't help but perk up her ears. Jianghu continued, "Also, Hallmaster Qiu, your inner strength is profound. I'm sure you can hear how many people are in the carriage from beside it." Hallmaster Qiu nodded and said, that shouldn't be difficult. That's right. If it was the luxurious carriage that they found earlier, it would be fast and silent. You would be able to hear the breathing sounds in the carriage as soon as you passed by it. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. Listen to this carriage, it makes creaking sounds along the way. Can you tell? They must be afraid that people would discover the number of people in the carriage, so they specially chose an old carriage. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was secretly happy. She didn't think that she was so smart. Why didn't she realize this before? She was even discovered by someone else. No wonder people often said, a horse of 1,000 li is common, but a talent scout is hard to find. Hall Master Qiu nodded slightly. Jiang Heshu continued, actually Hall Master Qiu, there's still the most important point. Hall Master Qiu was a bit unhappy. After talking for so long, he was still keeping her in suspense. He didn't even mention the most important point? Seeing that Hall Master Qiu was frowning, Jiang Heshu hurriedly said, you also know that this little one was a coachman in the past. Look at his carriage, it seems like the cushion is already broken. When he moves, it's already shaking up and down. The shaking is still very big. This means that there's definitely something heavy in the carriage. Also, look at the mule in front. Oh, that doesn't seem to be a mule. This little one has used a mule to drive a carriage before. It seems to be a bit strenuous. Although a mule is slower than a horse, a mule can pull things. Since a mule is strenuous, there must be something heavy in this shabby little carriage. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but blush with shame. Of course, her sword was on the back of the David's deer. How could it not be strenuous? The carriage that she had arranged had actually been seen through in 3 places. She couldn't help but admit that she was still lacking in Jianghu experience. This expert didn't seem to have grown up eating anything. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was already some distance away from the 5 men. The 5 men were not in a hurry and were still eagerly studying the carriage from behind when they heard Hall Master Qiu say with a laugh, Little Jiang, your martial arts are weak and cannot convince the others, but I still appointed you as the team leader because I can see how meticulous you are and how you can think things through. Not bad, you were actually able to see so many problems from this shabby carriage. This means that I did not misjudge you. If you can really find those 2 girls and complete the sect master's orders, I will definitely reward you handsomely. When Jiang Heshu heard this, he was overjoyed and repeatedly said modestly, it's all because of Hall Master Qiu's good fortune that this little one was able to see it. Hall Master Qiu smiled and said, however, after analyzing for so long, what if this youth is just a tenant farmer in the countryside who borrowed a shabby carriage from elsewhere to deliver grain to Tanha City? The grain is very heavy and the carriage is prepared to be repaired at Tanha City? Wouldn't your deductions all be for naught? Jiang Heshu was speechless. Hall Master Qiu said proudly, you don't have any other ideas, right? Yes, Hall Master is wise. Perhaps this little one was wrong. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. I have a way to know if you're right or wrong. Jiang Heshu's face was filled with longing as he asked, Hall Master, please teach me? Hall Master Qiu laughed loudly and said, all your deductions are nonsense. Stop him and let him open the carriage's curtains to take a look. After saying this, he urged his horse to chase after Jiang Heshu. At this moment, Hall Master Qiu had tossed their gate master's order of not disturbing the people to the highest heavens. Seeing that Hall Master Qiu was happy, Jiang Heshu was also overjoyed. He also patted his horse and followed behind, not forgetting to say with concern, Hall Master is wise. This little one can't flatter you. However, Hall Master should still be careful. After all, Vice Hall Master Zhang is a good example. Seeing that Jiang Heshu was both flattering and showing concern for Hall Master Qiu, the eyes of the other 3 also lit up. What a talent. No wonder he could climb from a coachman to a captain. He really wasn't bragging. That's right, the coachman was a youth. Even if he knew martial arts, how could he be Hall Master Qiu's opponent? These words naturally made Hall Master Qiu's heart warm up, feeling the warmth of spring. Presumably, even if there was nothing wrong with the carriage, Jiang Heshu would still be promoted later. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, she sighed inwardly. You don't want to take the broad road, but you want to take the narrow wooden bridge instead. When the 5 of them caught up to the carriage, they heard Hall Master Qiu shout, You brat, stop the carriage. Then, the 5 of them surrounded the carriage and drew their swords from their waists. Obviously, even if they hadn't eaten pork, they would have seen a pig run. We don't know how to flatter, so we should learn from him. Seeing that this youth is unarmed, we should also draw our swords and pretend to be loyal and devoted. Hall Master Qiu was very satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. With a serious expression he asked, "Young man, where is your carriage going? What's in the carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua trembled as he got down from the carriage. He cupped his hands and asked, "Are the 5 officials from Tanha City's garrison?" Hall Master Chiu was stunned. He really didn't dare to rashly admit it, so he could only say, "We are not officials." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, "If the 5 of you are not officials, please step aside. This humble one has already reported to Tanha City's garrison. If there is anything, you should look for the city's garrison." After he finished speaking, he turned around and pretended to leave. When Jiang Heshu saw this, he raised his sword and shouted, "Brat, stand still. This lord is asking you a question." Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that he trembled. However, he still rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Didn't this humble one say that this humble one's carriage was reported to the garrison? Since you are not soldiers, please step aside." In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua stopped the carriage, Hall Master Chiu had already carefully listened to the movements inside the carriage. His internal energy was profound, so he could barely hear the breathing of 2 people in the carriage. He already had some doubts in his heart. However, this young man kept saying that he was an official, so he was intimidated. However, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really couldn't be at ease. After thinking for a moment, he took out a large ingot of silver from his bosom and said, "Brat, if you answer my question, this is yours." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately beamed with joy and said, "If you give it to me first, I will naturally answer." Hall Master Chiu sneered and threw the silver ingot to Zhang Xiaohua. He was in a hurry. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, "Is he going to make a move now?" Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and most popular series of works at Chidian Originals. Chapter 359. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Hall Chief Chiu's interested gaze and couldn't help but smile in his heart. He was wearing a long robe and naturally wasn't afraid of any harm from the silver. He pretended that he didn't know martial arts and didn't know how to dodge. He only reached out to grab it. In the blink of an eye, the silver was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Just as it was about to hit his body, it suddenly curved and fell down, falling straight to the ground in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's hand naturally missed. He's also a hidden weapon expert. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be a little vigilant. He smiled as he picked up the silver from the ground and put it into his pocket. He said, "Didn't Sir just want to know what's in the carriage? That's the 200 caddies of rice that Captain Wu's brother-in-law ordered from our village last time. This little one borrowed a carriage to send it to the city." "So it's like that." Jiang Heshu was clearly disappointed. Hall Chief Chiu asked again, "There's only rice in the carriage and nothing else. For example, is there anyone inside?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could there be anyone? Sir must be joking." Hall Chief Chiu's expression changed and said, "But when I passed by your carriage just now, I heard the voices of women inside." Zhang Xiaohua's expression also changed. He thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, you have to keep this a secret for me. To be honest, there are 2 women in the carriage, but they are the lovers of Captain Wu and his brother-in-law. They met in our village and this time, they took this little one's carriage to Tanha City. This little one knows that Captain Wu and his brother-in-law are men who are afraid of their wives and don't want to get involved in this kind of business. However, they threaten this little one. If this little one didn't take the carriage, they wouldn't let this little one send grain into the city in the future. This little one is really wronged." Hearing the 2 people's heavy breathing in the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. Although Zhang Xiaohua's acting was quite convincing, Hall Master Chiu didn't seem to have any intention of letting her go. He only smiled and said, "This one has met Tanha City's Captain Wu once and I know his preferences. How about this little brother? Let this one take a look at his lover's appearance. In the future, this one will be able to imitate her and suit his tastes. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua had a troubled look on her face as she said, "How can this do? That's inappropriate." As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his fingers together. Hall Master Chiu smiled. She fished out another ingot of silver and tossed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua casually caught it and said with a smile, "Since they're Captain Wu's friends, it's only natural for us to meet them. Wait a moment, this little one will have them come down now." With that, he turned around and walked back to the carriage. Standing beside Huan Huan, he pulled open the curtain of the carriage and said with a smile, "Everyone, please take a look." When Hall Master Chiu saw Nye Qinyu and Little Orange, who had already changed into village girl's attire, his smile froze on his face as he shouted, It's the 2 of them. Men, capture them." On the other hand, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were nervous and their faces were red. They didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to really pull open the curtain of the carriage. When they saw the 5 people holding swords, they became afraid. Before Hall Master Qiu's voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Hall Master Qiu, I've already answered your question. I've also let you see them. The silver is mine now." Then she casually picked up the sword on Huanhuan's back and said sinisterly, "However, you blocked my path and actually saw through my weakness. What face do you have left? You've embarrassed me in front of this little girl. This is a big problem. Come. Eat my sword first, then we'll talk about other things." With that, she exerted a little force with her right leg and executed the levitation technique. She leaped high into the air, half a body taller than Hall Master Qiu, who was riding on the horse. Then she raised her sword high and slashed at Hall Master Qiu. When Hall Master Qiu saw Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong, he was shocked. However, when he saw the flaws in Zhang Xiaohua's swordsmanship, disdain appeared in his heart. A treasured sword is for stabbing, not for slashing. Then he casually raised his sword to block. But the moment the 2 swords came into contact, a weight as heavy as Mount Tai came from the sword. Hall Master Qiu immediately took a deep breath and forcefully circulated his internal energy, wanting to withstand the weight. Unfortunately, how could he withstand the weight of 10,000 kilograms? With a crack, the treasured sword in his hand broke into 2. Zhang Xiaohua's sword did not lose its momentum and smashed directly on Hall Master Qiu's shoulder. Then, with a pu sound, his shoulder was smashed into a bloody mess and half of his chest collapsed. At the same time, the horse under him also let out a mournful neigh and collapsed to the ground. Then Zhang Xiaohua lightly tapped the horse's head with her sword. The horse immediately fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua's sword strike was so powerful that it left everyone present dumbfounded. Yes, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were first embarrassed and angry, then scared. Then they saw the ordinary-looking young man who had been with them for a few days fly up high like a god and slap a person who was skilled in martial arts to death on the back of a horse. That strength was so strong that the horse was forced to kneel. Was he still human? In that instant, the 2 of them had the same thought in their minds: mutant. Then, under the watchful eyes of Nye Qinyu and Little Orange, Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. The moment she landed, she tapped her foot and flew towards another man. The tip of her sword was pointed at that man's chest. That man did not know what to do and was about to dodge. However, Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong was so amazing that before that man could think, her sword had already pointed at his chest. With just a light tap, that man's chest caved in. That man vomited blood and fell off the horse. Zhang Xiaohua kicked the horse he was on and used the momentum to shoot towards another man like an arrow. That horse, however, fell to the ground and could not get up. In just a short while, the 5 living martial arts masters and their horses were all lying on the road. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, then put the long sword back on Huanhuan's back. He easily cleaned up the mess on the road and threw them far away into the forest by the side of the road. Only then did he clap his hands and return to the side of the carriage. At this time, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were completely petrified. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was both familiar and strange at the same time. Their eyes were burning with a trace of fear. It seemed that they wanted to say something, but they did not wake up from the bloody scene just now. Zhang Xiaohua ignored them. She put down the curtain and sat cross-legged on the carriage. She patted Huanhuan's butt and Huanhuan ran happily on the road again. Nye Qinyu and Little Orange heard Zhang Xiaohua muttering to herself, "Is this carriage really so shabby? It can only run for half a day? If I had known, I would have kept that guy alive and repaired the carriage for me. Then I would have killed him." Clang. The 2 of them flipped over the carriage and did not know what to say. Fortunately, this place was very close to Tanhe City, and the road was much smoother. Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at Tanhe City before sunset, and half a day before the carriage's lifespan was up. This was a city bigger than Pingyang City. One could see the prosperity of this city from the bustling crowd. Zhang Xiaohua drove the shabby carriage and entered Tanhe City from the middle of the city gate, as if she did not have the consciousness of a poor person. She did not know if it was the negligence of the city guards or because there were too many people entering and leaving the city as it was getting dark, so they did not find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. Since she had entered the city, Zhang Xiaohua felt more at ease. Although Nye Qinyu's opponents were people from the martial arts world, they could not be compared to the officials. The city was full of officials and they had to be wary of them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not deliberately look for a remote inn. She only looked for a few random ones, but none of them were satisfactory. She had no choice but to continue driving the shabby carriage forward. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange were puzzled. There were obviously a few inns with empty courtyards for them to stay in. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and walked away. However, Zhang Xiaohua had given them too much of a shock. Not only did they not dare to talk to Zhang Xiaohua along the way, they were still afraid of her even now. However, in the end, Nie Qinyu could not help but ask, "Hero? Ren, the inns just now obviously had courtyards. Why didn't you stay there?" Zhang Xiaohua looked back at her and said faintly, "I still have 3 coins left from the money Little Orange gave me. However, the cheapest inns just now cost at least 5 coins. How can I stay there if I don't have enough money? Why don't we stay in the guest room?" Nie Qinyu frowned and said, "Hero Ren, the hall leader seemed to have given you 2 ingots of silver. It should be dozens of taels. How can you say that it's not enough?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Miss Nie, you are wrong. Those 2 ingots of silver were for me, not for you. I helped you find an inn, so you should be the one paying the bill." "You?" Nie Qinyu did not know how to answer this young man who was ridiculously skilled in martial arts but who was so clear about the difference between money and money. Little Orange, who was behind them, said softly, "Stingy." After that, she rummaged inside and then threw out an emerald green pouch. She said, "This is Miss Nie's pouch. There is some gold in it. You can spend it however you like." If it was a few days ago, she would have said, "Keep the rest for yourself." But today she did not dare to say this sentence out loud. She could only secretly whisper it in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua took the pouch and opened it. He said with a smile, "Miss Nie, you are so stingy. You should have taken it out earlier. You even made me go to so many places." Then he put it in his arms naturally. With the silver, it was easy to do things. He did not need to search further. He just found a slightly cleaner inn and stayed there. This night was a little lonely. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange did not dare to joke with Zhang Xiaohua like before and ask him to do this and that. Zhang Xiaohua was also dutiful. He still did not let the waiter enter the courtyard. He only brought in the food and other things, which made them feel a little relieved. After settling the 2 girls down, Zhang Xiaohua closed the door and sat in the pitch-black room to meditate and cultivate. In the small room next to him, the 2 little girls could not help but whisper in a low voice. Chapter 360. There was no light in the hut. It was pitch dark, and there was no other sound except for the unnatural breathing of the 2 people. After a long time, Little Orange finally could not help but ask, "Miss, are you asleep?" "No." Nie Qinyu answered firmly, "How can I sleep?" "Me too, Mississippi. I can see Rin. Hero Rin killing people as soon as I close my eyes. Sai, a few days ago that group of people killed 8 bodyguards in front of our eyes, and those people were killed by an unknown senior. Such a bloody scene was not as shocking as Hero Ren killing people today. Not to mention you, even though I was prepared, was caught off guard. I really did not expect him to be so strong." Nie Qinyu's voice was getting lower and lower. Little Orange sighed and said, "Miss, you have sharp eyes and can see the true face of this guy. I was deceived by him and even ordered him to do some servant's work. I don't know if he remembers it or not." "Bah!" Nie Qinyu could not help but spit and said, "You want him to remember, but he also has to be patient. If he is not willing to do it, even if you talk until your mouth is broken, he may not do it." Then she murmured, "Little Orange, do you think we have some fate with him?" "Fate?" Little Orange was a little panicked and said, "Miss, don't talk nonsense about fate. You see, we just saved a heroine and after a delay we met him a few days later. The crazy words you said were all heard by him, do you still remember? He even waved at us and then asked about us, the David's deer. If he asked about other things I can't guarantee, but if he asked where the David's deer is, I think in this world, maybe only our Rejuvenation Valley has it. Although the question he asked was very simple, it could be considered as a good karma." "That's right, Little Orange. Don't you think that his appearance that morning was very sudden? He seems to be related to the senior who saved us the day before. Maybe he was sent by that senior to protect us." Little Orange laughed and the atmosphere in the room became lively. She said, "Miss, you're not telling me a story from a novel, are you? If he was the disciple of that senior, he would have appeared the night before. Moreover, he would have directly escorted us back to the villa. Why would he be like him, refusing to send us back with so many excuses?" "Well, that's true. Besides, I didn't see any white-bearded or white-haired old man beside him that day." Then the room fell into silence again. After a while, Nie Qinyu hesitated and said, "Little Orange, do you think he will really throw us into the escort agency and send us away with a few bodyguards or armed escorts?" "Miss, I think In the dark, Little Orange was also very hesitant. He said, I think it's very possible. But doesn't he have any sense of chivalry? We are both poor and weak girls. Can't he just help us a little and send us home? Little Orange was silent for a while and did not say anything. Nie Chinyu was a little anxious. She said, Little Orange, are you asleep? No, Mississippi. I can't sleep now just like you. Then why don't you answer my question? Alas, miss, do you feel that your mind is in a mess right now? You can only imagine him holding a long sword in his hand, leaping up from the ground, like a hero stepping on a colorful cloud, descending from the sky. A long sword that can cut through any evil without hesitation, slashing at the heinous devil in front of him. That sword that you have never seen before, as if once slashing down, you will be protected by him, and you will never be afraid of the troubles of the world. Ah! Nie Chinyu exclaimed in a low voice. She said, Little Orange, how do you know? Little Orange sighed deeply and didn't answer her question. Instead she asked, Miss, we've never met him before. First, he helped us pull our carriage back from the wilderness and took care of us for several days. Then, in the afternoon he killed a few people who wanted to steal the treasure right in front of us. Judging by the way those people acted, their status should be even higher than the bad guy who attacked us the first time. To be honest, we owe him more than the senior who used the flying sword. You're constantly thanking the senior who you've never met, yet you're blaming this person who just saved our lives. Do you think this is still the calm and decisive Miss Nie who's always been so calm and decisive? Well? Nie Chinyu was speechless. After a while she said, Little Orange, you usually don't know anything. I have to teach you everything. How come you suddenly know so much? Miss, it's nothing. I'm just a few years older than you. What do you mean? Nie Chinyu was very confused. Alas. Little Orange sighed again. It seemed that he had sighed more tonight than he had in the past 14 years. After a while, perhaps young Miss will know for herself? Really? Nie Chinyu was a little confused. However, Nie Chinyu immediately asked, Then what do you think we should do now? Little Orange's worried face could not be seen in the dark. He only said, Miss, I am just like you. My heart is in a mess. Don't ask me. Then, Nie Chinyu asked tentatively, Little Orange, do you think I should tell him about our situation? Please don't, miss, Xiao Juzi immediately stopped her. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. He doesn't know that we have treasures on us now. Once he knows the value of the treasures, he might come up with new ideas. He might even be more vicious than the people who tried to kill us. If he wants to take the treasures, he can kill us both as easily as killing chickens. No way, Little Orange, he doesn't look like that kind of person. I feel safe when I see him. Little Orange said in a trembling voice, It's better not to tell him. The more he said, the weaker his voice became. Nie Chinyu suddenly thought of something and said, All right, when you took the box from the bad guy, was he also there? Or did you take it before he came? Hearing Nie Chinyu's question, Little Orange's face suddenly became hot. His heart was beating fast. He said carefully, No, I took it before he came. Oh, that's good, that's good. Nie Chinyu seemed to be patting her chest with her left hand. She smiled and said, Since he didn't see it, I didn't lie to him. He won't ask anyway, right? Yes. Little Orange answered vaguely. It was already late at night. There was no moonlight outside the window. It was dark outside. It was a good time to sleep. However, the sound of tossing and turning could be heard in the dark room. It was the same sleepless night. It was the same aftertaste. The only difference was their mood. That tall and thin figure with superhuman abilities. That long sword in his hand was shining brightly, cleansing the world of filth. He was right in front of me, showing off his power. Although his eyes were a little small, they were bright. His nose was a little flat, but it looked good. His ears were a little small, but they were pleasing to the eye. His face looked young, but he had a mature aura. Every word he said had the charm of a game. Could it be that he flew here on a 7-colored cloud? He is my hero? In the room next door, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that his image in the hearts of the two girls was becoming more and more perfect. He just closed his eyes and meditated, slowly understanding the endless way of heaven. Only when it was close to midnight did he take out the primeval stones from his bosom and began to circulate the Carefree Heart Sutra to cultivate the Heart Sutra. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just practiced the Fist of the North Star 9 times. He wanted to understand the 108 moves and see if he could perform them in reverse. However, he heard footsteps behind him. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly as he stood in the middle of the courtyard. The door opened with a creaking sound. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange walked out with dark circles under their eyes. Their eyes were bloodshot. They looked dispirited. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and asked with a smile, "Miss Nie, why are you so tired? Did you not sleep well last night? Why is Little Orange like this too?" Looking at the ordinary smiling face that had appeared countless times in her dreams last night, Nie Qinyu suddenly didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Little Orange held her young lady's arm and said, "Sigh, the sudden change of environment is very uncomfortable. At night I have nightmares. A cat is catching a mouse. The mouse keeps swaying in front of me but I can't get caught by the cat. Don't you think so? Mississippi, oh that's right. That cat is so stupid." Zhang Xiaohua pinched his nose and said with a smile, "So you two actually had the same dream. What a deep relationship between master and servant." Seeing that the two girls were a little embarrassed, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go to the front of the inn to get some food. You two can eat first. I'll go to the city to see if the Fushan escort agency is interested in this escort." "Hero Ren, you really can't escort us?" Nie Qinyu still didn't give up and looked at him expectantly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to leave the courtyard. Not long after, he brought the food into the room. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "By the way, Miss Nie, where are you going?" Nie Qinyu thought for a while and said, "Rejuvenation Valley." Then she carefully observed Zhang Xiaohua's reaction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's reaction disappointed her. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Miss Nie, Rejuvenation Valley is the valley where your house is, right? You have to tell me where it is. Otherwise, how am I going to tell the escort agency?" Chapter 361. Carefree City. Nie Qinyu had no choice but to name the place. Then he said, "Hero Ren, I've never told you the name and location of our villa because I have my own difficulties. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me." Zhang Xiaohua felt strange and asked, "Miss Nie, why do you think I'm unhappy? I haven't told you where I'm going either. Everyone has their own privacy. I don't have the time to meddle in other people's business. Besides, we're going to part ways soon. What can I do even if I'm angry with you?" Nie Qinyu's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua felt strange about Nie Qinyu's reaction. However, he had no time to coax her. He turned around and walked out of the house. But when he stepped out of the house, he paused for a moment. He said, "Miss Nie, you called me Hero Ren. Hero Ren, I feel very awkward. If possible, let's call me Hero Ren. What do you think?" "Well, okay. Nie Qinyu nodded like a chick pecking rice and said, "I'll listen to you, Hero Ren, no brother Ren." Her face, which had been gloomy just now, immediately turned sunny. She smiled through her tears. Xiao Orange, who was beside her, looked very unnatural. Fushan escort agency was some distance away from the inn. Zhang Xiaohua did not ride the David's deer. He just strolled around casually and checked if there were any Jianghu people who looked strange. Tanha City was a very big town, not inferior to Pingyang City in any way. There were many people coming and going in the city, and there were also people of the pugilistic world who held swords and sabers. However, they seemed to be in a hurry and did not look around. They were probably not Nie Qinyu's enemies. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. He walked slowly because he wanted to draw their attention to the road ahead. It seemed that this method was working. In fact, he killed those people yesterday to warn them and let them see his strength. If they knew what was good for them, they might give up the search for Nie Qinyu. Of course, this situation was almost negligible. The second purpose was to confuse them and make them think that Nie Qinyu had turned back from the original path to look for help. In this way, Nie Qinyu and Xiao Orange would be escorted to Carefree City by the bodyguards of the escort agency. The risk would be reduced. In fact, man proposes, God disposes. Zhang Xiaohua was just doing his best. If nothing happened to him, it would not be difficult to send the two of them to Rejuvenation Valley. Fushan Escort Agency's entrance was huge, more than twice the size of Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. One look and one could tell that it was the kind that was more powerful. Two stone-carved lions stepped on embroidered balls and glared fiercely. However, the entrance of the escort agency was wide open. There were merchants coming and going from time to time, but there were no guards at the entrance. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange. Could it be that the rules of Tanha City were different from those of Pingyang City? She remembered that the guards of Lotus Escort Agency were guarding the entrance when the door was opened. Firstly, they could greet the guests, and secondly, they could show the strength of the escort agency. Did Fushan Escort Agency not need this? Following a few people into the escort agency, Zhang Xiaohua took a look. The layout was exactly the same as that of Lotus Escort Agency. In front of her was an incomparably huge public square. In the corner were weapons, stone locks and other objects. Early in the morning, there were also a few men practicing martial arts diligently. Seeing this familiar scene, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Although the days of recuperation at Lotus Escort Agency were dull and painful, they were also unusually heartwarming. Then Zhang Xiaohua familiarly walked towards a large hall on the right side of the entrance. In her impression, that was the place where Lotus Escort Agency received business. In fact, there was no need to ask further. There were already a few people in front of her walking in that direction. Turning around a projector wall before Zhang Xiaohua could get close, she heard an anxious and loud voice saying, "Chief Escort Lu, you must make a decision for me. You have already agreed to the conditions earlier. Why did you suddenly change it today? If this batch of goods of mine can't be escorted to Swallow Creek Town in time, I will lose a lot of money." Another loud and clear voice sounded, "Shopkeeper Imo, it's not that I don't want to help you. We have been doing business for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the special circumstances, how could I not do business with you? Our escort agency had already issued a notice 3 days ago. Fushan Escort Agency will temporarily stop doing business in the direction of Vow City. Shopkeeper Imo, did you not notice?" "Oh, that's right. I have been preparing my goods these past few days. How could I have the leisure to consider other things? Besides, your esteemed escort agency has never delayed my matters. I simply didn't think that there would be a problem at your most reliable link. AI, my apologies, my apologies. Shopkeeper Imo, you should think of another way first. After this period of time, I will pay you a visit to apologize." "Forget it, let's not talk about apologizing. I'll hurry and find a few guards who know how to fight. Let's send my goods over first before we talk about anything else." "Oh, that's right. Chief Escort Lu, what exactly happened that made your esteemed escort agency make such a decision? Did something happen on the way to Vow City?" "Haha, Shopkeeper Imo, don't ask so much about this matter. These are all matters of the Jianghu. It's not good for you to know too much. In any case, I don't think anything will happen if you ask the guards to deliver your goods. You should hurry up and do what you need to do." When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, a short and fat old man with white hair and beard was panting as he ran out of the hall. As he walked, he said, "All right, Chief Escort Lu. If something like this happens in the future, please inform me as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that there were many people in the hall. Just then, a hale and hearty old man with a red face replied in a loud and clear voice, "All right, Shopkeeper Imo. This Lu will remember." At this moment, another person beside him asked, "Chief Escort Lu, it's fine if you don't escort Shopkeeper Mo's goods. But my daughter just wants to go to Vow City to spend the new year with her aunt. She's a living person, so I don't feel comfortable asking her to be a guard. Can't you assign 2 bodyguards?" Chief Escort Lu looked at him and said with a wry smile, "Scholarly, you are also a scholar. This humble one has made it very clear in the notice. Not only goods, but even if you want to protect people, our escort agency won't accept them. Especially women. We won't send anyone." "How preposterous. Which escort agency in the world has such rules?" Scholarly turned around and left in a huff. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Her brows were already furrowed. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? She wanted Fushan Escort Agency to escort Nye Qinyu and Little Orange to Vow City. Oh, Fushan Escort Agency issued a notice saying that they wouldn't accept any goods or people in the direction of Vow City. Needless to say, this must be the good deed of those people who were after Nye Qinyu. What kind of treasure was in that brocade box in Nye Qinyu's hand? Why did they put in so much effort? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel curious. At this moment, another one-eyed man asked in a low voice, "Chief Escort Lu, the notice also seems to state that all red goods entrusted to your escort agency must be inspected first. Is this true?" Chief Escort Lu nodded solemnly and said, "I know this is against the rules of the escort agency, but this humble one really has some difficulties that I can't disclose. Please understand. Also, I'm sure everyone knows that the other 2 escort agencies have issued similar notices. Therefore, if everyone can't agree with these rules of our escort agency, then please find someone else. If you are willing to be escorted by our escort agency, then please follow the notice." The one-eyed man said, "My item isn't going to Vow City, so there's no need to inspect it." Chief Escort Lu replied, "I'm sorry if it's not going to Vow City. Fushan Escort Agency can naturally escort it, but it must be inspected. Even if we are escorting people, we still have to see their faces first. Oh, Chief Escort Lu, now that you mention it, I really do remember. Other than the East City Gate, which is the same as usual, the other 3 city gates seem to be. A few others also shouted. Yes, now that you mention it, I really do remember. It seems like 3 days ago, there were a few Jianghu people with swords and sabers guarding outside the city gates. It's been a few days now, and I thought it was strange at that time. That's right, Chief Escort Lu, what's going on? Did something happen? Chief Escort Lu stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's nothing. I dare to guarantee with my life that even if something happens, it has nothing to do with you. The notice from Fushan Escort Agency is probably only temporary, and it will return to normal in a few days. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back in a few days to take a look, and perhaps you can escort it according to your wishes. Chief Escort Lu cupped his hands in salute and walked out of the hall. Those who were not in a hurry, or those who were really unwilling to be inspected by the escort agency, such as the one-eyed man, left first. Only a few bodyguards who were in a hurry and could accept the harsh conditions stayed behind to be taken care of by the other escorts. What about Zhang Xiaohua? The bodyguard he wanted Fushan Escort Agency to protect was precisely the one they wanted to inspect, so he naturally followed the others out. However, as he walked, he released his divine sense to follow Chief Escort Lu. Chief Escort Lu exited the main hall and walked towards the backyard. After passing through several courtyards, he arrived at an elegant room. A scholarly middle-aged scholar was tasting food in the room. When he saw Chief Escort Lu return, he stood up with a smile and went up to greet him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the side of a screen wall. With a twist of her body, she immediately disappeared. When she reappeared, she was outside the elegant room. Zhang Xiaohua poked her head out to look around. She exerted force with her legs, and her body floated up like cotton wool and landed on the elegant room. She pricked up her ears and began to eavesdrop. Chapter 362. The scribe said, Chief Escort Lu, we will have to trouble you. However, this is only a temporary measure and will be rescinded in a few days. We will be responsible for all the losses of your escort agency. Chief Escort Lu cupped his hands and said, Commander Zhou is too polite. Elder Shi of your esteemed sect is my savior. If I don't help out with such a small matter, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? Don't mention this compensation again. However, Commander Zhou disagreed and said, Chief Escort Lu, you're wrong. Your friendship with Elder Shi is one thing, but we're already very happy that you're willing to help us with this big favor for Elder Shi's sake. This will delay the escort agency's business, but it's a matter of official business. We can't let private matters affect official business. Moreover, this is also my sect leader's intention, so please don't decline. Otherwise, when I return to the sect, how will I explain this to Elder Shi? I can't let Elder Shi laugh at me for taking advantage of others because of him. Haha, Chief Escort Lu laughed loudly and said, If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for your sect master's kindness. Commander Zhou also laughed and said, Likewise. I still have to thank Chief Escort Lu for your kindness. The two drank tea for a while, then Chief Escort Lu asked, Commander Zhou, it's already the 4th day and we still haven't seen the person or thing you mentioned. I presume they're no longer in Tanha City. Perhaps. Some of the sect's brothers have already followed the path down, but there hasn't been any news back yet. Hall Master Chiu also returned to the sect yesterday to report the completion of the mission. Looking at the situation along the way, there's an 80 to 90% chance that they've already been picked up by their experts. Chief Escort Lu asked with interest, Commander Zhou, what are you looking for and who are you looking for? Can you tell me a little? Commander Zhou laughed and said, This isn't Chief Escort Lu's style. You haven't asked me about it for 3 days, so why are you asking again today? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Chief Escort Lu chuckled and said, Aren't people always curious? Curiosity killed the cat. Chief Escort Lu, it's better if you don't know what you shouldn't know. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it'll really kill you if I tell you. Chief Escort Lu was dumbfounded. He quickly said, Then it's better if Commander Zhou doesn't say anything. Then he changed the topic and talked about something else. Zhang Xiaohua was bored and was about to leave when she heard Chief Escort Lu ask again, How is Elder Shi doing in your sect? I haven't seen him for many years. How did he join your esteemed sect? That's right, your sect doesn't seem to have a great reputation. I've been in Jianghu for most of my life, so why? Why haven't I heard of it? Hee hee, Chief Escort Lu laughed and said, That's right, I really haven't heard of it. However, since elder she was able to join your sect, you must be from a prestigious sect, right? A prestigious sect? Commander Zhou sneered and said, how can a prestigious sect be compared to us? I'm not afraid to tell you that if it weren't for Elder Shi's personal relationship with the sect leader, with Elder Shi's skills, he might not have been able to occupy the position of the last elder in our sect. Ah! Chief Escort Lu was shocked. He had always thought that his savior was an important figure in this sect, so he had been neglectful in front of this scholar a few days ago. Now that he knew that the person he thought was his backer might not even be in his eyes, the expression on his face immediately became more respectful. Then your esteemed sect. Chief Escort Lu seemed to want to ask something more. Zhang Xiaohua also pricked up her ears outside, wanting to know what kind of powerful sect this was. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly curled up her body and heard a person running in hurriedly. He first cupped his hands in salute to Chief Escort Lu, then moved closer to Commander Zhou's ear and whispered a few words. Commander Zhou's expression changed drastically. He stood up from his chair with a bang and shouted in disbelief, "What did you say? Hallmaster Chiu and his party of 5 were killed at the outskirts of the East Gate?" This Commander Zhou's ability to remain calm was actually worse than the person who reported the news. Chief Escort Lu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. How could such an uncultured scholar be a commander? However, Chief Escort Lu underestimated him too much. Chief Escort Lu and the person who reported the news didn't know the extent of Hall Master Chiu's martial arts. Even if they knew that his martial arts were superb, they wouldn't know to what extent. Commander Zhou, on the other hand, knew Hall Master Chiu's background like the back of his hand. He deeply knew that Hall Master Chiu was a capable subordinate that his sect master had secretly nurtured. Although his martial arts were superb, he had never made a name for himself in the Jianghu. If he were in the Jianghu, he would definitely be the kind that could cause huge waves. His reputation might not be any worse than the current Righteous Alliance's deputy alliance masters who were currently flourishing. And yet, such a formidable figure had actually been beaten to a pulp at the outskirts of Tanha City's East Gate. He couldn't be more dead. 5 people had actually died in the same way. Not a single one of them had escaped. Even the 5 horses had been kicked to death. This was simply something that he had never dreamt of. Where did Rejuvenation Valley find such a formidable helper? After hearing such shocking news, how could he still sit there calmly? Naturally, his previous self-restraint had long been tossed beyond the highest heavens. Commander Zhou couldn't be bothered to look at the 2 people's astonished gazes. He then slapped his head and said, I've fallen for the enemy's diversionary tactic. Chief Escort Lu, this one needs to personally make a trip. Farewell, farewell." Then he turned to the messenger and said, "You hurry and inform the brothers in the city to assemble fully armed at the East Gate. Release a carrier pigeon and inform the brothers who went south to send a portion of them over. Tell them that Rejuvenation Valley's men are hiding in Tanha City and have now turned back. Ask them to hurry and provide support. Oh right, also inform Sect Master to send an elder-level expert over. We'll attack them from the front and back. Let's see where they can escape." When he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with the messenger. Chief Escort Lu followed him out of the elegant room, muttering as he walked, "How did we get into a conflict with Rejuvenation Valley? Really? I was wondering why we didn't send the bodyguard to Macho City. I forgot to ask him if that notice has been withdrawn." Then he shook his head and said, "It's better not to withdraw it yet. When immortals fight, don't involve mortals. Someone will compensate me for my losses anyway. What's the hurry?" Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the roof of the elegant room. When she heard these words, she was so angry that she almost released a flying sword from the roof to hack this guy to death. "Nonsense, you're not in a hurry, but I am." When Chief Escort Lu left, Zhang Xiaohua also floated down from the roof and disappeared with a twist of her body. She only emerged from the ground after she had used Earth Escape to a secluded place. She was filled with regret. What was all this? The escort agency didn't have any bodyguards. How was she going to get rid of this burden? But now wasn't the time to get rid of this burden. Commander Zhou had fallen for her diversion tactic and had mobilized all the men in the city to the main road at the East Gate. When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head and wag her tail. Her quick-witted idea at that time had actually been seen as a well-thought-out stratagem. How could she not feel proud? Right now, the most important thing for Nye Qinyu and Little Orange was to leave Tanha City first. Of course, they didn't have to consider the east and south gates. They could only leave through the west and north gates first. Moreover, they'd heard from Commander Zhou just now that the brothers in the city probably included the men guarding the 3 city gates. If they didn't leave now, when Commander Zhou reacted and sent people to guard the gates, they would certainly be able to kill them. However, wouldn't that be beating the grass and alerting the snake? How could she do this kind of work that didn't require any skill? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly inquired about the address of the carriage company and found a shop nearby. Without bargaining, she found a medium-sized carriage and a good horse and bought them together. Fortunately, Nie Qinyu had just given her a small purse. Otherwise, our hero Zhang would have to pay for it himself. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage back to the small courtyard of the inn. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange looked at each other with bitter faces. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua driving the carriage back, their faces immediately changed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain and said, "Hurry up and pack your things. Move everything in the small carriage to the new carriage. I'll give you the time to drink a cup of tea." After saying that, she didn't look at the two's faces and hurriedly went to the inn to find the shopkeeper to settle the bill. When she came back after settling the bill, Little Orange had already packed everything and was standing in front of the carriage waiting for her. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Where's Miss Nie?" Little Orange looked at the carriage and said, "There, she's in the carriage." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, She ran quite fast. What about you? Why don't you get in the carriage?" Looking at the martial arts master in front of her who she used to think was a country bumpkin, Little Orange was speechless and only said, You really don't intend to send us off?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Yes, I really don't intend to send you off. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange bit her lips and bowed to him. She said, "Then I'll thank you on behalf of Miss Nie for saving our lives. The world is big and the world is full of vicissitudes. I don't know when we'll meet again. Brother Rin, I hope you..." Hearing Little Orange's words, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. He only kept a straight face and interrupted her and said, "Okay, I know. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange's unfinished words were choked back by Zhang Xiaohua. She had no choice but to get into the carriage, put down the curtain and stop talking. Zhang Xiaohua led Huan over from the side and patted its head, indicating for it to follow the carriage. She jumped into the carriage and drove towards the west gate without saying anything. She didn't say anything along the way. When they got close to the west gate, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released her divine sense. As expected, she didn't see any Jianghu people holding swords outside the city. Only then did she feel relieved and leisurely drove the carriage out of the city. But what about after leaving the city? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart. If she didn't find any bodyguards who would send these two to Carefree City. Chapter 363. The carriage gradually moved forward. A black horse was pulling the carriage and the bell on its neck jingled. The sound was exceptionally crisp on the road. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange who were in the carriage were in a bad mood. They didn't say anything and were too lazy to pay attention to everything outside the carriage. They knew that after a while, the young man who was holding a long sword and leaping into the air would ride his David's deer and part ways with them. In this vast sea of people, they didn't know when they would meet again. They even faintly felt that this mysterious young man might not say goodbye to them when he left. Yes, goodbye, goodbye. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with deep expectations. Sure enough, after the time of 2 meals, the curtain of the carriage hadn't been pulled open. The interior of the carriage was dusky. From time to time, light would penetrate through the gaps of the carriage, sweeping across the two's tightly stiff little faces. He really did leave. He left without saying goodbye. The two of them thought at the same time. However, when the crisp sound of the bell rang, it was like a deafening bell. Both of their delicate bodies trembled violently. Their gazes collided in the dusky carriage, and both of them were filled with surprise and disbelief. Almost at the same time they whispered, "Why didn't I hear him talking to the bodyguard? Why are we outside the city?" Right now it was quiet outside the carriage. Even the occasional sound was soft. Where was the impetuosity unique to Tanha City? If that bell was in the city, how could it have such a heavenly sound? The two of them seemed to have woken up from a dream and rushed to pull open the curtain in front. Wasn't the shoulder that wasn't very broad, the back view that had been deeply engraved in their hearts, right in front of them? Little Orange rushed to say, "Rin Xiaoyao, why didn't you leave?" Nie Qinyu also asked, "Big brother Rin, why didn't you send us to the escort agency? Why did you send us out of the city? Where is this place?" Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the two girls who were overjoyed. Her heart also felt warm. It felt good to be protected by someone. Not to mention a man who could protect a girl. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua truly felt like an adult. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is the west gate of Tanhe City. We are already some distance away from Tanhe City. What are you two doing? Are you afraid of running into bad guys? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out?" The two of them nodded tacitly and said, "That's right. If we're discovered in the city, we won't be able to escape. There's no need for that now. They've all gone to the east gate and are chasing after you on the way we came. No one should be able to discover you for the time being." "Oh." Little Orange didn't quite understand. Nie Qinyu instantly smiled and said, "So it was planned by Big Brother Ren. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Miss Nie thinks too highly of me. I just casually killed a few bad guys. How could I think so far ahead? Haha, Big Brother Ren is too modest." Nie Qinyu was not stingy with her words. Little Orange was puzzled and said, Young Master Ren, I still don't understand. Why didn't you send us to the escort agency?" Hearing Little Orange calling herself Young Master, and calling herself a maid, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and explained, "Little Orange, do you think I didn't want to send you to the escort agency? But even if I wanted to, they wouldn't dare to accept this mission." Little Orange was curious and asked, "Why is that, Young Master Ren?" Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "I see." This smile was very sweet. "Miss Nie, you're really smart and very impressive." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise her. Nie Qinyu waved her hands and said, "It's useless to be smart." In front of Big Brother Ren's powerful martial arts, any little trick is just a small trick. At this moment Little Orange also understood. Looking at her Mrs. Excited face, her expression changed slightly. Then she immediately returned to normal and said, "Miss is really amazing. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua told her about how she went to the escort agency to find bodyguards. Then she shrugged and said, "I didn't have a choice. I couldn't just watch you fall into the hands of the bad guys. Moreover, if those people returned and couldn't find you, they might return to Tanhe City. I had no choice but to bring you out first. Sai, it seems like we have to wait until we reach the next town." Hearing this, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange's expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other and Nie Qinyu asked, "Big Brother Ren, can you tell me where you're going now?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Miss Nie, can you tell me where Macho City is? Or do you know how to get to Macho City?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Macho City was, let alone how to get there. When he was at the escort agency, although he wanted to ask, he was afraid of attracting attention. However, this Miss Nie in front of him was only 12 years old. In his imagination she might not know how to get there. Who would have thought that Nie Qinyu would only ponder for a moment before she explained the route from Tanhe City to Carefree City clearly without any hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. The thought of, "Why is there such a big difference between people?" flashed into his mind again. He thought about how he had only just found out how to get to Pingyang City. Look at this 12-year-old girl. TSK. She was so much better than him. However, immediately, a little person appeared in his mind and advised earnestly, "Don't compare yourself with others, silly boy. You're the son of a farmer. Being simple is your true nature." Bo. Zhang Xiaohua spat on the ground. He had Nie Qinyu's charm. He thought to himself, "Do nobles and generals have guts?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, the two people in the carriage were surprised. They thought in unison, "Is this habit also contagious?" From Nie Qinyu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua found out that Macho City was south of Tanhe City. It was about a month's journey away. The Pingyang City that he requested was southwest of Tanhe City. It was still very far from Macho City. The two routes were completely separated at Tanhe City. Of course, all roads led to U City, but the most comfortable official road was like this. If Zhang Xiaohua wanted to return to Pingyang City, he would have to go through the west gate of Tanhe City. There was an official road that passed by several cities before reaching Pingyang City. This was also the route that Ji Xiaohua had drawn for him. If he wanted bodyguards to escort Nie Qinyu, he would have to go through the south gate of Tanhe City. There was also an official road that led to Macho City. That was also the direction that the unknown gang was pursuing Nie Qinyu. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua still had a choice. In the first 10 days, there would be a famous escort company in a big city. It was not a bad idea to let them escort Nie Qinyu. However, this would delay Nie Qinyu's journey and take a lot of detours. Thinking of the detours, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a new idea. He stroked his chin and thought carefully about the possibilities. Behind him, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything after asking for the location of Macho City. They sat quietly in the carriage and looked at the passing scenery outside. However, they did not pay attention to anything. They only secretly prayed, "Will he change his mind? Will he send us to Rejuvenation Valley?" After a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Miss Nie, I have an idea. Do you think it will work?" Nie Qinyu asked curiously, "Please speak, Brother Ren." "Actually, I originally planned to hire bodyguards to escort you two back to Macho City and Tanhe City. However, I did not expect that Fushan Escort Company would not accept the escort to the south. Therefore, I have no choice but to place my hopes on the next city. However, I cannot guarantee that there will be a suitable escort company in the next city. Moreover, I am not sure if the escort company will be like Fushan Escort Company and not dare to accept this escort. Moreover, to hand you two over to unfamiliar bodyguards, that I have decided that I can't bear it." "Nonsense. You only realized it now. So you have been treating us like goods and letting people escort us. God has opened his eyes. You only realized it now." Nie Qinyu and Little Orange looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy and relief. Zhang Xiaohua continued to explain, "The place I am going to is definitely not where you two can follow me." However, seeing Zhang Xiaohua dawdling, Little Orange became impatient and said, "Can't you finish your sentence in one sentence?" Nie Qinyu hurriedly pulled Little Orange's sleeve with her uninjured left hand and said, "Little Orange, let Brother Ren finish." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "However, you two can follow me all the way there. After I am done with my business, I will send you back. How about that?" What? Nie Qinyu and Little Orange could not believe their ears. Nie Qinyu hurriedly asked, "Brother Ren, I have thought of this idea. However, the matter you are going to do must be extremely confidential and important. It will probably cause a sensation in the martial arts world. If we follow you, won't we affect you? That's why I don't dare to say it." Zhang Xiaohua scratched the few strands of mustache on his chin with his fingers and said with a smile, "It's fine. As long as you don't have to follow me when you reach a place. When I'm done, I'll meet you at that place and send you off." "Oh yes, Miss Nie, are you in a hurry to go back to Macho City?" Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "Even if we are in a hurry, we need to be alive to go back. The place Brother Ren is going to is definitely not in the same direction as Macho City. It might even be very far away. The further we go, the harder it will be for those bad guys to find us. Brother Ren, you are so smart. What a brilliant plan. You can achieve two goals with one stroke. I admire you." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his invisible tail high. He was just short of a feather fan to show the elegance of a wise man. Actually, as long as people get along with each other, it is inevitable that they will want to protect each other, let alone two budding girls. Since Zhang Xiaohua had the ability to send the two girls home after visiting the Guizhuang house as a man, how could he refuse such a cushy task? Everything was caused by male chauvinism. Chapter 364. Faint snowflakes drifted down like salt grains, covering the mountains and rivers, and even dyeing the boundless fields white. A thin layer of snow had already accumulated on the straight and wide road. The road was slippery in the snow, and there were very few people on the road. At this time there was a clear ding-ling sound and a carriage came from afar. Pulling the carriage was an ordinary black horse, and there was nothing special about it. But what was strange was that the carriage didn't travel in the middle of the official road. In the middle of the road, parallel to the black horse pulling the carriage, there was a glossy and spirited mule. On the carriage pulled by the black horse sat a skinny young man. His eyes were closed as he rested. His hands were in an extremely mysterious position. It seemed that he had already fallen asleep. Everything seemed so normal. However, if one were to pay close attention, one would be able to clearly see that although the snowflakes that filled the sky and became bigger and bigger stained everything, they did not seem to disturb the young man's beautiful dream at all. This was because there seemed to be a transparent cover around the young man's body. When the snowflakes landed on his body, it was as if they had landed on an abnormally smooth surface. They could not stay there and would slide to the side. Therefore, the snowflakes that filled the sky could not leave a single mark on the young man's body. Right at this moment, a soft and clear voice sounded out. "Big Brother Ren, the snow is getting heavier and heavier. Aren't you going to take shelter in the carriage?" Wasn't it Nie Qinyu's voice? The three people in the carriage were none other than Zhang Xiaohua, Nie Qinyu, and Little Orange who had come out of Tanhe City. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, loosened his hands and released his divine sense. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this time Zhang Xiaohua was different from before. Although he had not seen him for more than a month, his youthful face seemed to have matured a lot. His smile also had a mature charm. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Little fishy, it's okay. I like to see the scene of snow staining the earth. This snow can make me think of vitality and hibernation. Why don't you come out and have a look?" "Big brother Ren, I've said it hundreds of times. Don't call me little fishy. My name is Little You." "Really?" Nie Qinyu's reproachful words came from the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, "You two, one is Little Orange and the other is Little Fishy. Aren't you a good match? Luckily I'm smart enough to think of such a good name. Little Fishy, aren't you going to give me more money for the name?" "Bah," Nie Qinyu spat and said, "Shameless." Another voice sounded, "Miss, I think you'd better take out those few golden leaves, lest young Master Ren keeps thinking about them." "What?" "The food and drink expenses along the way, the hotel expenses, and Huanhuan's expenses, which one of them didn't use my money. How can he have the nerve to say that?" "Ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua felt very refreshed when he heard this. Of course, he didn't spend a single cent of his own money and rushed over from Tanha City. How could he not be happy? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's laughter, the people in the carriage also laughed. Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, the sky is going to be dark soon and the snow is getting heavier. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it to the town." Nie Qinyu felt very strange. They had been traveling for more than a month. Zhang Xiaohua was unusually cautious and never spent the night in the wilderness. Even when he saw that it was still early, he stayed in an inn and didn't move forward. Logically speaking, with his superb martial arts, why would he be afraid of some petty thieves? However, since Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain, she didn't feel right to ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's okay. Pingyang City is about 4 to 5 miles ahead. If we speed up, we should be able to make it by the time the sky turns dark. We've already passed the first day of the new year on the road, and we'll have to pass the 5th day of the new year in Pingyang City." Nie Qinyu said in surprise, "Big brother Ren, aren't you always bad at directions? How did you know that we're reaching Pingyang City today? It's all white outside the carriage. How can you tell?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua only laughed and didn't explain. Nie Qinyu in the carriage also seemed to be used to it and didn't pursue the matter. Zhang Xiaohua shouted habitually, "Hiya!" The deer immediately swung its tail and hit the black horse's buttocks. The black horse's hooves tightened again and it galloped forward quickly into the boundless snow. After Zhang Xiaohua left Tanha City, she told Nie Qinyu about her thoughts. Although Miss Nie was young, she was much more experienced than Zhang Xiaohua when she was the same age 5 years ago. She was also insightful about the ways of the world. How could she not quickly cozy up to Ren Baqian? Naturally, she didn't have any objections. Wasn't it just a detour? Even if she had to go out to sea for a round, as long as she could return to Carefree City safely, she was willing to do so. Moreover, besides, there was another small thought. Let's not expose other people's privacy. From Tanha City to Pingyang City, it was only a short curve in Xiaohua's scroll. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage for almost a month to pass through the few cities in between. Even the first day of the new year was spent hurriedly on the road. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua didn't return to Guizhuang House during the new year. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua used the whip on the carriage to drive the black horse. However, after a long time she got tired of it. Huanhuan, the deer, was indeed the spirit beast that Zhang Xiaohua mentioned. It actually understood its master's thoughts and caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. It only stopped when it reached a fork in the road and waited for Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and thanked Xiaohua even more in her heart. When Nie Qinyu and Little Orange saw that the deer was so intelligent, they were also very surprised and liked it. Both of them had reared the deer before and had a deep understanding of its diet. Nie Qinyu's carriage didn't lack money, so along the way, although Huanhuan was a little different from the Rejuvenation Valley's deer, it was also well-fed and shiny. It was no longer as ugly as it was in Songning Town. As for Nie Qinyu and Little Orange, after interacting with Zhang Xiaohua for more than a month, they went from being in awe and fear at the beginning to gradually getting to know him. They knew that this young man with powerful martial arts was not unapproachable and unapproachable. If his mysterious behavior and powerful martial arts were covered up, the Ren Xiaoyao in their eyes at the beginning was his true self. Speaking of mysterious behavior, Zhang Xiaohua had to sleep well every night. Even when sitting in the carriage he had to close his eyes to rest. Sometimes he was obviously terrible with directions, but sometimes he could point out the road ahead. Sometimes he even had the feeling that he could foresee things ahead. This really puzzled Nye Qinyu. What annoyed Nye Qinyu the most was that this guy didn't even take out a single penny along the way. He always stretched out his hand to her to pay for everything. This wasn't the style of a martial arts hero. However, Nye Qinyu was also very gratified by the benefits brought about by this most annoying thing. From Tanha City to Pingyang City, they had encountered all kinds of bandits, robbers, and other evil deeds. However, at this time, the value of a martial arts man was fully displayed. This guy didn't care how many robbers there were in front of him. He just looked left and right and came over with his long sword. He randomly found an extremely thick tree or a huge rock. He took a deep breath and swung his sword down. No matter how thick the tree was or how hard the rock was, it would collapse at the touch of his sword. Then Zhang Xiaohua leisurely got into the carriage while all the robbers were dumbfounded. He shouted, "Go!" and the black horse automatically drove away, leaving behind the admiring gazes of the robbers. Of course, there were also some who felt good about themselves because they had more people. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back. No matter how many people there were, she killed them all with one strike and then used the second strike. Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were starry-eyed when they thought of that. Then they spat and laughed. This guy is really barbaric. At the same time, they hid in the carriage and covered their mouths. How much money would it take to hire such a brave and fierce bodyguard? It was a tiring but joyful journey for more than a month. Unknowingly, they were close to Pingyang City. Nye Qinyu was so smart. Ever since they left Tanha City, she didn't mention where they were going. She only followed Zhang Xiaohua's wishes. Occasionally, when Zhang Xiaohua couldn't make up her mind, she would raise her own opinions. Her tone didn't show any intention of inquiring about Zhang Xiaohua's destination. However, Nye Qinyu was very familiar with the distribution of each city. Zhang Xiaohua's route was also very clear. As early as more than 10 days ago, she already knew that Pingyang City was on her route. She just didn't know that this Pingyang City was Zhang Xiaohua's destination. 5 days ago, on the first day of the new year, the three of them spent it in a very small town. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. She hadn't spent time with her mother and father for many years. Although she really wanted to, she gave up the idea when she saw that it was still far away from home. She only felt a faint longing in her heart. However, Nye Qinyu was different. It seemed that she hadn't spent the new year outside since she was young. That night, her eyes were red and she didn't eat much. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to persuade her. She only comforted her and accompanied her silently. Fortunately, Little Orange took his young mistress out for a walk. When they returned, although Nye Qinyu's eyes and face were red, she was in a good mood. It was just that she kept glancing at Zhang Xiaohua. She even toasted Zhang Xiaohua with a few cups of wine on a simple table. Chapter 365. Recalling how Nye Qinyu's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help smiling. It was true that the saying, "Every festive season, one would think twice of one's loved ones." Even though Nye Qinyu usually behaved like an adult, it was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua realized that she was just a little girl who had just turned 12. Zhang Xiaohua had given Nye Qinyu the name Little Fish that day. He had wanted to call her Little Rabbit, but there were no similar words in her name. Therefore, he could only take a step back and call her Little Yu as Little Fish. Anyway, it was Nye Qinyu who asked him to call her Little Fish. What did it have to do with Zhang Xiaohua? At first, Nye Qinyu was very happy, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua finally called her by her nickname. However, after listening carefully, she realized that it was not her imagination. Therefore, she clung to Zhang Xiaohua and begged him to change it. However, until now, didn't Zhang Xiaohua still call her Little Fish? Thinking of Nye Qinyu's red eyes, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of the occasion when he celebrated Nye Qinyu's birthday. Before the three of them entered Tanha City, they had told each other their ages. At that time, Nye Qinyu said that she was going to celebrate her 12th birthday in a month. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua only felt that this little girl who was not even 12 years old had more experience than him. He could not compare with her at all. However, on that day he suddenly had this idea on a whim. After counting the days, wasn't it the little girl's 12th birthday? That day when they passed by a rural town, Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nye Qinyu and Little Orange seemed to have forgotten about it. Therefore he got off the car at the last minute and went to an inn to buy 12 red eggs for Nye Qinyu. Yes, I remember when I was in Guozhuang house, didn't my mother cook eggs for me on my birthday? Since today is Nye Qinyu's birthday, I naturally have to buy her boiled red eggs. This was also the only thing Zhang Xiaohua bought with her own money along the way. Thinking back to the time when he saw Nie Qinyu's face full of surprise and gratitude, Zhang Xiaohua felt happy in his heart. After all, the price of 12 copper coins was reduced to 11 copper coins by him, and he even won the little girl's laughter. How could he not be happy? That day Nie Qinyu was tearing up while eating the eggs as if the eggs were the most delicious thing in the world. Thinking of her teary eyes, Zhang Xiaohua curls her lips secretly. Eating 6 eggs at one time? Isn't she afraid of choking? No wonder her eyes turned red when she cried. It would be a pity if she wasn't called Little Rabbit. As Zhang Xiaohua thought of the interesting things that happened along the way, the silhouette of Pingyang City appeared in her vision. In the snowy twilight, Pingyang City was still as majestic as ever. However, the people had changed. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Galloping into the city, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She found an inn in a more remote area of Pingyang City. It was the new year now and the inn's business wasn't very good. Seeing that there were guests, the innkeeper was very happy. This was the first business of the new year and they had booked an independent courtyard. According to the coachman, they were going to stay for a few more days. Naturally, the innkeeper was very attentive to them and tried his best to flatter the 2 ladies. However, after a while, seeing that the 2 ladies were following Zhang Xiaohua's lead, he realized that he had misjudged them. He immediately changed his attitude and walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience for this. She drove the carriage to the courtyard and left the odd beasts and the black horse in the care of the innkeeper. She unloaded the items from the carriage and put them in a room. She didn't need the innkeeper to find help. Seeing this, the innkeeper naturally knew what to do. He instructed the shop assistants to do what they were supposed to do and quickly left, so as not to disturb the 3 of them in the courtyard. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had unloaded the items from the carriage, unlike in the past where she would leave everything in the carriage for the night in order to make it easier for them to travel in the morning, Nie Qinyu and Xiao Juzi's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Pingyang City is the place where he is going to do his business? Indeed, after Nie Qinyu and Xiao Juzi had finished packing and were waiting for their meal, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered. She smiled and said, "It's the 5th day of the Lunar New Year now. I have already asked the inn to make dumplings for you. You must eat your fill later." Nie Qinyu stood up and asked, "Big brother Ren, from what you said, it seems that you don't intend to eat with us later?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I still have something to do and will go out for a while. I may be back late tonight. You guys can eat by yourselves." "Back tonight? Big brother Ren, are you going to do something?" Nie Qinyu asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Nie Qinyu blinked and said, "Big brother Ren, be careful." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and turned to leave the room. She walked into the snowy night in a few steps. 2 pairs of concerned eyes followed him from inside the house until his figure disappeared into the darkness. Nie Qinyu turned around and asked, "Xiao Juzi, do you think Big Brother Ren is going to do something tonight?" Xiao Juzi smiled and said, "Miss, how would I know? But seeing that he didn't answer you, it seems to be the case. But from what he said, he will be back tonight. Does that mean that we can continue our journey to Carefree City tomorrow? But since we can leave tomorrow, why should we unload the things in the carriage?" Xiao Juzi smiled bitterly and said, "We don't have to worry about these things. Miss, you just focus on eating dumplings. I heard that the dumplings in the north are different from those in Carefree City. You have to try more dumplings later." Nie Qinyu looked disappointed and murmured, "No matter how delicious it is, can it be better than red eggs?" If Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would definitely refute her. Of course, braised pork is better than red eggs. Unfortunately, he was on the way to Misty Mountain Villa and didn't know about Nie Qinyu's girlish feelings. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua was walking to Misty Mountain Villa. The sky had already darkened, and the snow continued to fall endlessly. It had already covered the sun, and now it was no different from the night. There were few people on the streets, and they were all wearing new clothes and hiding in their houses to enjoy the rare New Year's atmosphere. Zhang Xiaohua did not intend to use the levitation technique or the earth escape technique, because his thoughts were now very chaotic. He was somewhat anxious to see the Misty Mountain Villa and the Huanxi Mountain Villa, but he was also somewhat afraid. This kind of contradictory mood could only be slowly calmed down by walking in the empty streets and alleys, and walking in the dark night. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of Pingyang City alone in the snow. The sky was also dark and there weren't many people in the city. Even if there were people hurriedly passing by in the snow, they wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be shocking if he didn't have an umbrella in his hand and snow on his body? Walking on the even more spacious road outside the city, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. He seemed to have figured something out. He looked up at the dark night sky and the snowflakes that floated in from time to time. He turned back to look at the footprints he had left on the snow. They had already been covered by the rapidly falling snowflakes. He then looked at the snow-white road in front of him that didn't have any traces. Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. I've walked on the road behind me and left traces, but they won't last long. What kind of thing in this world can last long? It's just a matter of time. I haven't walked on the road ahead. It's up to me to decide what kind of traces I want to leave. They can be the same as the footprints behind me or... At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and used the levitation technique. He leaped into the air and flew forward like a deity. I can also be different from before and not leave any traces on the road. Without destruction there can be no construction. This must be the case. The Misty School has long been on the decline in the pugilistic world. It's a miracle that it has survived for so many years. In the pugilistic world, survival of the fittest is the most realistic thing. It's normal that the three sects would join forces to destroy it. Moreover, the Dalan Temple and the incense cult actually allowed Hu Yuni to escape from Ethereal Peak with the descendants of the Misty School. This is an anomaly. Could it be that they let them go because they are all descendants of the immortal Tao? Or, is there something else going on? The Misty School is now as broken as it can be. However, the foundation of Misty Heights is still there. It's just that it's been occupied by the Righteous Alliance. The two leaders of the Righteous Alliance have been crippled. I don't know what's going on now. They probably won't have any extra thoughts on Misty Heights. It's not impossible for the Misty School to rise again. If there is such a day, I believe the Ethereal Sect will prosper once again. However, Sect Leader O has committed suicide. The Misty School has lost its backbone. Only 3 of the 6 Misty Tigers are left. 2 of them have been crippled. Hu Yuni is also seriously injured and his martial arts have been greatly reduced. The eldest disciple of the sect leader, Zhang Qingyue, has also committed suicide. Sai, it's like a plate of loose sand now. Forget it. After I send little fishy home, I'll go to the incense cult and find second brother first. I'm also not a disciple of the Misty School. Why should I worry about this for no reason? Although Misty Heights was quite a distance away from Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua quickly arrived in front of the archway of Misty Heights with her levitation technique. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the straight road and couldn't help but think of the scene when she first came here. Sai, things remain the same but people have changed. In the darkness, the smooth road was covered with white snow and reflected white light. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and walked up. It was as if she wanted to relive the feelings of that day. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked towards the archway of Misty Heights and released her divine sense. Perhaps it was because it was the new year or because it had been many years since the Misty School was destroyed, the Righteous Alliance's protection had already been lax. Tonight, there weren't any disciples of the Righteous Alliance guarding the archway. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw the 2 ancient words Misty on the archway, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 366. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense felt that the word Misty on the archway of the Misty Mountain Villa was abnormal. He immediately floated towards the archway without touching the ground. When he reached the bottom of the archway, he stood with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. He released his divine sense and carefully observed the archway that had been standing for 10,000 years. The fluttering snowflakes were still unable to touch his body. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he floated to the top of the tall decorated archway and looked around in the deep night sky. After which, he used his qinggong and headed east. After walking for a long time, he arrived at a deserted area. Using his divine sense, he walked into an abandoned courtyard. He searched as he walked until he reached a wall. Only then did he stop and look up and down. After thinking for a while, his body rose again and continued to follow the Misty Mountain Villa and head to another place. Just like this, Zhang Xiaohua walked around the outer area of the huge Misty Mountain Villa in a short period of time. He would stop at a dilapidated rubbish dump, a new garden and a half-old house. Every time he arrived at a place, Zhang Xiaohua would stop for a moment and release his divine sense to observe carefully. The confusion in his eyes gradually lessened. When he returned to the front of the decorated archway, the corners of his mouth had already revealed a trace of a slight smile. The Misty School is indeed a big sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years. This archway is actually the eye of the 6 directions annihilation formation. It's a pity that for some reason, the other 5 eyes of the formation have been destroyed and this protective formation did not have any effect. Otherwise, even if the Aroma sect, the Dalan Temple and the Alliance of Righteous Sects joined forces, they would not be able to break in. This so-called 6 directions annihilation formation is a top-killing formation in the records of Fire Dragon Immortal. It requires 6 people of the Immortal Tao to use different methods to attack the 6 eyes of the formation at the same time for it to be effective. The Qi of Heaven and Earth is scarce. Where can we find 6 people of the Immortal Tao? This formation should be indestructible. Oh, I forgot. Since the Qi of Heaven and Earth is scarce, where does the Qi of Heaven and Earth come from? If you have some primeval stones, that's fine, but does this Misty School not have enough primeval stones? However, look at the 5 abandoned array cores just now. They are all traces of man-made destruction. Some of them have been forcibly demolished to build houses and gardens. Some of them have even been turned into garbage dumps. Alas, man-made disasters are worse than natural disasters. This is the consequence of destroying the environment, forcibly demolishing and building, and illegal construction. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the misty mountain villa with countless lights in front of him. This time he had come here to explore and see what was going on. Now that he had been delayed in front of the decorated archway, he had wasted too much time. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua prepared to go back. However, when his eyes turned to the Huanxi mountain villa next to him, he had an idea. He jumped down from the decorated archway and landed on the ground. After he made a gesture with his hands, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the herb field of the Huanxi mountain villa. Zhang Xiaohua jumped out of the ground and looked around. He could not help but smile bitterly. He wanted to go to the small courtyard where he lived, but he ran to the herb field. At this time, the herb field had long been deserted, and the flat land was covered with thick snow. Thinking of this place where he had struggled in the past, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. He did not know whether O Yen had found the reason why the herbs did not germinate. Thinking of the problem of the herbs not germinating, Zhang Xiaohua now had an incomplete idea. The growth of the herbs needed to absorb a certain amount of Qi of Heaven and Earth. Those herbs that did not germinate must need more Qi of Heaven and Earth. The lack of Qi of Heaven and Earth in the herb field naturally could not provide enough Qi of Heaven and Earth for the herbs to germinate. Of course, the herbs would not germinate. However, the spring water of the Guizhuang house was rich in Qi of Heaven and Earth. If he could use the spring water of the Guizhuang house to water these herbs, there might be some effect. Of course, the Qi of Heaven and Earth in the spring water from the Guizhuang house had long disappeared between heaven and earth. But where did the Qi of Heaven and Earth in the spring water come from? Wasn't it provided by the small pieces of primordial stones at the bottom of the well? Speaking of primordial stones, how much Qi of Heaven and Earth did the primordial stone in Zhang Xiaohua's purse provide? Therefore, in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, if he could put a piece of primordial stone in the water and use the water to water the herbs that did not germinate, it should be possible. However, this idea was just an idea now, and there would be no day for it to be put into practice. Didn't the Decent Alliance say that they would not interfere with everything in the Huanxi villa? Why is the herb field deserted? Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. Immediately, he spread out his divine awareness and carefully observed. Of course, he did not want to look at the Misty Villa. The Huanxi Villa was his old place and his first step in Jianghu. How could he not have deep feelings for it? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth showed a smile again. His body did not move, but suddenly, like a gust of wind, he flew to his own small courtyard. In Zhang Xiaohua's earliest hut, the barefoot brother Ma was still sitting on his messy kong, scratching his feet and drinking a little wine. From time to time he would pick up a few peanuts from the plate on the kong and put them into his mouth. On the kong opposite him, the honest Luer Huan was sitting in a corner of the kong. Beside him were several young men in green clothes and hats. They were all staring at Ma Jing without blinking as if they were listening to something. When Zhang Xiaohua passed by the hut in the small courtyard, she heard a few words floating from inside. You don't know. That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our Manor Lord O to plant rare medicinal herbs. Then we saw several big monks and several men from Jianghu descending from the sky. I was very shocked, but I couldn't ruin the prestige of our Huanxi mountain village. So I stepped out from the crowd and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the hut in the small courtyard and said, "You don't know. That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our Manor Lord O plant rare medicinal herbs. Do you know how the monk answered?" The several people opposite him shook their heads and said in unison, "We don't know." Ma Jing let go of his feet, put the peanuts into his mouth and said, "The monk said, Brother, we are from the Huanxi Villa. We are monks from the Dalan Temple. We were ordered to come to Huanxi Villa to check. Brother, please do us a favor." At this time a boy asked, "Brother Ma, that's not right. The monk called us benefactors. Why did he call us brother? You are not a monk." Ma Jing was a little disapproving and said, "Maybe I remembered wrongly. You think that since they were so polite, I naturally couldn't be rude, so I said, Brother Ma, that's not right. I heard from Brother Shi that those people were very fierce at that time. When they came to our Huanxi Villa, they searched everywhere and broke a lot of things. They also beat a lot of people. It is said that they were looking for some martial arts secret book?" Another person also said, "Yes, it's the house I live in. It's said that it's been ransacked. I just don't know whether they found the martial arts secret book or not." Ma Jing impatiently put his hand in front of his nose and said, "Do you still want to hear it? If you don't want to hear it, I will go to sleep." Yes, of course we want to hear it. Didn't we all come to the villa later? We didn't have time to participate in the glorious history of the villa. We still have to rely on Brother Ma to tell us more about your glorious deeds. Humph, now you know how to respect the old and love the young? Let me tell you that martial arts secret book definitely wasn't found. Brother Ma, we know. Brother She said that he didn't know. Won't it be clear if you use your brain to think? If they found the martial arts secret book at that time, would they still take our villa Master O to preach the incense cult? The servant said at once, "Yes, Brother Ma is right. We have been in the villa for more than 2 years, but we have never seen the villa master." I heard that our villa master is a great beauty? Brother Ma, you must have seen the villa master. Ma Jing was speechless. What kind of servants are these? They actually dare to talk about the villa master behind her back. However, Villa Master O is indeed a great beauty. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the roof and listened to the group of servants talking nonsense. She couldn't help but secretly laugh. No, now that she thought about it, O Yen was indeed very beautiful. At that time she was young and didn't understand. She only felt that O Yen was as kind as a sister-in-law. The servants nowadays are really good. Each generation is better than the previous. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. Then she used her divine sense to scan the inner courtyard and was ready to leave. However, she suddenly frowned as if she saw something. Her figure flew into the inner courtyard again. When she stopped again, it was the small courtyard where she was stopped when she first entered the inner courtyard. The small courtyard was silent. There was only a dim light coming from a small house. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the middle of the courtyard and thought for a moment. She walked to the door and reached out to knock on the door. A clear voice sounded from inside. "Who is it? Wasn't it Qiuju?" Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice. "Sister Qiuju, it's me. I'm Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua? Qiuju was obviously stunned. Then, as if she remembered something, she cried out in surprise. "Zhang Xiaohua, it's you. Wait a moment, you." Then she heard the sound of hurried footsteps from inside. The door of the small house opened with a chi-la sound, revealing a face full of surprise. Qiuju opened the door. Although she was fully prepared, she was still stunned for a moment. The tall young man in front of her had the same face as the young man in her memory. It was just that the shape of his face was a little elongated, but he had grown a lot. However, thinking about it, it had already been 4 or 5 years. Why hadn't this young man's face changed? She asked hesitantly. "Are you really Zhang Xiaohua?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her face and smiled. "Why, Sister Qiuju, I heard that my face didn't change much. Don't tell me you can't recognize me?" "No, it's just..." At this moment Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister Qiuju, I even hung clothes for you in the past. Don't you remember?" Chapter 367. How could Qiuju not know that the young man in front of her was Zhang Xiaohua from back then? She covered her mouth and laughed. She moved aside and said, "Xiaohua, come in quickly." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and entered Qiuju's room. The layout of the room in the inner courtyard was obviously different from the small room Zhang Xiaohua used to live in. If the room was a brick bed to sleep on, Qiuju would not have let Zhang Xiaohua in so late at night. This was obviously a small room similar to a living room. A small table was placed in the middle and chairs were placed around it. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and found a chair to sit on. Qiuju picked up the teapot from the side and poured a cup of hot tea. She smiled and said, "Xiaohua, drink a cup of hot tea to warm your body." Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take the cup. He took a sip and was about to put it down when Qiuju said, "Don't put it down. Just hold it like this. It can warm your hands." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He smiled and said, "Sister Qiuju is indeed attentive." Although he was not afraid of cold or heat, he still held the cup with both hands. He was about to speak when Qiuju said, "Xiaohua, where have you been these years? I remember 5 years ago, I heard from Sister Qiu Tong that you went missing and were killed by a group of bandits." "He, I'm not talking about you. Xiaohua, you learned a lot of martial arts from Captain He, but you couldn't even beat a group of bandits." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned safely without missing an arm or leg, Qiuju naturally mocked him without holding back. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Qiuju is wrong. There were hundreds and thousands of bandits. I was just one person. How could I beat them? Unless I had 3 heads and 6 arms." Qiuju said, "With your small body back then, you wouldn't be able to beat them even if you had 9 heads and 36 arms, let alone 3 heads and 6 arms." At this point she covered her mouth and laughed. Then she said, "Oh right, tell sister what happened at that time. Gang leader O sent a lot of people to look for you, but there was no news of you. Miss and Sister Qiu Tong thought that you couldn't come back, so they were sad for a long time. Alas, if they could see you coming back to Huanxi Villa today they would be very happy." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's not much to say about my story. At that time, I encountered bandits who were doing bad things and kidnapped a girl. I thought that I could be considered to have learned martial arts, so I went with second brother to the bandit stronghold to save her. We did manage to save her, but we were discovered by the Tenryu sect and were captured." "Tenryu sect?" Qiuju was puzzled. "What sect is that? I don't think I've heard of it before." Zhang Xiaohua said, "There are countless sects in Jianghu. It's normal that Sister Qiuju hasn't heard of them." Then what? The Tenryu sect actually captured you for 5 years? You're just a child. They're too inhumane." Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, "Sister Qiuju, I'm not that young." Qiuju smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Actually, not long after they captured me, I found a chance to escape. However, I didn't escape on land but on the vast sea. I drifted to an island alone and didn't return to land until recently." Qiuju widened her eyes in surprise and asked incredulously, "Xiaohua, you actually went to sea and spent 5 years alone on a deserted island?" "Yes, Sister Qiuju. Actually, it's nothing. I wasn't used to it at first but I got used to it after a while." "Really?" Alas, poor child. Qiuju's motherly love burst forth in an instant. She felt that Zhang Xiaohua's experience was unfair. She said, "Fortunately you're finally back. Well, that's good. Stay in Huanxi Villa from now on and don't go anywhere else." "By the way, when did you return to the villa? Why didn't I hear Qiuxiang mention it? I met Tian Zhongxi in the afternoon, but he didn't mention it. You didn't just come back, did you?" Several questions in a row fully showed Qiuju's concern. "Qiuxiang?" Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised and couldn't help asking, "Who is Qiuxiang?" Seeing this, Qiuju said with a smile, "You really just came back to the villa. You haven't seen Sister Qiuxiang, right? Well, I guess Tian Zhongxi wants to take you to see her tomorrow morning." Speaking of this, there was a trace of sadness on her face. She said, "Tian Zhongxi must have told you about the Misty School. Since Miss and Sister Qiu Tong went to preach the incense cult with Madame Gang, our Huanxi Villa has been temporarily taken over by Qiuxiang. Alas, she has been in charge for 3 years. However, Xiaohua, don't worry. Although you haven't seen Qiuxiang, you're still a senior in Huanxi Villa. I have a good relationship with Qiuxiang. Tomorrow morning, I'll tell her in advance in case she refuses when Tian Zhongxi goes to report to her, or it will be too late for me to go there." Hearing Qiuju's words, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in her heart. She had only met Qiuju a few times, but she took good care of her because she used to be a manservant in Huanxi Villa. Her true feelings were rare. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Let's talk about these things later. I want to ask, Sister Qiuju, do you know the whereabouts of my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? Is he dead or alive?" Qiuju thought for a moment and sighed, "I'll tell you the truth about your second brother's whereabouts. Xiaohua, I really don't know. When the Misty School was besieged by the 3 factions, I only heard the faint sound of fighting in the villa. I don't know the specific situation of the enemy. Moreover, in the end, the disciples of our Misty School were taken back by Madame Gang and brought back to preach the incense cult. I didn't see them, so naturally, I don't have any news about Zhang Xiaohu." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "Then what about the situation of Miss O and Sister Qiu Tong, and the current situation of our Huanxi Villa? Chiuju's face showed a worried expression again and said, "Our Huanxi Villa and Piaomiao Villa have always been one, and we are related to each other. The Misty School was destroyed by the Incense Cult, the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance. Half of the disciples died on the spot. Although Elder who escaped, the rest of the disciples were mediocre in martial arts, and some of them were destroyed. They were all taken back by the Incense Cult. Although our Huanxi Villa was protected by Nun Jingyi of the Incense Cult, and the other two factions had no choice but to yield, Miss was taken away by them. Sister Chiu Tong couldn't bear to part with Miss, so she went with them. The other sisters and I also wanted to go, but Miss didn't allow it, so we stayed." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Sister Chiuju, do you know where the Incense Cult is?" Chiuju shook her head and said, "I don't know about this. That day there were many of them and they set off together. When I bid farewell to Miss, I didn't hear her mention it. I reckon that Miss herself might not know about it. However, their carriage was heading towards the south." "How is the villa now? Is it the same as before?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. Chiuju still smiled bitterly and said, "Huanxi Villa has left the Misty School. How can it be the same as before? Although the three factions have an agreement that they can't interfere with Huanxi Villa, the Righteous Alliance is right next to Huanxi Villa and has occupied Piaomiao Villa. Every move of our villa is under the surveillance of the Righteous Alliance. According to our guards, a few years ago, the villa was surrounded by their disciples, and they were monitoring both openly and secretly. It's only this year that they relaxed their vigilance. However, when you came back today, you must have been interrogated at the entrance of the villa. Even now it's the new year, they still left people to not let our villa have a peaceful time." "Is that so? What about inside the villa?" Zhang Xiaohua asked again. "There's no change in the villa. Some people saw that Huanxi Villa has no future and quietly ran away. These people are really heartless. Mish treated them so well in the past, but they abandoned their conscience and ran away. Xiaohua, you don't know, many of them have sold themselves to the villa. However, under the intervention of the Righteous Alliance, nothing is settled." Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Chiuju smiled and said, "You still have a good conscience. Knowing that the villa is in such a state, you still came back. Miss and elder sister Chiu Tong treated you well in the past. However, the medicinal field in our villa has long been deserted. They are preparing to plant crops. Xiaohua, you came from a farming family, so you must be very proficient in this aspect. Let me talk to Qiu Xiang tomorrow. Why don't you be Tian Zhongxi's assistant?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, "That's right, elder sister Chiuju, where did elder Yu go?" "Oh, elder Yu. He naturally followed Miss to the Incense Cult. Although he is the steward of the villa, he still has to protect Mississippi. Elder sister Chiu Tong can only serve Mississippi. If it's protection, it can only be done by elder Yu." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose with her finger. "There are a lot of changes in the villa. However, as long as you work hard like before, your livelihood will definitely not be a problem. Xiaohua, Miss and Chiu Tong are not here. If you have any problems, feel free to tell elder sister. Although elder sister is not Chiu Xiang, I can still speak for you. I definitely won't let you suffer." "Hee, then I'll thank elder sister Chiuju first." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, I didn't come back to the villa this time. I haven't gone home to see my parents and..." Chiuju smiled and said, "You came to the villa before going home. Xiaohua, Miss really has good taste. It doesn't matter. I'll ask Tian Chongxi to give you a month's leave. Go back and reunite with your parents. It won't be too late to go back to the villa." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Elder sister Chiuju, can you let me finish my words?" Chiuju smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for many years. I'm happy to see the old people in the villa." "Alright, you say it. I won't interrupt." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Elder sister Chiuju, after I go home, I don't plan to go back to the villa." "What?" Chiuju's expression changed a little. Then she smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. The villa is like this now. It's normal that you don't come back. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua, if you have time, just come back and see your old friends in the villa." Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "Elder sister, didn't you say that you won't interrupt?" Only then did Chiuju stop interrupting. She didn't answer. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I plan to go home to see my parents, and then go to find Miss and elder sister Chiu Tong." Chiuju couldn't help but interrupt again. She said in surprise, You really want to find them?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I haven't seen them for so many years. I don't know if they are still alive in the world." Chapter 368. Miss really didn't misjudge you, Miss really didn't misjudge you. Qiuju couldn't help but repeat this sentence, which made Zhang Xiaohua blush a little. However, his heart was calm. Nonsense, I'm going to save second brother. Of course I can also save O Yen and Qiu Tong. Qiuju is not wrong. Hehe. But, Qiuju immediately realized something and said, but the people of Chuanxiang cult are very good at martial arts. How can you see, miss? Well, if you say that you are a servant of Huanxi Manor, maybe they will let you in. But how can you go to Chuanxiang cult? Do you know where Chuanxiang cult is? Didn't you just ask me this question? Qiuju said a few but, and asked a few more questions which hit the nail on the head. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, when I came back this time, I happened to meet a disciple of the Misty School called Chu Yunfei. He said that when he went back he would ask Elder Hu. If he knew the address of Chuanxiang cult, he would find a way to tell me. Then I would know how to get there. Oh, is that so? Qiuju nodded and said, I really envy you, Xiaohua. If I were a man, I would also be like you and go see Mississippi. Zhang Xiaohua said, if Qiuju's sister was a man, Miss wouldn't dare to let you see her. Haha, Qiuju suddenly realized and covered her mouth to laugh. She had never been so happy in the past few years. Then Qiuju asked, Xiaohua, where do you live? I remember that your little house has been occupied by the new servant. I don't know where your things are. Zhang Xiaohua was still holding the teacup that was gradually losing its heat. She said, it's like this, Qiuju's sister. I'm not going back to the manor this time, so I didn't inform Brother Shi. Also, I have to go back later. Qiuju frowned and said, then you are, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, didn't Qiuju's sister just say that Captain He and I? Alright, where's Captain He? How is he? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that she hadn't asked about this initiator yet. Perhaps he had already subconsciously regarded He Tianshu as a martyr in the Misty School. Well, Qiuju also shook her head and said, Captain He was not in Huanxi Villa at that time. There were many casualties in the Misty School, so I don't know where Captain He is. Moreover, when the fragrance cult left, the disciples of the Misty School were divided into many small teams, which were all guarded by the disciples of the fragrance cult. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, I hope Captain He is fine. Then she explained, didn't I learn martial arts from Captain He? Although I'm not as good as the real disciples of the Misty School, I've made some progress. Tonight, I came directly from outside the villa, so I didn't see Brother Shi and the others. Oh, I see. Qiuju understood and advised, it's probably the new year now and it's snowing heavily tonight. The disciples of the Righteous Alliance have all returned to the villa, so they didn't keep watch outside. Xiaohua, I heard that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are very powerful. Be careful when you go out later. Also, next time when you enter the villa, don't walk around arrogantly. Just come directly from the main door and say that you're looking for me. You're not a disciple of the Misty School, so they probably won't make things difficult for you. Remember? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I know, Sister Qiuju. The next time I come in I'll use your name. Oh right, Sister Qiuju, don't tell anyone about me entering the villa this time. If the people of the Righteous Alliance find out, they might. Qiuju smiled and said, I know that. Actually, there might be people from the Righteous Alliance in the villa. Sister, you're not that stupid. Zhang Xiaohua put the teacup on the table and stood up. Since that's the case, I'll go back first. After I see Miss O and Sister Qiu Tong, I'll go back to the villa and tell you about their situation. Qiuju also stood up and said, okay Xiaohua, if you see them, say hello to them. Tell them that I miss them a lot in the villa. I'll definitely say hello. Sister Qiuju, I'll go now. Okay Xiaohua. Why didn't you bring an umbrella or something like that? It's snowing so heavily, don't freeze your body. Wait, I'll find you an umbrella. Seeing that Qiuju was still treating him as the youth from 5 years ago, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm inside. He said, there's no need, Sister Qiuju. When have you ever seen a person walking around with an umbrella in his hand? Qiuju patted her forehead and smiled. I didn't know about that, ha. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and turned back. Sister Qiuju, you don't have to come over. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold. Qiuju said, Xiaohua hasn't been here for 5 years. I have to send you to the door. As she spoke, she was about to walk over. However, as soon as she took a step, she suddenly shouted, Oh Xiaohua, wait a moment. When I saw you just now, I was so focused on talking to you that I forgot about something. Alas, but it's just a passing cloud. With that, she turned and walked into the inner room. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She walked back to the table and waited in confusion. After a while, she saw Chiuju walk out with an envelope and a small paper box in her hands. As she walked, she blew the dust off the envelope in the box. Chiuju came to the table and put the envelope and the box on the table. She smiled and said, "These two things belong to Chiu Tong. Take them and give them to her when you see her." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She said, "Sister Chiuju, since they belong to Sister Chiu Tong, why didn't Sister Chiu Tong take them away that day? Didn't you say something passing cloud just now?" Chiuju heard and smiled. These things were originally given to Chiu Tong by someone else. However, she left in a hurry that day and I forgot about it. If you didn't mention that you were going to see Chiu Tong today, I wouldn't have remembered. Alright, I'll tell you in detail. Actually, the matter was very simple. On the day that the Misty School was besieged by the three factions, Misty Mountain Villa was facing a formidable enemy. However, Huanxi Mountain Villa was no different from usual. Everyone in the villa was busy with their own matters. Chiuju was in the kitchen preparing something for her young mistress when she saw a rather handsome male disciple of the Misty School come to her with these two things. He wanted her to help him pass these two things to Chiu Tong. At that time, Chiuju was very puzzled. Chiu Tong was just at the main hall of the inner manor. Couldn't he just go there himself? Why did he have to do it? However, when she saw the male disciple's face that was so red that it was about to drip blood, Chiuju somewhat understood. Moreover, the male disciple also said that this was a birthday present that he had prepared for Chiu Tong. Chiu Tong's birthday was 2 weeks later and the male disciple was about to leave for some matters. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. Hence he asked Chiuju to pass it to him. He especially said that he wanted Chiuju to pass it to Chiu Tong on her birthday. This way he could show his sincerity and perhaps give Chiu Tong a surprise. Naturally, Chiuju agreed to this kind of thing immediately. Moreover, she even teased the male disciple at that time. At that time, the male disciple was even more embarrassed. However, Chiuju was so busy that she didn't have time to spare. Hence, she asked the male disciple to put the letter and the box on the shelf in the kitchen first. When she was done, she would take it back to her room. The male disciple thanked her happily and left the box behind. He even specially told her that he would personally pass it to Chiu Tong on her birthday. How could Chiuju forget such a thing? Of course, she waved her hand and told him not to worry. However, things were far beyond her expectations. Before she finished her work in the kitchen and was still wondering when Chiu Tong found a lover from the Misty School, the news that the Misty Mountain Villa was attacked by the three factions came. This kind of news was like a thunderbolt. Of course, Chiuju forgot some small things. She hurriedly put down her work and ran to find O Yen. At that time, O Yen had already been taken to the Misty Peak by O Peng. Naturally, Chiuju couldn't see O Yen. At this time, the Huanxi Mountain Villa, which was part of the Misty School, was also attacked by the three factions. Chiuju and the others were forced to return to their rooms and couldn't go anywhere. After a long time, a group of female disciples from the Fragrant Religion, a few monks, and a few disciples from the Righteous Alliance came like wolves and tigers. They searched everyone's rooms and turned everything upside down. No one knew what they were looking for. Chiuju didn't dare to ask and just let them do what they wanted. Later, she found out that they were looking for a martial arts secret manual. Chiuju found it funny. There were many such things in the Misty Mountain Villa. She had never heard of it in the Huanxi Mountain Villa, let alone in the servants' rooms. What followed was a dark life. The Misty School was destroyed and O Yen was brought back to the Fragrant Religion. Chiu Tong and Elder Yu also went with her. Chiuju only saw Chiu Tong once when she was sending them off. How could she remember that a male disciple from the Misty School had secretly sent Chiu Tong a message? 2 weeks after O Yen left, on Chiu Tong's birthday, Chiuju suddenly remembered this matter. She quickly ran to the kitchen, which she hadn't seen for a long time, and found the letter and small paper box thrown crookedly in the middle of a pile of seasonings. Looking at the letter and small paper box, Chiuju couldn't help but feel sad. Thinking back to that day, that male disciple must have known that he didn't have much of a chance of survival, so he mustered up the courage to confess to Chiu Tong. Chiu Tong, on the other hand, didn't know that there was a male disciple from the Misty School who secretly admired her. No matter whether that male disciple was dead or alive, Chiu Tong had to know of his feelings. Hence, Chiuju still took these two things back. She wanted to personally hand them to Chiu Tong when she saw her in the future. However, she waited for 3 years and Chiu Tong never came back. Chiuju also forgot about the letter and paper box, and only covered with dust every day. After hearing Chiuju's story, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the letter that didn't seem old and smiled. This is an interesting story. Don't worry, big sister Chiuju. I will definitely personally hand these two things to Big Sister Chiu Tong. I just don't know the name of that Misty School disciple. Chapter 369. Chiuju smiled. How would I know? I did ask him, but how could I tell Chiu Tong his name if I didn't know? That disciple said that Chiu Tong would know as long as she saw the letter. I thought about it and didn't ask any more. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Hehe, won't we know if we see it now? Chiuju glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you're not the child you used to be. Why are you still saying such irrelevant things? Not to mention that this is Sister Chiu Tong's privacy. Without her permission you can't open it. Also, you know that this might be a suicide note left behind by a disciple who died for the sect. If you don't give it to Sister Chiu Tong and open it yourself, aren't you insulting her spirit in heaven? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. Then he straightened his face and said, Big Sister Chiuju is right. Although I was just joking, I didn't think too much about it. Don't worry, I will definitely keep these two items well. When I see Big Sister Chiu Tong, I will personally hand them to her. Zhang Xiaohua carefully took the letter and the small paper box. He put them in his arms and said, Sister Chiuju, it's late. I'm leaving. Chiuju smiled. Okay, go. Be careful. If possible, come back and tell me about them. Okay, Sister Chiuju. Don't lose them. I know. No problem. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and walked into the snowflakes floating in the dark night. Chiuju walked to the door and watched as Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and disappeared. She closed the door and sighed deeply. Not long after, the lights in Chiuju's house went out. Everything fell into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua came out of Chiuju's room and went around the wall. First, he used the earth escape technique to walk for a while. Then he jumped out of the ground and used the levitation technique to go back to the inn. When he came out of the Huanxi mountain villa, he used his divine sense to observe for a while. There was no one watching the entrance of the Huanxi mountain villa. Perhaps, as Chiuju said, it was the New Year's night and the people of the Righteous Alliance must be tired of it. After returning to the small room in the inn, Zhang Xiaohua first carefully took out the letter and paper box from her bosom. Then she used her divine sense to put them into the space of her money pouch. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and digest the information she had just received. She took out some primeval stones and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. The next morning, after practicing the Fist of the North Star outside, Zhang Xiaohua led Huan to the courtyard and returned to her room to comprehend the way of heaven. It was not until the sky was bright and she heard some noises in the room next door that she went out and knocked on Ye Qinyu's door. Xiao Orange, who opened the door, was very happy to see Zhang Xiaohua. She asked, Child Rin, have you finished your business? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, No, I haven't done it yet. I just went out for a walk yesterday. After letting Zhang Xiaohua into the room, Ye Qinyu asked, In that case, is Brother Rin going to do it today? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, Miss Nier is smart. I'm here to say goodbye. How many days will Brother Rin be gone? Ye Qinyu asked anxiously. Well, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, It's a little complicated and I'm not sure. I estimate that it will take at least 10 days. So long? Ye Qinyu almost cried out. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, That can't be helped. Miss Nye, it's not a small matter. I underestimated 10 days, maybe 20 days. However, this Pingyang city is already very far away from Tanha City and Worry City. Even if those people who are chasing after you sent a lot of men, they wouldn't have chased you all the way here. Unless they have divine foresight, then there's no other way. Haha, even if they have great foresight, aren't they still fooled by Brother Rin? Nye Qinyu said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, I'm just that amazing. Don't praise me like that. Bah, Nye Qinyu could not help but spit and blush. Child Rin, don't worry. I'll take care of Miss Nye here. Nothing will go wrong, Xiao Orange said tactfully. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. This plot seemed very familiar. It was like a phrase commonly used in romance novels. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, Ha ha ha, okay, I'll ride Huan to do something. You guys be careful. If there's nothing important, try not to go out. Oh, I forgot. Nothing will happen even if you go out. Why is that? Nye Qinyu was puzzled. Even if you go out, the bullies in the city won't be able to see you. Ah? What do you mean? Xiao Orange was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua did not explain and said, Okay, I've already deposited a lot of money in the inn yesterday. It should be enough for a month. Okay, you guys stay here. I'll leave first. Oh yes, how did the dumplings taste yesterday? With that, he turned and left as if he was afraid to stay here any longer. Sure enough, before he reached the door, Xiao Orange muttered, "Child Rin is really strange. Yesterday's dumplings did taste good. Why did he only think of asking now?" On the other side, Nie Qinyu seemed to have understood something. Her eyes were wide open and her soft voice was a little high-pitched. She shouted, "Rin Xiaoyao, how dare you say that we're not beautiful?" Zhang Xiaohua heard and did not stop moving. She laughed and said, "Miss Nie, you've wronged me. I didn't say that." Xiao Orange, who was beside her, also asked curiously, "When did Child Rin say that?" Nie Qinyu stomped her feet and said, "Didn't you just say that the bullies in the city look down on us? Didn't you understand?" Rin Xiaoyao. Xiao Orange did not call him Child Rin anymore. What nonsense. A girl's face was the most precious thing. How could she not be angry when you said that? The two of them chased after him to the door. Zhang Xiaohua had already urged the deer to leave a trail of footprints on the thick snow. A burst of laughter could be heard from afar. Surprisingly, the two people who chased after him did not look angry. They were both muttering to themselves, "Look at what Xiaoxia did. Even a joke is so profound. Even his laughter is so charming." Sigh, if Zhang Xiaohua heard this, wouldn't she fall off the deer directly? The road from Pingyang City to Lu Town was not short. Although the deer could run fast, it was still snowing heavily. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to get back. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. The Guizhuang house was just ahead. 4 to 5 years had passed. Why should she be anxious now? Therefore, amidst the snowflakes on the quiet road, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the deer. She closed her eyes and started to cultivate. At this moment, what Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cultivate the most was the Heaven Dao. The feeling of understanding the Heaven Dao was so good that it was hard for Zhang Xiaohua to give up. However, ever since he had reached the 9th level of the Big Dipper magical fist, there would be a bone-honing flow every time he practiced it. He did not have a target for his future cultivation. At that time, he had a sudden inspiration and thought of practicing it from the end to the end again. However, there was no need to recite the reversal of the fist technique. He only needed to read it word by word. Therefore, he did not have the time to think about it carefully. This journey from Pingyang City to Lu Town could be made use of. The 108 forms of the Big Dipper magical fist had left a deep impression in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. The little man who knew how to perform the fist technique had not appeared for a long time. However, it was not difficult to recall it again. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua disassembled all the 108 forms in her mind. She wanted to recombine these forms. She wanted to take out the last form of the form first and then connect the other 107 forms to this form one by one. However, after going through all the forms, there was not a single form that could be connected. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Could it be that her idea was wrong? Or could it be that she had to find a new fist technique form from the many martial arts fist manuals? Yes, it was possible. Didn't sect leader O say before that the stellar fist had 360 forms? Her Big Dipper magical fist only had 108 forms. There were still many forms missing. However, in this way there was a problem. Since there were still forms that could be extracted from the fist manuals, why couldn't she find them the first time? This was really a problem. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but open her eyes and use her fingers to rub the space between her eyebrows. At this time there was a sudden rush of ding-dang from behind. A horse carriage caught up from behind. Zhang Xiaohua slightly turned her head. There was a small triangular flag on the carriage with the word "fast" written on it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted Huanhuan's head. Huanhuan obediently walked to the side of the road and made way for the horse carriage. As soon as Huanhuan made way, the horse carriage caught up. When it was walking side by side with Zhang Xiaohua, the coachman glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded gently. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled in return. However, at this moment she heard a cat scream from below the horse carriage. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area. It was a dirty cat that had been run over by the horse carriage's wheel and was rolling around under the horse carriage. The coachman seemed to have heard it. He frowned and tightened the reins in his hand. He was about to pull the horse carriage, but immediately he released his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he shouted "Jia." The horse carriage continued to roar and did not stop for even a moment. On the snowy ground, the pitiful cat rolled left and right. Finally it stopped moving. Its dirty white belly was facing up. Its two hind legs were curled up and twitching. One of its front legs was placed in front of its chest while the other was raised high. It seemed to be trying to grab something. Jidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest series of original works at Jidian. Chapter 370. Seeing the hatred in the cat's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Looking at the dark red blood flowing from the corner of the cat's mouth and its forelegs gradually stopping moving, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. When the cat had completely stopped moving, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and carefully picked up the pitiful and light little thing from the ground. He walked step by step to the side of the road until he reached the wasteland by the side of the road. After looking around, he put the cat down. Huan also obediently followed him. Zhang Xiaohua took the long sword from Huan's back and quickly dug an extremely deep hole in the wasteland. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the cat and carefully placed it into the deep hole, as if he was afraid of disturbing the cat's beautiful dream. Then, his heart filled with sadness, he sprinkled the soil on the cat bit by bit and murmured something. Only when all the soil was filled into the hole did Zhang Xiaohua stop. He clapped his hands and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. He sighed, "Life is so fragile." To be honest, ever since Zhang Xiaohua started practicing qi, he had been decisive in killing. Countless lives had been taken by his hands. Perhaps his killing methods were too nimble and he had never seen more blood. Moreover, the people he killed were all detestable people, so he didn't feel too burdened in his heart. But today he suddenly saw an innocent cat being run over by a carriage. This ordinary incident that couldn't be more ordinary on a normal day actually aroused his compassion. If it was said to be the backlash of his killing intent from before, it was reasonable. Life, death, death. Zhang Xiaohua stood with his hands in his sleeves. He looked up at the sky and murmured these two words over and over again. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be stagnant and the snowflakes also stopped in the air. Zhang Xiaohua's mind once again felt the call of the heavens. At this moment, his consciousness left his body like before and gradually, slowly rose up. This time, Zhang Xiaohua had the previous experience and didn't deliberately or anxiously rise up. Instead, he slowly controlled the speed of his consciousness and spread it out to understand the feeling of the entire world. But soon after, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that his comprehension this time was different from the last time. This time, what he saw through his consciousness was not the various states of the world, but the life and death of the world. As Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness rose and strengthened, from the death of the cat at the beginning, to the birth and death of the surrounding villages, normal deaths, abnormal deaths, countless positive, negative and positive emotions filled his consciousness. Time and space also seemed to have lost their effect at this time. Zhang Xiaohua also saw the battle between the disciples of the Misty School and the disciples of the three sects in the Misty Mountain Villa. Countless disciples howled in pain. He also saw Peng commit suicide on the Misty Peak and Yang Ruping face death calmly. Soon after, his consciousness saw even further. He saw himself brandishing his flying sword and wantonly killing more than 10 gang members of an unknown sect. He also saw himself wielding a small sword and killing 3 disciples of the Righteous Alliance. He also saw himself leaping high like a god and killing 5 unknown disciples with a long sword. He even saw himself following Yaningsing and killing the masked old man in black. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness soared even higher, and even more battles in the Jianghu were reflected in his mind. Even more new lives were reflected in his mind. All sorts of emotions revolved around him, tempering him. It was as if the cycle of reincarnation was tempering his consciousness. At the same time, the marks left behind by the heavenly Tao became even clearer and deeper. The sky above Zhang Xiaohua's head was no longer covered in red clouds at some point in time. Instead, it was a night sky dotted with countless resplendent stars. In the distance, the sun that emitted endless light and heat was like a special star. It hung there no different from the other celestial bodies. The starry sky became clearer, more complete, more vivid, and more lively. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was still rising. Although he was deliberately controlling it, it was still rising. The land that he looked down on was still endless. However, in his eyes or in his perception, there was only endless life and death and the cycle of life and death. Perhaps it was an instant or perhaps it was a long time. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Life, death, reincarnation cycle. Pa. Like lightning, it instantly lit up his entire consciousness. He seemed to understand something, but also seemed to not understand something. At this moment, his consciousness accelerated once again high up. This time it was different from the previous time. Previously it was a feeling of being at a loss and not knowing what to do. However, this time he had a feeling that he had grasped something. Although he did not know what it was, he had a feeling that somewhere in the high, endless starry sky, there must be a place where he could find this feeling. However, at this moment he forgot that at this moment he did not seem to have the ability to search the entire starry sky. The only outcome he could face was only to be lost in the unpredictable starry sky. At this critical moment, in the distance where Zhang Xiaohua was standing, which was also the direction that Zhang Xiaohua was heading in the high starry sky, there suddenly appeared a super strong storm. This storm was not simply a storm of air, but a storm formed by the endless yuan qi of heaven and earth. The endless yuan qi of heaven and earth seemed to have appeared from an inexplicable point, and immediately filled the space. The yuan qi of heaven and earth condensed continuously, and not long after, it formed two lifelike images. Auspicious dragon and phoenix. Zhang Xiaohua's ascending consciousness could not help but cry out, and once this cry came out, his consciousness fell rapidly like the last time. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not recall the feeling of falling, but only stared at the distant dragon and phoenix formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth. He watched as the dragon and phoenix intertwined and danced in the starry sky, and slowly fell. Zhang Xiaohua's rapidly falling consciousness landed on his body, who was standing on the ground with his hands in his sleeves. Immediately, he opened his eyes as if he had been enlightened. He instantly released his consciousness, wanting to explore the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the sky. Unfortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua felt that his consciousness had improved greatly, he was still too far away from the dragon and phoenix, and could not see anything useful. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his consciousness, and used his eyes to look at the sky in front of him, which was still covered with dark clouds and snowflakes. He could not help but shake his head and said to himself, "I don't know what happened in front, which could cause a change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and even affect the change in the way of heaven. The way of heaven is really unpredictable." Then, ignoring the snow on the ground, he sat cross-legged, and checked his gains from the oneness of heaven and man again. Sure enough, the starry sky that demonstrated the way of heaven was incomparably bright, clearer, and more inexplicably full of vitality. The way of heaven left a deeper outline in Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness, and at the same time, left a greater accumulation. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes with a smile. This smile was so vivid and seemed to be the same as a moment ago but also seemed to be different. It seemed to have more understanding of life and death. Clapping his hands, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked deeply at the soil that had been covered by a thin layer of snow. There was a stray cat's body buried deep there. Yes, there was a cause and there was an effect. If he had not coincidentally witnessed the cat's death and buried its body, how could he have such an opportunity? Life and death, how could it be so easy to understand? How could the way of heaven be so easy to approach? Looking at the David's deer that was standing quietly beside him, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and patted its head calmly. Huan Huan raised its head and let out a long neigh, and happily ran back to the main road from the ground. It then walked to the center of the main road and walked forward. Zhang Xiaohua sat on Huan Huan's back, and unconsciously looked back at the place where the cat had been knocked down. A thought rose from the bottom of his heart: if I could turn back time, maybe I could reach out and rescue this poor cat from under the carriage. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved as if he had thought of something. After thinking about it carefully, his eyes unconsciously lit up, and he thought to himself, Cat, I really have to thank you. I just simply buried you and you actually gave me endless benefits." If it was said that Zhang Xiaohua's cat's death, combined with his murderous aura, triggered another form of prying into the way of heaven, which was a deeper level of contact with life and death than the hundreds of forms of life, it was a guide for Zhang Xiaohua's future cultivation. What he had just learned was a direct guide for the difficult problem of practicing the Fist of the North Star in his heart. Of course it's impossible to turn back time, but the moves of the fist can be performed in reverse. The second stage of the Fist of the North Star should be practiced from the end to the end, but this from the end to the end is not simply linking the last move to the first move. This has been tried before but it doesn't work. Instead, every move has to be performed in reverse. This way, from the last move to the first move can be smoothly performed. Understanding the key point, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think, should I erect a tombstone for the cat, or give it a proper burial? But then he smiled. Separation of life and death was just a part of the way of heaven. Anything that did not break away from the way of heaven must go through this process. Sometimes the death was lighter than a goose feather, sometimes the death was heavier than Mount Tai. To him, the cat's death was heavier than Mount Tai, but to the coachman the cat's death was lighter than a goose feather. The cat did not care about the ceremony after its death, but he cared about the value of the cat's death. Instead of giving the cat an unimportant ceremony, it was better to keep the cat's death in his heart as a warning to himself. Death was actually very simple, as long as he pointed his flying sword, a drop of blood. Death was also very complicated, perhaps he might not be able to comprehend it in his lifetime. This sword was related to life and death, so he must not use it lightly in the future. Alas, who in this world could understand everything? In this wilderness, the life and death of a stray cat, except for the current Zhang Xiaohua who knew. But such a cat's death was exchanged for the lives of countless Jianghu people in the future. Even Zhang Xiaohua himself could not explain the cause and effect of this. Chapter 371. On the morning of the 9th day of the first lunar month, in a forest about 10 miles away from the east gate of Lu Town, a thin and tall young man stood on the crown of a big pine tree covered in white snow, facing the rising sun. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the distant morning sun with a faint smile on his lips. After a few breaths, he jumped down from the tree and started practicing his punching skills on the flat snowy ground. After he finished practicing a set of boxing, he did not stop. He continued with a set of boxing that was similar to the previous one. If a martial arts master could identify it carefully, he would be able to see that the last set of boxing was simply the reverse of the previous set of boxing. This young man was naturally Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking towards the Guizhuang house. Since he entered the realm of oneness of heaven and men a few days ago, he had glimpsed a corner of the rules of life and death in the way of heaven. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation seemed to have entered another realm. However, when he carefully checked his mental cultivation, he only took a big step forward. It was not the qualitative leap that he had imagined. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew very well that he must have made great progress in an aspect that he did not know about. It was the improvement in his daily understanding of the way of heaven. Since he did not understand what it was, he knew how to practice it. That was enough. On the other hand, the death of the stray cat had awakened the direction of upgrading the Fist of the North Star. Therefore, while Zhang Xiaohua continued to understand the way of heaven, he put his mind on the reversal of the Fist of the North Star. After 2 days of pondering and thinking, he finally understood all the 108 moves of the Fist of the North Star. Last night, Zhang Xiaohua tried it before he went to sleep. It was indeed effective. The inexplicable flow appeared from his right foot. With the moves of the Fist of the North Star, it was in the opposite direction from before. It tempered the bones one by one until it reached the bones of his left foot. As a matter of fact, Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his excitement and performed the Big Dipper magical fist technique 18 times. His bones were tempered 18 times. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and summoned the David's deer. He flew up and patted Huan Huan's head. Huan Huan's 4 hooves danced in the air as it flew toward Lu Town. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on Huan Huan's back. She closed her eyes and thought, Northern Dipper Divine Fist and Reverse Northern Dipper Divine Fist are both Northern Dipper Divine Fist. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to call them Northern Dipper Divine Fist? However, if that's the case, then the Misty School's Fist of the North Star manual will be incomplete. Thinking of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad for her second brother. Maybe I have to go home quickly and ask if my second brother has brought any news back home. If he hasn't, then I'll have to go to the Fragrant Cult. Ah, the Fragrant Cult is in the south. Sending Nye Qinyu, there won't be any delay. Zhang Xiaohua looked ahead and thought slowly. Suddenly, the expression in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes changed. It turned out that in the sky not far away to the right, high up in the sky, a pure white cloud had suddenly been blown away. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, under the white cloud, the originally sparse qi of heaven and earth seemed to have been blown in, becoming denser and denser. Zhang Xiaohua's dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity was instantly equivalent to the qi of heaven and earth phenomenon that he saw when he entered the unity of heaven and man realm a few days ago. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Something strange is happening in front? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua urged his mount and quickly moved forward. In her divine sense, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in that direction slowly became denser. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Lu Town, she could already see part of the body of the dragon and phoenix. This? Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand. However, when she arrived at Lu Town, Zhang Xiaohua had to turn east, which was the direction of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. She wasn't afraid of delaying her journey back to the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua tried to release her divine sense to observe the changes in the yuan qi of heaven and earth while urging the David's deer to rush to the Guizhuang house. At this time the David's deer Huan also seemed to feel a trace of change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. It was a little uneasy and was a little bit afraid to go forward. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and gently stroked Huan's neck to comfort her. But the more she went forward, the more anxious Huan became, as if she was extremely afraid of the things in front of her. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already observed that the yuan qi of heaven and earth had revealed more than half of its body. Isn't the Guizhuang house directly below the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Thinking of the yuan qi of heaven and earth, she naturally thought of the spring water that was rich in the yuan qi of heaven and earth at home. She didn't think too much. The change in the yuan qi must be related to her home. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She patted the head of the David's deer and floated up. She went straight to the dead trees in the snow by the roadside and flew straight to the Guizhuang house. The David's deer Huan slowed down and strolled forward slowly. The David's deer could smell the yuan qi on Zhang Xiaohua's body, so Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid that Huan couldn't find her. Zhang Xiaohua's levitation technique was fast and she moved forward in a straight line. Not long after, she could clearly see everything in the Guizhuang house with her divine sense. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less about observing the changes in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Instead, she looked greedily at her own small courtyard. In the past 5 years, the small courtyard of the Jiang family had changed a lot. The original mud hut had been overturned and changed into a big bluestone house. The low mud wall had disappeared and was replaced by a very high bluestone wall. The low fence gate had also been replaced by the gate of a decent big family. At this time there seemed to be no one in the small courtyard. There were several bluestone houses of the same size with the same gate. Zhang Kai, Mr. Lu Kai, and an old man who looked familiar to Zhang Xiaohua were anxiously talking about something. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua the most was that the east house of the courtyard was emitting a red light. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. At this time a person came out of the house. Wasn't it the girl she saved in Shizue Mountain, Li Yinfeng? She looked panicked and said something to the old man in the courtyard who Zhang Xiaohua was not familiar with. Then she hurried back to the house. The old man turned around and said something to Zhang Kai and others. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that this was Li Yinfeng's father, old shopkeeper Li. What? What's going on? What's in the room? What? Li Yinfeng, old shopkeeper Li, why are they in my house? Zhang Xiaohua was completely confused. Looking at the dragon and phoenix yuan qi in the sky that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, Zhang Xiaohua forcefully circulated the qi in her body and sped up the levitation technique. A shadow appeared and Zhang Xiaohua flew towards the Guizhuang house. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to reach the Guizhuang house, she saw that there were too many villagers in the village and it was no longer suitable for levitation. Zhang Xiaohua twisted her body, made a hand seal and drilled into the ground. She thought she would get lost, but once she went underground she felt a strong yuan qi fluctuation in front of her. It seemed like she had a direction to guide her. Zhang Xiaohua activated the earth elemental escape and went there. When she got close, Zhang Xiaohua jumped out from the ground. When she looked up, she saw that it was the small courtyard where her father and Mr. Lu were. She was standing behind them. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. Finally, she didn't go in the wrong direction. At this time Mr. Lu said, "Lu Kai, go out and see Xiaolong. Why isn't he back yet? It's just looking for a midwife. Why is it taking so long? I think won't be able to hold on for much longer." When these words entered her ears, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. So her little nephew was about to come into the world. At the same time she released her divine sense. Seeing that the dragon and phoenix in the sky had stopped above her small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of battle formation was this? Beside them, old shopkeeper Li comforted, "Brother Lu, don't worry. Sister-in-law Zhang and my wife are both inside. Although they aren't specialized midwives, they have a lot of experience. My wife has been vegetarian and praying to Buddha for the past few years. She has also helped a lot of people deliver babies for a living. There won't be too big of a problem." But Mr. Lu only started, but he couldn't finish his words. He could only look at Zhang Kai. Both of them smiled bitterly. "That's right, your wife has helped a lot of people deliver babies, but they were all normal babies. The unborn baby in this house had stayed in his mother's stomach for 5 years. This morning he suddenly had abdominal pain and knew it wasn't good. He could only ask Zhang Xiaolong to go out and look for a midwife. This situation naturally couldn't be directly told to old shopkeeper Li. Lu Kai listened to his father's orders and nodded. Father, don't worry. A mother relies on her son, little sister will definitely be fine. I'll go out and take a look. Jin Feng is with Xiaolong so there won't be too much of a delay. After saying this he turned around and walked out of the small courtyard. But when he turned around he saw Zhang Xiaohua who had just walked behind them. He couldn't help calling out, Xiaolong, why are you alone? Where's the midwife? Xiaolong? When everyone heard this they all turned around. Zhang Xiaohua had 3 brothers. Zhang Xiaolong's face was long and thin, while Zhang Xiaohu had a round face. When Zhang Xiaohua was young she had a 60% resemblance to her second brother. As for Zhang Xiaohua she was already very tall. Although her face was still the same as when she left home, her face was elongated. Therefore with a single glance she was 80% similar to Zhang Xiaolong, only she was a lot younger. Lu Kai and old shopkeeper Li first found it strange that Zhang Xiaohua came back alone without a midwife, so they looked behind him. Mr. Lu was also curious but then he frowned. He was very confused as if he already felt that this wasn't his usual son-in-law. But who was this strange young man? For a moment he was stunned. Only Zhang Kai turned around and knew that it wasn't Zhang Xiaolong. But he was also confused for a moment, then he was pleasantly surprised. His eyes couldn't hide the excitement as he anxiously took a step forward. Reaching out his hand he trembled as he probed, Xiaohua? Are you Xiaohua? Even though Zhang Xiaohua had just experienced the trials of life and death, she still couldn't resist the affection of father and son in this world. She took a few steps forward and held Zhang Kai's trembling hand with both hands saying, Father, it's me. I'm Xiaohua. I'm back. Hearing this, everyone's eyes in the courtyard lit up. Lu Kai and old shopkeeper Li's gaze also attracted from the still closed courtyard door to this young man who looked very similar to Zhang Xiaolong. Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works at Chidian Originals. Chapter 372. Zhang Kai's hands tightly grasped Zhang Xiaohua's hands. His right hand rubbed his eyes in disbelief, using the opportunity to wipe away some of the moisture in his eyes. He looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua, smiling so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. He only said, Good. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. But then he turned his head and quietly wiped away his tears. He seemed to be very happy, but also seemed to have thought of something. Before Mr. Lu and Lu Kai could speak, old shopkeeper Li hurried forward from the side. He saluted and said, Xiaoxia Zhang, do you still remember this old man? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly returned the salute and said, Uncle Li, please don't be so polite. You are Li Jinfeng's brother Li's father. You are my elder. I really can't accept your courtesy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua respond so politely, Zhang Kai also pulled old shopkeeper Li's hand and said, Old brother, Xiaohua is only a child. You don't have to be so polite with him. Old shopkeeper Li repeatedly waved his hand and said, Old brother Zhang, I will never forget the favor of saving my life. Moreover, Xiaoxia Zhang saved the lives of our family of 3 in one go. He even almost lost his life because of it. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and said, Uncle Li, just call me Xiaohua. I really can't stand being called Xiaoxia Zhang. Mr. Lu also smiled at the side and said, Zhang Xiaohua, it's better to call you Xiaohua. Let the people of the Jianghu call you Xiaoxia Zhang. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua also hurried forward and saluted. Mr. Lu chuckled and helped him up. Then Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai both saluted each other. Only then did they stand still. Just as they were about to speak, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's nose smelled an extremely rich and light fragrance descending from the sky. At this moment, all the pores on his body didn't wait for him to circulate his energy. They all opened up and absorbed this extremely strange fragrance as if they were absorbing starlight at night. At this moment, the people in the courtyard seemed to have noticed something different. They looked at each other and twitched their noses, searching for the source of the fragrance. Only Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. He clearly saw that the dragon and phoenix Yuan-Chi in the sky had already descended to the sky above the small house. The dragon and phoenix formed by the Yuan-Chi seemed to be real, dancing in the sky. After a long while, the dragon and phoenix flew towards the sky above the small house from different directions and silently collided. The dragon and phoenix instantly disappeared and turned into countless petals that floated down. Heavenly maiden scattering petals, this phrase inexplicably flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. As early as when Zhang Xiaohua used the oneness of heaven and man technique, he saw the majestic dragon and phoenix Yuan Qi in the starry sky. At this moment, it turned into a rain of petals and fell down, covering the entire sky above the Guizhuang house. Only a small part of the rain of petals seeped into the small house in the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense with all his strength. Other than the Yuan Qi that directly fell into the small house, he didn't disturb it. Most of the scattered Yuan Qi were drawn into his small courtyard by him and absorbed with all his strength. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was already in the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. He could already control the Yuan Qi to the smallest detail. In addition to his powerful divine sense and the help of his Dantian's core, he absorbed all the scattered Yuan Qi outside the small house into his own meridians like a whale swallowing seawater. As for the Yuan Qi above the small house, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, he wouldn't compete with his little nephew. However, the small house was still covered by the red light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. His divine sense couldn't know the use of the Yuan Qi. After a while, the scattered Yuan Qi of heaven and earth had become sparse. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound of music entered his mind, as if it was ringing in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua was about to use his divine sense to look when he heard a burst of exclamations in the small house. The red light that covered the small house immediately changed to a brilliant golden brilliance. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. When he was hesitating whether he should use his divine sense to look or not, he heard the door of the small house open. Li Yinfeng ran out with a pale face and whispered, oh no, Sister Qian, she gave birth to a monster." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first. Sister Qian? But then he was even more stunned. A monster? It wasn't just Zhang Xiaohua. Everyone in the courtyard was shocked. They all asked, what monster? A big lotus. Qian gave birth to a big lotus. It's true, a big lotus. Ah? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lotus? Little Feng, are you seeing things? Lu Kai stepped forward and held Li Yinfeng's hand. He asked anxiously. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. These two were so intimate. Could it be? Sure enough, Li Yinfeng's hand trembled. She couldn't finish the sentence and said, it's true, husband. I really saw it. Mother and Auntie Guo were so scared that they couldn't move. That lotus, it could open and close as if it was blooming. At this time, Li Yinfeng also saw Zhang Xiaohua. She shouted, Xiaolong, why don't you go in and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose. She was very embarrassed. Sister-in-law was giving birth. How could she dare to go in? Seeing this, Mr. Lu didn't have time to explain. He said to Li Yinfeng, Little Feng, you're brave. We can't go in. You should go in and take a look. Don't cause any big trouble. Li Yinfeng was a little puzzled. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded, okay, father. She was about to go in. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw through her divine sense that the door of the small house was shining with a golden light. It was as if something was about to come out. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She quickly took out the small sword and looked at the door nervously. Sure enough, when the golden light appeared in the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua saw her mother holding a big round ball and walking out. The ball was wrapped in a layer of flowing golden light. It was like flowing water that kept flowing. From time to time, it emitted a golden light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaohua looked with her eyes, she saw that the golden light was imitating the shape of a lotus flower. As the light radiated, it imitated the opening and closing of a lotus flower. At this time, Guisufei's face was pale. She bit her lips and her hands were trembling. Step by step, she slowly walked to the center of the small courtyard. Except for Zhang Xiaohua, who was still standing on the spot with the small sword in her hand, the others all took a few steps back in fear. Their faces were filled with nervousness and fear. Everyone's retreat naturally made Zhang Xiaohua stand out. Although Guisufei's eyes were blurred and frightened, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was pleasantly surprised. She called out, Xiaohua? Although her voice was low, Zhang Xiaohua heard it clearly. She replied with tears in her eyes, Mother, I'm back. Guisufei nodded, hinting her to step back a bit. But Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Mother, it's okay. Then she looked around and said, Mother, put it on this stone table. Guisufei still shook her head, but her eyes were looking at the door of the small courtyard. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know her mother's intention? She walked straight over and said, Mother, it's okay. Let me see. How could Guisufei let her get close? She took a few steps back and said with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua, you stay away, stay away." Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said, "Mother, you've forgotten. That year I was the one who saw that eldest sister-in-law was pregnant." Guosufei was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Give this to me. I'll see what's going on." Guosufei asked, "Is it really okay?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's okay. Mother, it's just my nephew or niece. What's there to be afraid of?" After saying that, she took a few steps forward and took the lotus from Guosufei's hand. Seeing this, Guosufei could only comply. But she still followed behind Zhang Xiaohua, feeling extremely worried. The lotus that the ball turned into was very similar. It also felt like a lotus in her hand. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side of the stone table and placed the lotus on it. She looked at it with her eyes. It was just like a real lotus. She couldn't see any abnormalities. It was just that the lotus kept opening and closing, which made people feel strange. Zhang Xiaohua immediately released her divine sense and carefully observed the ball. As soon as she released her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What kind of ball was this? This was clearly a mysterious array formed by countless golden talismans that looked like tadpoles. Those countless golden talismans seemed to be alive. They were colluding together and constantly rotating in the air like flowing water. When Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into one of the tadpole-like talismans, she was shocked to find that this talisman was also formed by countless talismans. Those tiny talismans were also like tadpoles intertwined together. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be tongue-tied. This was far beyond her imagination. It was far beyond the array and prohibition that she knew. She could only vaguely feel that the entire ball array seemed to have existed since the beginning. It was not something that could be formed by human strength. It was also not something that could be broken by human strength. As for those tiny talismans, Zhang Xiaohua simply used his divine sense to know that the intricate structure of the talismans was millions of times more powerful than the array formation that she had obtained from Fire Dragon Immortal on the deserted island. Yes, perhaps even more. But this difference was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could understand. What should I do? The child is probably in this array. If I can't break this array, the child will not be able to come out. But this array, I think no one in the world can break it. What is going on? Sister-in-law only drank the spring water that was rich in vitality. I only gave her a small vitality stone. How could it give birth to such a strange thing? Moreover, it is protected by this innate array? That's right, the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity in the morning, and the heavenly maiden scattering flowers just now, and even the sound of a musical instrument, they were all for this child, right? But since there was a natural phenomenon, the vine should have fallen when the melon ripened, and the vine should have fallen when the time was ripe. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua turned to look at her mother who was standing beside her. Guosufei's expression seemed to have calmed down. Perhaps it was because she saw another son, or perhaps it was because she believed in her son's ability. When the others saw this, they all took a few steps forward. Other than Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu who stood beside Zhang Xiaohua, the others still kept a distance. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as she was about to tell her mother, the golden array happened to turn in a direction. Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently looked at it with her divine sense and could not help but be happy. There are many stories that have yet to be told. The interest of the faction is paramount. This is the rule of survival for every faction in the Jianghu. If there is a faction that selflessly helps the Misty School, that would be strange. Chapter 373. In her divine sense, there was a narrow slit in the flawless, perfectly round and seamless array formed by golden tadpole-like talismans. A strange fragrance came out from that narrow slit. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Her divine sense immediately probed into the slit. Only then did she discover that the array was only a thin layer, but inside this thin space, there were hundreds of millions of arrays made up of countless tadpole-like talismans. That array was actually made up of hundreds of millions of layers of arrays. However, Zhang Xiaohua was deeply aware that this array was definitely not as simple as adding one layer after another. Inside the spherical array, there was dense purple qi, and inside the purple qi was a chubby male baby. His eyes and mouth were tightly closed and he had a solemn look. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think about other things for the time being. She first raised her head and said to Guosufei with a smile, "Mother, congratulations, it's a boy. But wait a moment, I'll see how to get him out." Guosufei was overjoyed. The fear in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of ecstasy. The people around were also happy and wanted to look forward. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Mother, you and father should all step back. I don't want any accidents to happen. I want to take a careful look first and think of a good idea." Guosufei quickly nodded and stepped back with the others, keeping a certain distance. When the others were far away, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the mysterious innate array again. The slit of the sphere seemed to be natural, and the tadpole-like talismans beside the slit seemed to have no connection at all. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the slit was definitely not there originally. The original array must be perfectly round without any slit, and the slit must be the inevitable result of the array's operation to a certain stage. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin with her hand and pondered. She thought that her little nephew was definitely not born at full term. Looking at the size of the slit, it was much earlier. If he was born at full term, he would definitely be in human form, and not a fetus protected by the array. Alas, it had been 5 years and it was just a small slit. If he was born at full term, who knew how many years it would take? Fortunately, there was a little clue and a direction to break through, so Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed the tadpoles on both sides of the slit. The flowing tadpoles seemed to show signs of separation, but there was a faintly discernible force that firmly bound them together. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She continued to look in the direction of the slit. As expected, in the array of the sphere, along the slit, the energy of the array was obviously weaker than the surrounding energy. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood that this was where the array would be divided into 2 halves. Only by starting from here could the array be divided into 2 halves. However, did Zhang Xiaohua have the ability to do so? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua tightened his grip on the small sword. He knew that at this moment only his small sword could help him. However, it was hard to say if it would be effective. After all, he had only used the small sword to break through ordinary restrictions and arrays, such as the small box that contained the Carefree Heart Sutra, and the cave that was sealed by Fire Dragon Venerable. However, he had no confidence in breaking through this array. Zhang Xiaohua held the small sword with his left hand and wanted to take out the vitality stones from his pocket. However, he laughed bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he used the small sword with his left hand, the energy used by the small sword did not seem to be the vital energy in his meridians. Even if he took out the crouching ox stone from his money bag, it would probably be useless. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. However, just in case, Zhang Xiaohua still took out a piece and placed it in his hand. Then, he used his divine sense to lock onto the slit and raised the small sword in his hand slightly. At this moment, he heard Guosufei's surprised voice. "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua could only turn around and explain, "Mother, the child is in this sphere. I have to cut it open." "Sphere? Isn't this a big lotus flower?" "Oh yes, mother. You have to cut open the lotus seed pod of this lotus flower." "But Xiaohua, you won't hurt the child inside, right?" Yes, Guosufei had not seen her little grandson yet. How could she let Zhang Xiaohua use this small dagger-like thing to harm her little grandson? Even the lotus flower outside would not be able to do so. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, mother. I definitely won't. I'm confident. That's for sure. There won't be any problems. I don't know what the dense purple qi in the sphere array is, but it seems to have some incredible vitality. As long as I have the protection of the purple qi, I won't be hurt by the sphere array. How can I hurt the child inside?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Then all right. However, Xiaohua, you must be careful. You must not hurt the child. Especially the child's penis. What? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell over. However, it was understandable. Things that could carry on the family line were naturally very precious. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and slowly raised her left hand again. At this time another person spoke. It was Zhang Kai. He said, "Xiaohua." "Ah? What's wrong, father?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "That you must be careful. Especially the last thing your mother said just now." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She smiled and said, "I know, father. I know what to do." Then he looked around again. Everyone looked at each other and quietly waited for instructions. When no one spoke, he said, "Then I'll start." Zhang Xiaohua turned around again. She stretched out her left hand and raised the small sword. She used her divine sense to firmly lock onto the crack on the round ball. When the crack rotated to the top, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. Her left hand moved like lightning and directly cut towards the bottom of the crack. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua used the sword in her left hand, An inexplicable heat flow appeared somewhere on her left arm. It flowed along the small sword's arm and along the small sword's arm. When the small sword pierced into the crack, the heat flow also reached the small sword in time. There was no strong reaction, nor was there any glaring brilliance. When the small sword and the tadpole talisman came in contact, it immediately produced an incomparably huge suction force. It sucked away all the heat flow on Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. At the same time, the tadpoles that had absorbed the energy seemed to have eaten something full. They swam to the sides and the crack naturally stretched down a little. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. However, this nameless heat flow was not controlled by him, so he could not activate it. Fortunately, the heat flow in his left arm did not. Instead, it was produced from somewhere and continued to travel up his arm. Therefore, as the heat flow in his left arm continued to enter, the crack also became longer and longer. If there was enough heat flow in Zhang Xiaohua's body, the crack would be completely pulled open sooner or later. Unfortunately, even Zhang Xiaohua himself did not know how much heat flow there was. He could only slowly pray in his heart. Unfortunately, the heavens had always been against people's wishes. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the heat flow in his left arm was much smaller. He knew that things were not good. He hurriedly absorbed the vitality from the vitality stone in his right hand. However, when the vitality entered his body, it only filled his meridians and did not change the intensity of the heat flow in the slightest. What should I do now? The crack on the round ball formation is not big enough. I can't reach out and carry the child out. Just as he was thinking, there was no more heat flow in his left arm. The small sword could no longer cut it. However, at this moment something abnormal happened. The purple gas in the round ball formation seemed to be attracted by something. It flowed along the tip of the small sword into Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. It also formed a warm flow. It followed another path up his left arm until it disappeared. After a moment, another warm flow was produced. It flowed from the original path to the small sword. The tadpole-like talisman was expelled by this warm flow. It was like boiling water pouring on snow, separating into two sides. Zhang Xiaohua was ecstatic. There was a lot of purple gas in the round ball. It had already formed a cycle with the warm flow in his left arm. Presumably, it would not be long before the crack was large enough. While cutting open the formation effortlessly, Zhang Xiaohua pondered. The purple gas must be the key to breaking the formation. However, to directly use the purple gas to break the formation, it would take a long time. This period of time might be the time when the baby was gestating in his sister-in-law's body. Now that the baby was born prematurely with the purple gas alone, it might be possible to break the formation in a few decades. However, it was not in his sister-in-law's body. It was unknown whether it would harm the baby's growth. Now, the purple gas could be used to break the formation in a short period of time. It must be a special method. Again, she did not know whether it would harm the baby's growth. However, since things had come to this point, this was the only way. It was inconceivable to let the round formation of the lotus stay in the Zhang family's small courtyard in the Guizhuang house for several decades. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the crack was large enough. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to withdraw the small sword and carry her little nephew out of the formation. However, the formation seemed to have a strong suction force. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaohua tried, she could not pull it out at all. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only continue to absorb the purple gas and use the warm flow to break open the round ball. In the eyes of Zhang Kai, Guisufei, and the rest, Zhang Xiaohua's inconspicuous small sword pierced into the lotus. The lotus stopped opening and closing and bloomed little by little. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully, afraid that they would disturb Zhang Xiaohua's actions. As Zhang Xiaohua's small sword broke the formation, the lotus bloomed more and more. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire round ball was split into two. In everyone's eyes, the lotus bloomed completely. In an instant, the entire small courtyard was filled with a strange fragrance. At this moment, the baby in the purple gas suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were looking straight into Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. When their eyes met, Zhang Xiaohua instantly felt like she was being sucked into darkness. Chapter 374. It was just absolute darkness. Not only was he unable to see, even his heart was a ball of darkness. However, in this place where there was no light, Zhang Xiaohua felt very safe. It was as if the surrounding darkness was filled with an extremely familiar yet absolutely unfamiliar existence. Zhang Xiaohua thought carefully. Wasn't this existence the heavenly Tao that he had sensed when he was in the state of the union of heaven and man in Songning Town and outside Pingyang City? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to move his hand, but he did not have any intuition. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to blink, but he did not have any intuition either. It was as if he was just a consciousness without any form. After an unknown period of time, an instant, perhaps 10,000 years or even longer, Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to have any sense of time. At a point extremely far away or extremely near, there was a sudden change. First, it vibrated continuously, emitting a mysterious wave that instantly spread throughout the entire space. That point turned from endless darkness to transparency, then red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, all the way to purple. Every color evolved into a wave that spread throughout the entire space. Finally, the purple wave lasted for the longest time, and the wave was also the most intense. The entire space was actually filled with the same dense purple chi as the spherical array formation. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. What was going on? Why did he see something? Then an even more puzzling change appeared. After the purple color passed, the entire space stopped vibrating. There was only silence for a moment. All the colors that were mentioned just now appeared at that point, and the entire space was filled with the 7 types of fluctuations. At this moment, that point suddenly lit up, and a ray of white light flashed from there. In an instant, the white light filled the entire space, and the chaotic fluctuations in the space changed into a more mysterious vibration at the same time. The sudden appearance of the light made Zhang Xiaohua a little dizzy. He subconsciously wanted to cover it with his hand, but before his feeling could reach his arm, there was a complete change at that point. That invisible point suddenly collapsed, and then like an explosion, it expanded infinitely in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's perception. The space that was just a single material was immediately filled with light and other inexplicable things. Where did this light come from? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. This state of chaos did not last for long. The heavenly Tao that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with filled the entire space. In the blink of an eye, the space evolved into earth, fire, wind, and thunder. Endless matter and countless miracles were completed in an instant before Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Following that, countless planets appeared. Each planet emitted boundless starlight. On these planets, life appeared. Some of these life forms lived in a daze, while others had the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Even with his cultivation level of the 6th layer, he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. What on earth was this? With his limited knowledge, he could only make a hazy guess. Was this life? However, he immediately thought of something. What was death? In the instant that he thought about it, the things in the space seemed to have passed through countless years. The fluctuations of the entire space slowly became chaotic. Countless planets shrank and collapsed, and then the entire space collapsed. After that, this collapse slowly shrank again, as if it was the reverse of the explosion and expansion just now. It shrank again into a small point, and the light also returned to this point. 7 colors flashed, and then it returned to endless darkness. Was this death? Zhang Xiaohua thought. However, before he could think further, his eyes lit up. The scene in front of him changed, and he returned to the small courtyard of the Guizhuang house. In front of him was still that newborn baby, whose bright eyes were staring at Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his spiritual sense could move freely again. He unconsciously released it, and it enveloped the entire stone table. On the stone table, the formation that had already been cut in half was closing up at a speed visible to his spiritual sense. As it closed up, the dense purple chi in the original sphere was also divided into 2 halves, each of which enveloped the baby. The faint purple chi that covered the baby's body also seemed to seep in, shrinking into the baby's skin. Zhang Xiaohua roughly scanned the baby's body with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but be shocked again. There were actually countless meridians in the baby's body, all of which were absorbing the purple chi outside the body. The meridians that he cultivated from the Carefree Heart Sutra were shockingly among them. At this moment, no matter how stupid Zhang Xiaohua was, he knew that a great opportunity was in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately scanned the baby's body with his spiritual sense. At this moment, the baby's body also seemed to be transparent, as if there was no obstruction that blocked his spiritual sense. Zhang Xiaohua frantically memorized. In just a few breaths of time, the thin purple chi on the baby's body was completely absorbed. In an instant, the baby's meridians flickered a few times before disappearing. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua scanned, he found nothing. However, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's lips. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, the two halves of the formation on the stone table had already closed up, forming two spheres of the same size that emitted a golden brilliance. Just like the complete spherical formation from before, countless tadpole-like glyphs flowed with brilliant light. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense focused on the two spheres, the spheres seemed to sense something and suddenly flew up from the stone table, flying towards Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. However, just as they flew halfway, one of the spheres suddenly changed direction. With a turn, it directly entered the baby's forehead on the stone table. The remaining sphere didn't change at all. When it approached Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, it turned into a ray of golden light and shot into it. The golden light entered Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and went straight into the Naiwen Palace of the Upper Dantian. In the Naiwen Palace, the essence of elixir that Zhang Xiaohua had painstakingly cultivated was slowly rotating. The golden light rotated in the Naiwen Palace and immediately covered the essence of elixir with a layer of golden light. However, the golden light didn't stay in the Naiwen Palace for long. After leaving the Naiwen Palace, it went straight to a mysterious place behind the head. Once it entered, there was no more sound. It wasn't the first time Zhang Xiaohua sensed that mysterious place. Back when he was on the deserted island, when the refining elixir heart with jade blood technique reached its end, Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace was about to be scorched by the internal fire. However, after the golden light entered, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't find any trace of it. Zhang Xiaohua sensed that the golden light entered a mysterious place behind the head and was very surprised. Before he could think about it, the baby on the stone table changed again. The golden light entered the Naiwen Palace between the eyebrows. In an instant, the baby's body shone with golden light and a golden shadow stood up from the baby's body. It looked like an adult. The adult baby pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. There was a benevolent smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did this mean? When the shadow finished laughing, it first expanded and then rapidly shrank. It also entered the Naiwen Palace between the eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the baby in Zhang Xiaohua's mind didn't have any abnormalities. It was the same as any ordinary person that he saw on a daily basis. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood there in a daze. His mind didn't dare to relax for a moment. Today's encounter was really too magical. Everything was unimaginable. Perhaps, in the next moment, there would be a miracle that had never been seen before. Even if now this baby who was still sleeping soundly with his eyes closed immediately grew up and called him uncle with a smile, or could immediately fly into the sky, he would believe it without hesitation. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt that someone was pulling his sleeve. Could it be the hand of Tian Dao? He felt a sweep of his divine sense. How was it the heavenly Dao? It was just his mother carefully tugging at him. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly retracted his mind and asked, "Mother, what's the matter?" Guosufei was ecstatic and asked with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua, is the child well? Can I hold him? This way, I don't want my good grandson to freeze. After all, it's still winter. This child who has just been born can't be frozen at all." Zhang Xiaohua was startled and turned his head to look. Of course, there was nothing on the stone table. There was only a white and fat naked baby sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. It made people feel pain and pity for him. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "Mother, don't worry. Even if I freeze, your good grandson won't have the slightest problem." However, he still didn't feel at ease and asked, "Mother, what did you see just now?" "What did I see?" Guosufei was startled and immediately said proudly, "Xiaohua, you've really grown up. Where did you learn the sword? It's so powerful that you could split the lotus with just one strike. It's really much more powerful than Butcher Lu's butcher's knife. And you just stood there without moving after splitting the lotus. We didn't dare to disturb you, but isn't the child still young? He can't catch a cold. Look, can I carry him back to the house?" From what his mother said, from the time he split the lotus to her pulling his sleeve, it was only a very short period of time. However, in this very short period of time, he encountered something that others would never be able to understand in their entire lives. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small sword in his left hand and smiled bitterly. He put it in his arms and said, "Of course you can. Mother, quickly carry the child back to the house." When Guosufei heard this, she was overjoyed. She hurried forward and carefully held the baby in her arms. However, the moment the baby touched Guosufei, he immediately opened his mouth and cried loudly. The cry was very loud and clear, echoing throughout the small courtyard. At this moment a surprised voice sounded, "Ah? Mother, the child has been born? Is Qian okay?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saw that the door of the small courtyard had just been pushed open. A young man who was as tall as him was running towards the direction of the crying baby with a face full of surprise. That young and thin face looked 80% similar to Zhang Xiaohua's. Wasn't he Zhang Xiaohua's eldest brother, Zhang Xiaolong? Behind Zhang Xiaolong was an old woman with a depressed face. There was no need to look. Just by looking at her, one could tell that this was a midwife who didn't make it in time. Chapter 375. Hearing the child's cries, Zhang Xiaolong rushed into the small courtyard. Ignoring the people in the courtyard, he ran straight to his mother's side and looked at his child with concern. When he saw the child, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "Mother, why didn't you wrap the child in a quilt when you took him out? So cold. Won't the child freeze?" Guosufei smiled bitterly and was about to say something when the depressed midwife who had rushed over from behind revealed a happy expression. She said in an exaggerated tone, "Io, look at you. You don't have any experience at all. In such a cold day you actually carried the child out without a blanket. Based on my experience, this child will definitely be in constant pain in the future. Quick, give it to me and let me see." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong's face was also full of worry. He wanted to say something, but when he looked at his mother, he swallowed his words back. The midwife walked forward and was about to take the baby. Just as she reached out, she immediately retracted her hand in shock and shouted, "Oh, why is this baby like this?" Zhang Xiaolong was stunned. He carefully looked at the child in front of him, but he couldn't see any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua was also puzzled. Could it be that the midwife could see some clues? But at this moment, even her divine sense couldn't detect any abnormalities. In the end, the midwife said in fear, "I've delivered babies my whole life. Newborn babies are all wrinkled like little old men. They're extremely ugly. It's only after they're a month old that they'll slowly grow white and plump. They're completely unlike your baby who was born so beautiful. She's an evildoer, an evildoer." After saying that, she didn't even have time to say the reason she wanted to stay. She quickly turned around and ran away, leaving only Zhang Xiaolong behind. He opened his mouth and said, "This? Granny Li, you haven't received the money." But seeing the speed at which the old granny ran out of the small courtyard, he muttered to himself, "This old granny actually ran so fast. So it turns out that she was dawdling at home, taking a dump and peeing, and only saying that she couldn't walk, it was just to get more money from me." At this time, another figure that Zhang Xiaohua was very familiar with limped into the small courtyard. Wasn't that young master Li Jinfeng? Li Jinfeng shouted, "Xiaolong, what's going on? Granny Li had brought the child out so quickly? Even so, you should at least leave some food for him. Wouldn't it be extremely rude to just let him go like this?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong had no time to explain to him. He hurriedly said to Guosufei, "Mother, quickly carry the child into the house. It's warm inside." Guosufei seemed to wake up from a dream. She quickly ran into the house with the baby in her arms. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little gloomy. She reached out and took out the small sword. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she slowly put it back into her clothes. She seemed to have made her own decision. Other people in the small courtyard, such as Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu, looked at what was happening in front of them as if they were watching a play. They had no chance to interrupt. When Guosufei carried the child into the house, they also seemed to wake up from a dream. Zhang Kai asked, "Xiaolong, what's going on now? Why did you take so long to invite Granny Li over?" When Zhang Xiaolong saw his father blaming him, he helplessly replied, "Father, when my own child was born, how could I not be anxious? Young Master Li and I had already arrived at Granny Li's house, but this old thing just kept dawdling. One moment she said her stomach hurt, the next moment she said her feet hurt. I gave her more money, but she still said we were all from the neighboring village, so I didn't need to be polite. I didn't know what she meant until I accidentally said the wrong amount of money, saying it was 3 coins. Li Jinfeng next to him also laughed, "Uncle Zhang, don't blame Xiaolong. You see, when I fell from the donkey, Xiaolong didn't even bother to help me. He only pulled Granny Li and hurried on." Zhang Xiaolong asked apologetically, "Young Master Li, I'm really sorry. How are your injuries?" Li Jinfeng waved his hand and said, it's fine. No matter what, I'm still a rider. This is just a small accident." Zhang Kai wanted to speak again, but Mr. Lu next to him laughed and said, "It's really a lucky hit. Old brother Zhang Xiaolong's delay is really wonderful. If that Granny Li came in time, even if Xiaohua came back in time, the strange phenomenon just now would be known by outsiders. Maybe, and that's for sure. This Granny Li will definitely spread the news of the strange phenomenon just now. If this was known by outsiders, this child's life will be in big trouble." Everyone in the small courtyard suddenly understood. Only Zhang Xiaolong and Li Jinfeng were confused, asking, "Strange phenomenon? What strange phenomenon?" Immediately Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened, asking loudly, "Xiaohua? Father said Xiaohua came back? Xiaohua came back. Where is he?" Because of Granny Li's disturbance, Zhang Kai and the others forgot to tell him that Zhang Xiaohua came back. Hearing his big brother's question, Zhang Xiaohua came out from behind Lu Kai, smiling and saying, "Big brother, I'm here." Looking at this younger brother who suddenly came out from behind Lu Kai, facing a faint smile, his height is the same as his, and his face is very similar to his own, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were moist, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, it's exactly this kind of feeling. Zhang Xiaolong took a few steps forward, stretching out his long arms, and hugged Zhang Xiaohua tightly in his arms, just like when he hugged him when he was young. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were also a bit hazy. Yes, father and big brother miss me. When father saw me, he only had scruples about his dignity, so he could only hold my hand and look at me carefully. He rarely hugs me in his arms. Big brother is the best, just like when he brought me up, he didn't hide his feelings. After hugging for a while, Zhang Xiaolong patted his younger brother's back and let him go. He looked up and down again, smiling. "Xiaohua has also grown up, you're actually as tall as me." Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "Big brother, I'm a little taller than you." Then he walked in front of Li Jinfeng, cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Li, I trust you've been well since we last met?" Li Jinfeng was even more excited, he quickly saluted and said, "I've been well, I've been well, I've been well. I'm indebted to." Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Young Master Li is my first teacher, there's no need to be so polite." Li Jinfeng was also an open-minded person, he smiled and said, "Great kindness can't be thanked with words, I'll thank you once today, I won't thank you again in the future." Finished speaking, he deeply saluted. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly returned the salute. Li Jinfeng got up and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, he said with a smile, "In the past I was able to touch your head, after not seeing you for a few years I can only pat your shoulder. Time is like water, there's no turning back, good." She didn't know what kind of emotions this guy was feeling, sad one moment and admiring the next. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Li Jinfeng, who was already a little shorter than her, and sighed in her heart. Back then they had met by chance in the carriage, she never thought that the situation would be like this today. Meeting by chance could be very strange. At this moment, Li Yinfeng, who had been staring at Zhang Xiaohua, walked up with Lu Kai. When Zhang Xiaohua saw her coming, she quickly waved her hand and said, "Big sister Li, oh, I should call you sister-in-law, but please don't salute me anymore. Uncle Li and brother Li have already thanked me just now, if you come over and thank me again later, I'll really blush." When Li Yinfeng heard this, her face turned a little red. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted and said, "Moreover, sister-in-law, who asked my character to be so good? The heavens have seen that I've worked hard to save people and have repaid me handsomely. You don't have to be so courteous anymore." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua calling her sister-in-law, Li Yinfeng's face had already turned red. Until Zhang Xiaohua nagged for a long time and stopped when her mouth was dry, she then said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I'm not thanking you this time." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "You should have said so earlier. Sai, you've been too evasive for so long, you've hurt my reputation." Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little hot. Li Yinfeng looked at Lu Kai's expression and asked, "Seeing that you're back, I'm finally relieved, but do you know where Xiaohu is? I heard from Big Brother that the Misty School had been destroyed and the Misty School outside Pingyang City had been taken over by another sect. But why hasn't there been any news from Xiaohu? Is he alive or—" She couldn't finish the last word. "Xiaohu?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately understood a little. Looking at Lu Kai's awkward expression, she understood everything. She secretly laughed in her heart and also felt a little sad. She could only sigh and said, "Sister-in-law, I've also just returned and haven't returned to Ethereal Heights for 4 to 5 years. I really don't know the details of the Misty School. Although I went to Huanxi Heights a few days ago, I didn't get any useful news." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhang Kai asked nervously. Xiaohua, why did you go to Huanxi Heights for no reason? Are you looking for trouble? If that sect saw you, do you still want your life? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. The Righteous Alliance didn't know that she had killed their disciple. Why would they find trouble with her? But immediately she understood that her father had misunderstood. She smiled and said, Father, don't worry, I'm also not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if I went to Ethereal Heights openly, no one would recognize me. Moreover, I'm only going to Huanxi Heights and it has nothing to do with the Misty School. I see. Zhang Kai seemed to understand and said, then you have to be careful and don't run around for no reason. At this moment, a trembling and shy voice sounded, that Xiaohua did you see? Chiu Tong? Zhang Xiaohua looked over in surprise. Of course, Li Jinfeng's pale face was slightly red and he was looking at her with his dry lips. Chapter 376. Li Jinfeng had only seen Chiu Tong once at the Lotus Escort Agency. It had been more than 5 years. Could it be that he still could not forget her? Zhang Xiaohua was really not sure. Was this the legendary love at first sight? Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that young Master Li is still unmarried? However, he wasn't foolish enough to ask in front of his face right now. He only smiled and said, Big brother is really an infatuated person. However, I don't know if you'll be happy or unhappy to hear this news. Li Jinfeng frowned and said, Xiaohua, regardless of whether Chiu Tong is dead or alive, you have to tell me honestly. I think I am fully prepared. Zhang Xiaohua said, Brother Li, why are you cursing Sister Chiu Tong so much? Look at my smile. Can I tell you the bad news? Then you mean, you saw Miss Chiu Tong at Huanxi Manor? Li Jinfeng was a little ecstatic. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, calm down, calm down. You have to pay attention to your image. I only received news of Sister Chiu Tong at Huanxi Manor. I did not see her. Is that so? Li Jinfeng was obviously a little disappointed. However, his eyes lit up again. He said, It's good that you have news, it's good that you have news. How is she now? Where is she now? He seemed to have some questions that he was too embarrassed to ask. Zhang Xiaohua said, Sister Chiu Tong is said to be fine. Her life is not in danger. However, she is not in Pingyang City. I don't know where she is and I don't know the details. I knew it. Li Jinfeng's face lit up. He said, She is only the manager of Huanxi Manor. She has nothing to do with the Misty School. How could she be in trouble for no reason? Looking at Li Jinfeng's reaction, old shopkeeper Li, who was standing a little far away, secretly sighed. His eyes turned away as if he expected better from Li Jinfeng. That's right. Brother Zhang already has a grandson. What about me? He didn't even know where his daughter-in-law was. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let this brat go to Pingyang City back then. I should have found him a child bride earlier. That was what old Li thought. Li Yinfeng didn't get any definite news about Zhang Xiaohu, so she still looked a little sad. Lu Kai walked up to her and reached out to hold her hand. Li Yinfeng turned her head and saw the concern in Lu Kai's eyes. She held Lu Kai's hand and nodded. Seeing that everyone was done with their questions, Zhang Xiaolong asked another question. Xiaohua, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you send a message back? Father and mother were worried to death. They thought you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, it's not that I didn't want to send a message. It's that no one could send a message to me. Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and said, You were caught and sent to jail? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Big brother, do I have to go to that extent? It's a long story. Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain when Zhang Kai said, All right, Xiaohua, let's not talk about it. You must be tired from the journey. Go back to your room and rest. Also, Mr. Lu, Brother Li, we can't keep standing in this courtyard. Anyway, the child has been safely born. We're all relieved. Let the women be busy. Let's go back to the room and have some tea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Therefore, other than Zhang Xiaolong and Li Yinfeng who entered the room, everyone else followed Zhang Kai out of the small courtyard and prepared to go back to the original Zhang family's small courtyard. Just as they left the small courtyard, they found that it was unusually lively outside the courtyard door. Why do you think? A group of 7 or 8-year-old children in the Guizhuang house surrounded something that looked very similar to a mule. They were laughing and playing. A few bold ones held a piece of grass in their hands and waved it in front of the mule, trying to lure it. However, the mule just lowered its head and didn't look at them. The grass was even more disdainful. The children didn't see the arrogance in the mule's eyes. They only regretted that their tried and tested method had failed. The timid children stayed far away and only looked at it enviously. Sometimes they were narrow-minded and even threw one or two small stones to tease it. In the distance, there were a few idle people in the village who looked at it from time to time. They seemed to have their own plans. Wasn't this mule Zhang Xiaohua's odd beast mount, Huan? This spirit beast really had a good nose. It smelled the entire way and found its way to the door. When he saw the strange thing in front of his door, Zhang Kai was also stunned. He looked at it in a fluster. Mr. Lu was first stunned, then confused. After that, he separated the group of urchins and looked at it from head to toe. He repeatedly exclaimed in surprise, "Could this be the David's David that was written in the book?" He smacked his lips a few times and raised his head to ask, "Whose family's mule is this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled from behind and said, "Mr. Lu, this is my mount." Seeing this, Mr. Lu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm going to faint. When I saw this strange thing, I forgot about you. Our Guizhuang house has always had very few people coming. Today, other than you, there shouldn't be any outsiders. Naturally, I thought of you first. That's right, is this animal an odd beast?" Just as he finished speaking, Huan didn't agree. It hissed and bit Mr. Lu's clothes with its mouth. Mr. Lu was startled. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's head and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, it's an odd beast. I call it Huan. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It's clear in its heart that if you call it Huan, it'll definitely be happy." Mr. Lu was even more surprised. Like a child, he called out in a low voice, "Huan. Huan seemed to understand and hissed again. However, its head was raised high. Mr. Lu clapped his hands in wonder. Zhang Xiaohua led Huan and followed the crowd back to the Zhang family's small courtyard. She took the long sword from Huan's back and gently placed it by the wall of the small courtyard. Then, she also led Huan to the corner of the courtyard and let it do as it pleased. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to accompany her father. However, she was chased to the side room by Zhang Kai. She said that she was travel-worn and should rest more. However, Zhang Xiaohua had just broken the innate formation of the round ball and obtained too many things. It was also too inconceivable. He indeed needed to further organize and digest them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't insist. However, before she rested, she still went to the back of the room and stood in front of her grandmother's grave for a long time. She kowtowed a few times before returning to the courtyard. She walked to the room on the left and pushed the door open to enter. At this time, the original location of her grandmother's small room had been demolished and rebuilt. The area was much larger, but the furnishings and layout inside were also the same as before. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely peaceful. She floated onto the Kong bed and sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to meditate. In the small room, Zhang Xiaohua sat there quietly. He was as solemn as a mountain, but his heart wasn't as peaceful as it usually was when he cultivated. To be honest, the birth of his little nephew had shocked him far too much. In the past, when he was still in the Guizhuang house, he felt that knowing martial arts was incomparably powerful. When he learned martial arts and discovered that he cultivated the path of immortality, he felt that the path of immortality was even more admirable. Then, when he reached the 6th layer, he felt that the legendary foundation establishment was incomparably mysterious. However, when he sensed the way of the heavens when he became one with the world, he felt that foundation establishment was nothing more than that. However, in such a short period of time in the eyes of everyone in the small courtyard today, the evolution of the way of the heavens in a single instant or 100 million years in his consciousness had given him a completely new understanding. 100 million years? These weren't just two words. When Zhang Xiaohua broke free from his consciousness and saw the people in the small courtyard under the sunlight, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Yes, he was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua from a moment ago. However, as a 6th layer Qi practitioner, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know what exactly was different. It was to the extent that the evolution of the way of the heavens had left a deep impression in his mind. His imprint of the way of the heavens that was as bright as the starry sky already had a past, present, and future, but he still couldn't directly obtain any benefits from it. It was as if he had banknotes worth 10,000 taels of gold, but he couldn't find a bank to exchange them for money. If he had to blame something, he could only blame his cultivation for being too low. As a result, although Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of what he saw, he still carefully engraved it deeply into his memory. He didn't understand it now, but there would be a time when he would understand it. As long as he had banknotes, he wouldn't have to worry about not finding a place to spend them. Secondly, what shocked Zhang Xiaohua the most was the meridians in his little nephew's body that he saw when he absorbed the dense purple qi. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't cultivated the last 12 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, he still remembered all the meridians and cultivation techniques. All these meridians added together were only a drop in the ocean in the body of an infant. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua had only tried his best to memorize it. Now that he thought about it, a question surfaced in his mind. Is it because the meridians in little nephew's body are different from normal people's? Or is it because all normal people have this many meridians? It's just that no one has discovered it yet? But based on the fact that every layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra could open up new meridians, everyone should have this many meridians. As long as there was a suitable cultivation technique, all the meridians would be opened up. What kind of cultivation level would that be? Furthermore, from Zhang Xiaohua's memory, those complicated meridians were actually like the circular orbits of the heavenly Tao. No wonder some ancient people said, one person, one world. Could it be that this was the principle? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a proud smile. That's right, how could he not smile? Although he didn't know the specific cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow actually peeked into the secrets of heaven and firmly recorded the countless meridians in his mind. He wouldn't forget it even in this lifetime. As long as he could find the cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow's immortal path really couldn't be estimated so easily. Then he took stock of the dense purple qi. This thing could only be sensed and couldn't be measured. It was all sucked into that nameless place on his left arm, so who knew where it went? However, it was fine as long as there was a warm current when he wanted to use it. Presumably, his sister-in-law wouldn't give birth to a baby that would require him to take out his little sword. Zhang Xiaohua pondered silently in his heart, but he had long forgotten about the bracelet under his left sleeve. And a wrist guard was more appropriate. There were faint characters on the surface of the wrist guard. Chapter 377. Although Zhang Xiaohua had gained a lot, he realized that he did not understand the most time-consuming and energy-consuming part of the evolution of the heavenly Tao. His meridians that were as bright as stars did not respond to the cultivation method. He did not know the specific effects of the dense purple qi and did not know where it was hidden in his body. All that was left was the golden light formed by the innate formation. Thinking about the formation, Zhang Xiaohua was excited. Yes, ever since he obtained the immortal fire dragon's jade slip on restriction and formation on the deserted island, he had always been interested in it. During his daily practice, he would always find time to study it. Just now, when his divine sense scanned through one of the talismans, he felt that the essence of the formation was far more profound than what was recorded in the immortal fire dragon's records. With his current cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to understand it. Therefore, when the golden light with half of the dense purple qi shot into the back of his head, he did not panic. This was the same as the meridians and the dense purple qi. As long as it was in his body, there would be a day when he would be able to get it out. And what he wanted to check the most, which was also the most likely to be useful, was the thin layer of golden formation on the essence of herbalism in his Naiwan palace. However, when Zhang Xiaohua was full of anticipation and nervousness as he immersed his divine sense into the essence of herbalism in his Naiwan palace, he almost vomited blood. What do you think? The tiny essence of herbalism was surrounded by a thin layer of golden formation. This formation was made up of 365 golden tadpole-shaped talismans. Each tadpole was connected by a mysterious force. A total of 365 tadpoles were connected together, just like the complete version of the golden formation that he saw previously. It was airtight and difficult to penetrate. When Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into a single talisman, he did not have time to understand it. A sense of exhaustion surged into his brain, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua, who withdrew his divine sense, was depressed for a while. What was this? I gave you a mountain of gold, but I did not give you the power to move it. The most hateful thing was that this mountain of gold was cast into a lump. Even if you wanted to take a piece of it, you would not be able to do so. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Xiaohua not vomit blood? As it turned out, after being busy for so long, it was all for something that was out of his reach. Draw a picture, draw a picture. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself, looking around in self-pity. However, after calming down for a while, Zhang Xiaohua also felt relieved. The cultivation of the immortal Tao paid the most attention to being down to earth. If one blindly took shortcuts and did not have a solid foundation, one would pay a painful price sooner or later. Take his state of mind as an example. He originally thought that repaying kindness and enmity quickly and killing decisively was a clear path. However, the death of the innocent cat caused him to feel uneasy. If he blindly killed anyone he saw, it was inevitable that he would fall into his own inner demons in the future. Although this kind of tempering was not cultivation, it was better than cultivation. With this roundabout way, the foundation of his state of mind was much more solid. It was the proper way to cultivate the path of immortality. Now that he thought about it, being able to rescue his little nephew from the golden ball was perhaps his greatest gain. Thinking of her cute, chubby little nephew, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. However, who did this kid look like? Why couldn't she tell? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and started to comprehend Fire Dragon Jinren's Tao of Arrays. Of course, with a mountain of gold in front of her, she had to train her chi first. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had been calculating for a long time. Just when she thought that she had gained nothing, she had neglected the part that she had gained the most from. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not understand all of this. It was basically playing the lute to a cow. However, as a bystander, watching coldly for hundreds of millions of years was not something that anyone could experience. It was very important for the cultivation of one's Tao heart. From then on, Zhang Xiaohua's immortal Tao heart was incomparably firm. To a cultivator of the immortal Tao, this was the greatest gain. Furthermore, these hundreds of millions of years seemed to have passed in an instant. It did not leave any marks in her heart. If Zhang Xiaohua knew about this, he would be laughing in his dreams for the rest of his life. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua was destined to have no dreams. There was only a mysterious twinkle in her eyes. He had no chance to laugh even if he wanted to. Today, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer a beginner in cultivation. For example, the first time he cultivated beside the farm in the Guizhuang house, he cultivated for 9 days and 9 nights. After he had comprehended the prohibition spell for a while, he opened his eyes and looked out of the window. As expected, the sun was setting. Immortal cultivation had no time. Zhang Xiaohua was very emotional. This little bit of comprehension would make a day pass. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and saw a strange scene. The snow in the clean courtyard had been cleared. Everyone was surrounding the corner and no one noticed her appearance. Looking at the corner, wasn't it where the odd creature Huan Huan was? Zhang Xiaohua walked over. Li Yinfeng, who was standing outside, heard the footsteps and turned around. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, "Xiaohua, did you sleep well?" "No way, sister-in-law." In the morning you were still calling Zhang Xiaohua. In the afternoon you're acting like a sister-in-law and only call me Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with righteous indignation. Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "This? Brother Kai said that I don't have to be polite with you. How about I call you benefactor?" At the end of her words, a trace of cunning flashed through Li Yinfeng's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Don't, sister-in-law. I'm just joking with you. If you call me Xiaohua, I'll be very happy to hear it. Don't go back to that. By the way, how are my sister-in-law and the child?" Li Yinfeng also smiled and said, "Haha Xiaohua, I'm just joking too. Qian is very good. She seems to have recovered very well. I think she can walk tomorrow. The child is also very good." "Yes, very good." When he entered the room in the morning, he cried and drank milk. After eating, he fell asleep. He might not even wake up now. Auntie Guo and my mother are over there. You don't have to worry. Oh, I see. Giving birth to a child is really tiring work. She can't walk for a day. Yes, from what you said, this is still good. Could it be that her body is so weak that she can't walk for 3 or 4 days? Being a mother is really hard. Poor thing. Li Yinfeng's face turned red again. Zhang Xiaohua looked and felt very strange. This Miss Li, oh no, this sister-in-law, why is she so shy? When the people at the side saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they all smiled and turned around. When they heard what she said, they all laughed. Only Mr. Lu said, "Xiaohua, where did you get this Davids from?" According to the ancient books, some of the most famous immortals in the ancient times rode on the David's deer. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Mr. Lu, I've only heard about it. My David's deer was given to me by a kid named Xiaohua." She's also called Xiaohua? Everyone in the courtyard was interested. Seeing that they were eager to hear the story, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, Mr. Lu, Uncle Li, let's wait for Mother and the others to come and I'll tell them together. This story is quite long. I can't tell it twice, right?" Zhang Kai laughed and said, You little brat, you're actually keeping your father in suspense. Well, after dinner we'll light up the lamp and tell you. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw that everyone was looking at Huan Huan. In front of the David's deer, there was a huge bathtub full of water. Huan Huan was stretching her neck and drinking. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. This David's deer had been in his hands for a long time, but he had never seen it drink like this. When he swept it with his divine sense, he immediately understood. Wasn't this the spring water that his family drank? Could it be that this David's deer actually liked things that were rich in vitality? Oh, no wonder in Songning town this thing came to me as soon as it saw me. So it was because it smelled vitality. I thought I had a good character. A shake of my tiger body attracted spiritual beasts to me. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "It can only drink water there? If it doesn't eat grass it will starve to death." After saying this, he suddenly remembered that Nye Qinyu had said that the David's deer liked to eat grass with dew. Thus, he patted Huanhuan's head and poured out the basket of grass. He took away the bathtub with one hand and poured some water on the grass, saying, "Eat the grass or I won't let you drink the water." The David's deer felt extremely wronged. It hissed on the ground and obediently ate the grass. It looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously as she threw the bathtub aside. Zhang Kai looked at his son and said, "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, very well. Father, I haven't slept on the Kong at home for a long time. Really smells good." "That's good. I was afraid that you would be used to it and couldn't sleep when you came back. In the future you can sleep in that room." Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What did father mean? Could it be? Then Zhang Kai said, "Let's go, Xiaohua. Let's invite Mr. Lu and your Uncle Li into the room and look at the mule. Oh, the David's deer has been drinking water for a long time. I'm also thirsty. Let's go in and have tea. You must have walked all the way and are already hungry and thirsty. Drink some water first. Your mother has been serving her grandson all day and left her son aside. Let's go and have a meal." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "It's okay, father. When I came back I had already eaten and drunk in Lu town. I don't feel hungry now. Let's go in and have tea first. We can cook after mother and the others are done. There's no hurry." Chapter 378. Although Zhang Xiaohua said there was no hurry, how could Zhang Kai bear to let his son, who had just come back from a life-and-death situation, starve? Before she drank a few mouthfuls of tea, Guo Sufei and Li Jinfeng's mother came back from the side. When Auntie Li saw Zhang Xiaohua, she thanked her again. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She just did a good deed and was thanked 3 or 4 times in a row. Thinking about it, she blushed with shame. Li Yinfeng was sent to the small courtyard next door to take care of the children. The 2 elders were busy in the kitchen. At this time the Zhang family was no longer the poor Zhang family 5 years ago. Because of the arrival of Lu Kai and his wife and Li Jinfeng's family of 4, the Zhang family had already prepared enough ingredients. Before the sky was completely dark, they had already prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. The bright central room, the huge table and the hustle and bustle of the house made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange, but she also felt very warm. Time can change a lot, but it can't change family and friendship. The only thing that made Zhang Xiaohua jealous was that her mother only hurriedly put the red braised pork in front of her and watched her eat the biggest piece. Then she wiped the tears in her eyes and went to take care of her little grandson who had just been born. Alas, it seems that the focus of this family has shifted from me to that little guy. Zhang Xiaohua thought in loneliness. Although Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li also had to go next door to take care of the children, they were guests after all. Zhang Kai insisted that they eat here first. Not long after, Zhang Xiaolong also came. Although the central room was big, it was still crowded. Lu Kai said with a smile, "Xiaohua, we originally planned to go to my father's backyard to eat, but in order to welcome you we have to suffer. Later you have to drink 2 more cups." Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. Zhang Kai next to her said, "Xiaohua is still a child. Why drink wine? Lu Kai, you can drink more." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, "Dad, our Xiaohua is no longer a child. Don't you see that she is taller than me? Counting her age, she is already 18 years old. She is still in the prime of her youth." Zhang Kai was speechless for a while. Mr. Lu advised, "Old brother Zhang, it's your family's fortune for the child to come back safely after growing up. Don't think too much about it. Tonight you must have a good time, a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's drink. Anyway, they will leave our protection. Even if you worry, they may not be grateful." Zhang Kai also wiped the corners of his eyes and revealed a smile. The wine was brewed by the Jiang family using spring water and their own crops. There was a slight vitality in drinking it. However, the spiciness was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could handle. After drinking 1 cup, he didn't want to drink any more. He only took tea to deal with it. Everyone knew that it was his first time drinking wine, so they didn't try to persuade him. After all, even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the quality of the wine, it couldn't be said that everyone present who had drunk wine before didn't know the quality. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't drink, then others could drink more. Lu Kai had drunk it before, so he wasn't surprised. This was the first time the Li family had drunk this kind of wine. Although it didn't have the mellow fragrance of fine wine, it had a unique flavor in the mouth. Even Auntie Li drank a few cups. During the meal, everyone was happy and tipsy. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't eaten for a long time, he ate a lot with Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong also kept picking food and meat for him, scolding him for eating so little and being so thin. Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain and ate everything that his elder brother picked for him. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong feel happy. When Auntie Li was almost done eating, she went to replace Guisufei and Li Yinfeng. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly got up. The smell of wine was really unpleasant. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong also followed. It was said that in many places, pregnant women wouldn't see outsiders for a few days after giving birth. However, Zhang Xiaohua was her husband's brother, whom she hadn't seen for many years. Guizhuang house didn't have too many rules. Moreover, if it wasn't for this little brat, her son might not have been born smoothly. Lu Qian, who was still lying in bed, naturally didn't care about anything. Under the dim light, Lu Qian was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua at first glance. Although Zhang Xiaolong had told her about the changes of Zhang Xiaohua earlier, Lu Qian couldn't help but be surprised when she saw him. Was this still the child who cried in her arms that year? After Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply, he carefully observed his sister-in-law whom he hadn't seen for many years. Lu Qian didn't change much from 5 years ago. She was slightly plump, and her eyebrows were full of the demeanor of a mature woman. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She didn't look weak at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong go to the side to take care of the child, Lu Qian smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown up. Your elder brother has already told me about what happened today. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your skills have improved a lot. I still have to thank you." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, the word, thank you is very distant. The child is my little nephew. If I don't do something, who will? Besides, when I went home earlier, I saw that he was just pregnant. Now that I've just returned home, I saw that he was born. This shows that this child and I are destined to be together." Yes. Lu Qian was quite emotional. When she saw that Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li were not paying attention, she whispered, "The small stone you gave me suddenly broke into pieces yesterday and turned into powder. This child was tossing and turning in my stomach and came out today." Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "I see." At this time they heard the baby crying on the kong next to them. Didn't the little guy wake up? Zhang Xiaolong was about to pick him up, but he was pushed aside by Guisufei and said, "The child has just been born. His body is still very weak. He can't withstand the rough hands of you men. You stay aside." When Zhang Xiaolong heard this, he just stayed aside and smiled foolishly. "Perhaps he wants to drink milk." "Mother, carry the child over," Lu Qian said softly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she wanted to leave. However, when she walked past the baby, the white and fat baby's eyes saw Zhang Xiaohua. He stopped crying and stretched out his chubby little hands with difficulty, indicating that he wanted to be carried. Guisufei was stunned and said, "Didn't you say that the child can't see anything before 6 months? How can he recognize Xiaohua?" Xiaolong was beside him just now, but he didn't even open his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cute little baby, but she turned her body sideways and prepared to leave. Of course, the child's father didn't even let her carry him. Why should she join in the fun? Of course, Guisufei had no intention of letting Zhang Xiaohua carry him. She also stopped in her tracks and walked towards Lu Qian. However, the baby refused to accept it. He opened his mouth and cried. Guisufei didn't understand. She only thought that the child was hungry and carried him to Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and was about to leave when she heard Lu Qian call out, "Xiaohua, wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Sister-in-law was feeding him milk. Why did she ask him to wait? However, when he heard the rustling of clothes, he didn't dare to turn around. However, the baby's cries didn't stop and he didn't hear the baby drinking milk. After a while he heard Lu Qian say, "Xiaohua, it seems that this child is really fated to be with you. Carry him." "What?" Guosufei called out, "Xiaohua hasn't carried a child before. If he falls or gets hurt it won't be good." "Mother, look at the child. He doesn't drink milk at all. His 2 hands and feet are messing around. That's his obedient appearance from before. It must be because he saw Xiaohua just now." This. Guosufei didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaolong said at the side, "Maybe he wants to smell his father's scent. Come, let father carry him." This guy wanted to carry him just now, but he was stopped by his mother. Now he took the opportunity to enjoy it. Unfortunately, his son didn't give him any face at all. Just as he carried him in his arms, his butt stuck out. Zhang Xiaolong's chest became hot. It was the child's urine. Zhang Xiaohua's face bloomed. Seeing that his son was still crying, Zhang Xiaolong called out, "Xiaohua, come over quickly. Quickly carry your little nephew." Zhang Xiaohua turned around helplessly and stole a glance. Her sister-in-law had already tidied up her clothes. Only then did she walk over slowly. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua walked over, the baby's crying lessened. His round, sparkling eyes looked at her quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She stretched out her hands as if she wanted to hold something. Zhang Xiaolong didn't care so much. He reached out and put the child in her hands. Then he turned around and looked for clothes to change. Zhang Xiaohua's 2 hands, and her whole body were extremely stiff. She held the baby and didn't dare to move. Yes, her hands were tens of thousands of pounds of strength. If she accidentally touched some parts of the child's body, it would be terrible. The baby was very relaxed in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. His small mouth was open and he laughed, revealing his toothless gums. It was quite cute. Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart. She usually looked at the baby with a cute smile. Why did it feel so uncomfortable to carry him? She didn't dare to move. It was 100 times worse than fighting with others. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Mother, come and save me. Take him away." But Guosufei just smiled and tidied up the diapers on the Kong bed. Lu Qian said, "Since the child likes you so much, you should carry him more. In the future he will learn martial arts from you. Now you should cultivate your feelings." Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. But the baby was very happy. His 2 hands made threatening gestures. One of his chubby little hands reached into Zhang Xiaohua's arms as if he had caught something. His laughter became louder. When he took his hand out of her arms, it was the small vitality stone that Zhang Xiaohua used for cultivation. The baby seemed to have gotten the best toy. One of his little hands kept moving, while the thumb of his other little hand reached into his little mouth and sucked on it with relish. At this time, Guosufei also finished tidying up the things. Seeing that the baby was no longer crying, she smiled and said, "It seems that he is really fated to be with his uncle. In the future we don't need to find someone to take care of the baby. Just leave it to Xiaohua." After saying that, she took the baby and handed it to Lu Qian. She said, "Qian, take care of him for a while." Then she said to Aunt Li, "I'll have to trouble sister to take care of him for a while." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave again, the baby was unwilling. He took out another hand that was full of saliva from his mouth and reached out to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She took out another small vitality stone from her arms and stuffed it into the baby's hand. Sure enough, the baby stopped crying and quietly closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. He was so young, but he had the potential to be greedy. Chapter 379. After the meal, Guosufei was not in a hurry to go to Lu Qian. She had not seen her son since he came back in the morning. Of course, she wanted to take this opportunity to see more and ask more questions. The others were also sitting in the chairs, drinking tea leisurely and waiting for the story to start. Yes, the Guozhuang house was not well informed. Even Lu Jin was not that good. Zhang Xiaohua disappeared for 4 to 5 years. What happened must be unusual. Now that he came back safe and sound, everyone's worries were gone. Naturally, they wanted to know the details. Well, let's just treat it as a story. Guosufei was still sitting next to her son. Although Zhang Xiaohua was taller than her, in her eyes, there was not much difference between him and the little grandson in her arms. Seeing that everyone in the living room was serious, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and told them everything that happened after he broke up with his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. Of course he still talked about the spring and autumn annals. He ignored the way of the immortals and only talked about the secret books of the Wulin seniors. However, when he talked about the way back, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and deliberately skipped the matter of Nie Qinyu. He was afraid that his family would be worried if they heard that there were people from Jianghu chasing after him. In the past 5 years, Zhang Xiaohua had indeed experienced many twists and turns. He had been on the brink of death several times. When she heard that her son had been captured and wanted to be killed, that he had fallen into the sea and was almost eaten by the fishes, and that he had been living alone on a deserted island for 4 years, Guosufei's tears had long since fallen. She held her youngest son's hand tightly and refused to let go. She murmured, "Son, poor son. He can only eat sweet potatoes all day. He can't even eat braised pork. Just you wait, son. Mother will make more for you. Don't worry, son. You still have a lot of money from last time. From now on, Mother will make braised pork for you every day and raise you to be as tall and mighty as your brother. Son, from today onwards, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of the Guizhuang house. Mother will watch over you every day." The others had thought that Zhang Xiaohua had only gone missing and that she might not encounter anything life-threatening now that she had returned. Therefore they listened to the story with an appreciative heart. However, the story was so difficult and far exceeded their expectations. Their expressions became more and more serious until they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had met a child called Xiaohuaji in Songning town and obtained the David's deer from him. Only then did they relax. They even laughed when they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had exchanged a large sack of copper coins for the David's deer. Guosufei blamed her son and said, "Xiaohua, that Xiaohua's family is so poor. Why didn't you leave more money for them?" When Zhang Kai heard this, he scolded, "Woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. Didn't you see that Xiaohua didn't even dare to give them money and wanted to exchange it for copper coins for them to spend slowly? You gave them 5 taels of silver and they dared to spend it? Wouldn't they have been remembered by others?" Guosufei glared at him and said, "I'm short of knowledge. Humph, my sons are each stronger than the other." Zhang Kai also glared at her and said, "Aren't they my sons?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she hurriedly told them about her trip to Huanxi Mountain Villa. The 2 elders immediately became spirited. However, Zhang Xiaohua only said, "We don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Perhaps he is at the headquarters of the fragrance cult." Alas! The 2 elders sighed at the same time. Perhaps they were still regretting in their hearts. Why did they let their 2 sons walk out of the Guizhuang house that year? As if she knew what her father and mother were thinking, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everyone has their own path. This is something that others can't interfere with. Since second brother and I have chosen this path, we will walk to the end without any regrets. Doesn't eldest brother also have his own path? Now that he has a child, the child also has his own path. Perhaps his path is different from ours. There are many paths in this world. It only depends on which path you want to take. Perhaps it is your own choice. Perhaps it is God's arrangement. Don't mother and father also have their own paths?" Zhang Xiaohua's words were very profound, but they were easy to understand. Mr. Lu Kai, and Li Jinfeng all showed a surprised expression. However, Zhang Kai, Guosufei, and Zhang Xiaolong were thoughtful. Zhang Xiaohua's experience in the past 5 years was very long, and the story was also very long. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, let's stop here for tonight. It's already late and I think I'll fall asleep soon." "Xiaohua, are you still sleeping well? Is it the same even on a deserted island?" Guosufei asked with concern. "Yes, mother. I always go to bed on time." "Hee, that's good. Being able to sleep and eat is a good body." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, I am not that. You don't have to describe your handsome son like that." Haha. Guosufei covered her mouth and laughed. Her previous gloominess was swept away. Guosufei only needed to tidy up a little before letting Zhang Xiaohua go. Young Master Li Jinfeng insisted on sleeping on the same bed as Zhang Xiaohua so that they could have a long conversation. How could Zhang Xiaohua be willing? She pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. She thought to herself, "Isn't he just trying to find out more about Chiu Tong? I don't have her here either. He'll definitely bother me tonight." The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua went to the bamboo forest behind the courtyard and practiced the Fist of the North Star. The 18 warm currents tempered her bones 18 times before she stopped. Then she went to visit her grandmother's grave. When the sky was bright, she returned to the courtyard. Winter was the most relaxing season for farmers. Not to mention, it was only the 10th day of the first lunar month. Although it was already the 5th day, the atmosphere of the new year was still lingering. Early in the morning, Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu sat together and whispered. Yes, the child had already been born yesterday. He looked very healthy and lively. Although Granny Li's words were unpleasant, she made some sense. They understood their family's situation. Lu Qian gave birth after 5 years of pregnancy. Other than Zhang Kai, Guosufei, Mr. Lu, Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua, and Lu Qian herself, no one else could know. The Li family saw the child's strange condition when he was born. Lu Kai's family also saw it. If they were told, they would not leak it. Granny Li had already seen the child's different from other babies. Farmers' women were the most unrestrained. The news must have spread last night. The Zhang family could not cover it up, so there was no need to be calculative. But their family's life still had to be lived. The child also had to be raised like other children. Now, the most important thing to be on the agenda should be the child's name. This matter should have been considered yesterday. But didn't Zhang Xiaohua come back? No matter what, they had to show some concern for her, right? Although the focus was on the baby in the future, they also had to give Zhang Xiaohua some time to adapt. Early in the morning, the two grandfathers got together and started to chat while smoking. After breakfast, the sun was shining brightly outside and there was no wind. Zhang Xiaolong moved the table out of the central room and placed a tea set in the small courtyard. As usual, the woman went to Lu Qian's place to take care of the mother and daughter while imparting her parenting experience. Old shopkeeper Li and Li Jinfeng, who were sitting at the table, were surprised when they heard that they were going to name the child today. After all, in their impression, the child should only be given a full name after 1 month. Now they could only give a nickname. However, after Li Jinfeng and the others listened to Mr. Lu's explanation, they realized that every place had its own customs. Lu Town was only a short distance away from the Guizhuang house. In terms of naming the child, there was a lot of difference. Not to mention that the 3 elders were discussing there. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Lu Kai and whispered. Even Zhang Xiaolong, the father, had no right to speak on this matter. How could he, the uncle, say anything? Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Brother Kai, how did you and sister-in-law know each other? You are in Balago and sister-in-law is in Lu Town. You are not related at all. When Lu Kai heard this, his face turned red. He opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say anything. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaolong for help. When Zhang Xiaolong saw this, he wanted to ignore it. However, this was his brother-in-law. If he did not want to be kicked out of bed by Lu Qian, he could only extend a friendly hand. Zhang Xiaolong cleared his throat and began to narrate the story of their marriage in detail. Speaking of which, the two were really fated. After Zhang Xiaohua rescued Li Yinfeng, Zhang Xiaohu rode back to Lu Town with the 3 of them. After waiting for Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, they immediately went back to Lu Town and never entered the Li family again. At that time, the Li family was in a panic and forgot to ask for Zhang Xiaohu's address. It was only when Li Jinfeng returned home that he found out about this matter. He personally brought his family to Guizhuang House to thank them. At that time, Zhang Xiaohu had already left home and returned to Pingyang City. There was no news of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance. Guosufei was worried about her son and was sick in bed. Seeing this situation, Li Yinfeng, who came with the intention of marrying Zhang Xiaohua, naturally stayed to take care of Guosufei. When Li Yinfeng was disheartened in the forest that day, she was rescued by Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu. She was very grateful to them. When she was rescued again at Shizue Mountain and returned with Zhang Xiaohu on the same horse, it could be said that they were very close and love was planted in her heart. Oh, that day she was even more grateful to Zhang Xiaohua. However, wasn't Zhang Xiaohua too young? The story of Li Yinfeng and Zhang Xiaohu was roughly the same as the marriage between Lu Qian and Zhang Xiaohu. If Zhang Xiaohu was at home, Li Yinfeng would probably become Zhang Xiaohua's second sister-in-law. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Li Yinfeng stubbornly stayed in the Zhang family. She was even more stubborn than Lu Qian back then. At that time, Guosufei had already treated Li Yinfeng as her daughter-in-law. Later, when the Misty School was destroyed, Li Jinfeng, who was nearby in Pingyang City, received the news and hurried back to Lu Town. He passed the news to Zhang Kai and Guosufei. Chapter 380. This bad news seemed to have defeated the Zhang family, which had been immersed in the sorrow of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance. Guosufei lay down again. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Qian's abdomen had slightly bulged. This third generation of the Jiang family was undoubtedly the spiritual pillar of the family at that time, and Li Yinfeng was facing an extremely awkward situation. She was not Zhang Xiaohu's wife, and even Zhang Xiaohu himself did not know. But now in this situation, how could she leave? Moreover, she had lived in the Guizhuang house for a long time, and the people in the Guizhuang house all called her the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. How could she marry again? Even if she could find a suitable person, how could she explain it to him? And just at this time her destined son Lu Kai appeared. Lu Kai just came to visit the Zhang family with Lu Tufu, and was immediately attracted by the faint sadness between Li Yinfeng's brows. When he heard about Li Yinfeng's situation, he was very sympathetic and begged his sister to find an opportunity to express her magnanimity to the person. Lu Qian received this difficult task and was very embarrassed. Li Yinfeng was a good girl, pure as ice and jade. She was naturally willing to be her sister-in-law, but after all she was now using the name of Zhang Xiaolong's second brother's wife. Lu Qian could not tear down her husband's family. She could only discuss with Zhang Xiaolong, and Zhang Xiaolong had no choice but to ask his mother. Guisufei was still sick, but she was not confused. Li Yinfeng had taken care of the Zhang family for a long time, and now there was no news of Zhang Xiaohu. Even if he was alive, they did not know when he would come back. Moreover, they did not know the meaning of Zhang Xiaohu's side, and did not know whether Zhang Xiaohu was willing, so Guisufei also agreed reasonably. But when Li Yinfeng heard this, she did not have any expression. Nonsense, she had stayed in the Zhang family for such a long time. You can change a girl's mind with just a few words, isn't it inappropriate for others to see it? Fortunately, Mr. Lu had a room in the Guizhuang house. Lu Kai lived there in the name of serving his father. Mr. Lu curled his lips. How could he not know his son's thoughts? Cursing was cursing, and supporting was supporting. Thus, Lu Kai had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Lu Kai was cultured and refined. He was a gentleman who studied and was quite similar to Li Jinfeng. Most women's first impression of their husbands would be based on their fathers and brothers. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng had similar interests and were indeed more suitable than Zhang Xiaohu. Therefore, after a while they fell in love with each other. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly, making Lu Kai's face turn red. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Here, I thank big brother Kai on behalf of second brother." Lu Kai hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Why is that?" Zhang Xiaohua told him some of the things that happened between Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e a few years ago and said, "I think I can understand what happened to sister-in-law. Even if my second brother is here, he will have the same idea. We don't expect anything in return for saving people. What's more, she's young Master Li's relative. We can't just stand by and watch. If we make sister-in-law misunderstand us and waste her youth, we don't want to see that. Moreover, you see, my second brother already has a wife. Brother Kai can understand sister-in-law's pain and save her from danger, which is also a great help to my second brother. If I don't thank you, who should I thank?" Hearing this, Lu Kai's face turned red. This was a huge knot in his heart. Now that it was solved by Zhang Xiaohua, how could he not feel relieved? He smiled and cupped his hands again, then ran out of the small courtyard. Alas, in Li Jinfeng's words, that speed was ungentlemanly. Not long after, Lu Kai came back with Li Yinfeng, whose face was red. The two of them saluted Zhang Xiaohua again, making Zhang Xiaohua at a loss. She didn't know what they were up to. Li Yinfeng said shyly, "Xiaohua, if you can see Xiaohu, you have to tell him about my feelings. Lu Kai and I are at home praying that he and Chang'e can get married in the end." Get married in the end. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The Misty School was destroyed. Second brother and Changjian were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they were dead or alive. It was hard to say if second brother could meet Changjian and build a relationship with her. However, Zhang Xiaohua still hurriedly returned the salute and said, "I also congratulate you on behalf of second brother. I hope you can live in harmony and have a child soon." Li Yinfeng's face was even redder. While the younger generation was discussing love, the older generation was also concerned. However, love was the most complicated thing. If they interfered a little, there might be a lot of twists and turns. Zhang Kai also didn't understand Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts, so he didn't dare to interrupt. It was only when he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that his son already had someone he liked outside that he became both sad and happy. He was worried about his missing son. Now that they were talking, the atmosphere became more lively. The three old people's thoughts were basically the same. Zhang Kai shouted, "Xiaolong, go and call your mother over. Also the child?" Mr. Lu hurriedly stopped him and said, "It's better to let the in-laws come over. The child caught a cold outside yesterday. Today, oh, before the full moon it's better not to go out. Zhang Kai smiled and said, okay then Xiaolong, call your mother over. After a while, Guosufei came back with a smile on her face. Although there was still no news of her second son, Zhang Xiaohu, the return of her missing youngest son and the birth of her long-awaited grandson gave her great comfort. Moreover, this little grandson was smarter than the other children in the village. How could Guosufei not be happy? Today was the day that his precious grandson would be named. For farmers, names were the first step into this world. The quality of a name directly determined the child's life. Thinking back to the names his father had given his 3 children, they were so wonderful. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Flower. Looking at his family's situation now, it was something that he had never dreamed of before. It was all thanks to his father's foresight that he had found such good names that reflected the spirit of a dragon horse. Waiting for Guosufei to sit down, Zhang Kai fiddled with his goatee, tapped his pipe and said, Brother Lu, why don't you say it? You are a knowledgeable person. Your sister-in-law trusts you very much. Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, Brother Zhang, don't laugh at me. This is the right of a brother. Others can't take it away. Guosufei also said, Father of the child, hurry up and say it. If it doesn't work, we can ask the in-laws to change it. Zhang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, The name I gave the child is called. Zhang Kai deliberately dragged out his voice, Zhang Jian. Jian, it means solid. It means that the child is as strong as a rock. In the future he will also grow strong. Mr. Lu added, The child must also have a strong will and grow strong like a towering tree. Good. Everyone applauded. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. The word strong reflected everyone's thoughts. Guosufei was also happy. She immediately wanted to stand up and tell Lu Qian the good news. However, Mr. Lu said, Sister-in-law, don't be anxious. Guosufei was stunned and said, Is there anything else? Since it's a name, why don't we name it together today? There's a name? Guosufei was stunned. Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaolong, and Zhang Xiaohua were also stunned. Only Lu Kai and Li Jinfeng smiled and said, Mr. Lu really loves the house and its crow. Zhang Jian has just been born and you want to give him a courtesy name? Mr. Lu smiled and said, That's right. Since it's already been named, then it's better to give it to him. Later, sister-in-law, you still have to think of a nickname for the child. Courtesy name? Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua looked at each other. After Li Jinfeng's explanation, the two of them finally understood. It turned out that the literati in the big cities, in addition to their original names, would be specially bestowed with a courtesy name by their family elders when they reached adulthood. It was a symbol of status. Lu Kai and Li Jinfeng did not have a courtesy name. Therefore, Mr. Lu giving Zhang Jian a courtesy name was a little ahead of schedule. However, this courtesy name was to be used after he came of age. It was understandable for the elders to give him a name now. After all, outsiders would not know. Old Li smiled and said, Mr. Lu is keeping it a secret. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please tell us, Mr. Lu, so that we can consider it together. Mr. Lu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, I thought about it for a long time last night. I feel that Jian was born with a vision. In the future he will not be an ordinary person. Outstanding people are all proud and aloof. This is not good for life. Therefore, I want to give Jian a courtesy name. He will treat others kindly and treat others as his friends. This kind of person will be able to achieve great things. What do you think? Zhang Yuyu? Li Jinfeng and Lu Kai thought for a while and both of them agreed. The name Zhang Jian could be heard from the Zhang family, but as for this Zhang Yuyu, to be honest, Zhang Kai and Guosufei really couldn't tell what it was. However, since the courtesy name was something of a scholar, it was naturally better for the scholar to say it. Zhang Kai and Guosufei also agreed. However, when it came to Guosufei's turn to come up with a nickname for the child, she frowned. After a long time she said, In-law, what do you think of Goshing, Erden, Dumbo, and Gubuli? Mr. Lu's expression changed and he said with a smile, Sister-in-law, since you already have a genteel courtesy name, it is not good to use a peasant's nickname. Think about it again. Guosufei thought for a long time and said, Forget it. Let's give it to you. Why don't I ask Chan and see what she thinks? At this time Zhang Xiaohua, who had been silent all this time, said, Father, Mother, Mr. Lu, I have a nickname. Listen and see if it is okay. Zhang Kai was about to scold her when Mr. Lu smiled and said, It's okay. You say it. Xiaohua, now that you have been outside for several years, you have a lot of experience. This nickname may not be bad. If it is not okay, then let Chanshan decide. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, let's give Jin a nickname, Byron. What do you think? Chapter 381. Byron? Guisufei was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone present frowned. Yes, it was understandable that Guisufei had nicknamed Jianqin Goshing, or Dumbo. That was what farmers called him. But Byron was not even close to a nickname. It was not as good as Yao Yao or Huan Huan. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Mr. Lu has just said that Jin will be an extraordinary person in the future. But now this news has been known by Granny Li. Maybe tomorrow the rumor will spread to the Guizhuang house. Of course, what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What we know is the whole truth. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed deeply to old Li's family and Lu Kai's family. These people were even more surprised. The younger ones hurriedly returned the bow and asked, Xiaohua, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua said, Granny Li only saw Jin grow up, but everyone saw Jin come out of the lotus. If this news were to spread, it would be a disaster for Jin. Who knows, it might attract the covetous eyes of some people. I beg everyone here, for the sake of Jin's growth, please don't tell anyone what you saw yesterday to outsiders. No one is allowed to do so. Zhang Xiaohua said sincerely and looked serious. Everyone was shocked. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything threatening from his eyes, they did not doubt that if something was leaked, he might not be lenient because of his family relationship with them. In particular, yesterday Zhang Xiaohua split the lotus with his small sword and carried Zhang Jian out of the lotus. He was already regarded as an extraordinary person. Moreover, as early as 5 years ago he could safely rescue 3 people from the mountain bandits in Shizue Mountain. 5 years after obtaining the secret martial arts book, it was easy to imagine how high his martial arts skills were. Therefore, the two families agreed with Zhang Xiaohua's proposal from the bottom of their hearts. After all, wasn't Zhang Jian their relative? Why should they make things difficult for their own people? Seeing that everyone had solemnly agreed, Zhang Xiaohua continued, but even Granny Li's rumors will definitely affect Jin. Jin will definitely be bullied or encouraged by other children as he grows up. However, according to my observation, the possibility of Jin being at a disadvantage is not high. However, it is precisely because of this that Jin has to restrain himself and keep a low profile. As the saying goes, the rafters that stick out first rot. I hope that our Jin will keep a low profile. Only by enduring what ordinary people can't endure can he accomplish what ordinary people can't. Mr. Lu, do you think what I said makes sense? Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Lu excitedly clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua's words make a lot of sense. This is also what I wanted to say. But I didn't expect Xiaohua to see it so clearly. Good, it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. It's really not wrong. Zhang Xiaohua was very modest and said, Mr. Lu is too polite. This little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. That's why this little one spoke out. It's just that this little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. Mr. Lu smiled and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to be modest. That year when you followed Xiaolong to Bali village to fetch the bride, I could see that you were extraordinary. Now it seems that my eyesight was really not wrong. Alright, do you still remember the bow you pulled in front of my house? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Of course I remember. That was the first time I pulled the bow and shot an arrow. How could I forget? Mr. Lu said, That bow is very famous. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, I don't know about this. Please teach me, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu said, That year when I knew that your big brother's arm was injured, I specially got someone to borrow a soft bow from the village's hunter. But it was just for the occasion. Those 3 arrows were easily shot away by you. At that time no one paid attention to it. They also knew some of my arrangements. But after a few days the hunter came back from hunting outside the mountains and apologized to me, saying that he had spoiled my happy occasion. This made me very surprised. Only then did I know that he had taken the wrong bow. Not only was it not a soft bow, but it was the hunter's ancestral 5-pickle strong bow. He had not pulled it out for many years. Xiaohua, that's right. I knew that you were not a person of the small pond. So when you wanted to go to Pingyang City to see the world, I was also very supportive of it. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, So it's like this. I was saying that after shooting 3 arrows with that bow, all the strength in my body was gone. That's the secret. At this time Li Jinfeng asked, Xiaohua, at that time you were only 11 or 12 years old, but your strength was already extraordinary. Alright, I think I heard you say that you lifted a 500 gene stone weight at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, when did I tell you that? I don't remember. Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, maybe it was Shangguan Yun, maybe it was Yu Luan. After a long time I have long forgotten. That's because I only wanted to enter that Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Who would still remember how heavy the stone weight was? It was also 500 gene. Li Jinfeng was not satisfied and said, that was 5 or 6 years ago. You have practiced martial arts for such a long time, how much strength do you have now? Is it 1,000 gene? Zhang Xiaohua was about to shake his head and deny it, but when he saw his mother and father's proud eyes and old manager Li's surprised gaze, he immediately denied his previous thoughts. He knew that although old manager Li was grateful and would not reveal Jian Er's abnormality, he was after all an outsider. He still did not dare to believe it. Listening to his mother and father's words, they wanted him to stay in the Guizhuang house from now on and never leave. But even if he would be free, what about his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? If he really needed to save him, then wouldn't he have lost the opportunity? Therefore, taking this opportunity to establish his prestige and let the elders see his strength was not necessarily a bad thing. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and Zhang Xiaohua liked to do it. 1,000 gene? Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, it's still a bit light. What? Not only was Li Jinfeng surprised, but Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Kai also had their mouths wide open. Is it 1,500 gene? Lu Kai gave a number. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. 2,000 gene? Li Yinfeng also said in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua still shook his head. Xiaohua, don't scare us. Is it 3,000 gene? Zhang Xiaolong finally could not help but say an unbelievable number. Yes, what kind of concept was 3,000 gene? They themselves did not know. They only knew that 5 gene of pork was very heavy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua still shaking his head, the 3 elders could not take it anymore and asked, 5,000 gene? 8,000 gene? 10,000 gene? When Zhang Kai said the last word, he already had a smile on his face. It was not a smile of pride, but a smile of ridicule. In his opinion, his son was probably joking. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. His strength was not easy to describe purely from numbers. He thought for a moment, turned his head and looked at the long sword in the corner. He got up and took it, gently putting it on the ground and said, this is my weapon. You will know my strength when you try it. Li Jinfeng's eyes were sharp. He laughed and said, isn't this what the 4 odd beasts were carrying yesterday? Animals can carry it, so its weight must be limited. 100 gene should be enough. This is not commensurate with your strength. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not speak. Li Jinfeng did not go up himself. He knew his own weight, so he looked at Zhang Xiaolong to test his strength. Zhang Xiaolong felt funny. Xiaohua was obviously joking. How could this stone-like thing be a weapon? Even if it was heavy, it was only a few dozen gene. He could definitely carry it. Zhang Xiaolong got up and walked to the sword. He bent down and grabbed the hilt with one hand. He exerted his strength, but it did not move at all. Zhang Xiaolong frowned and then grabbed both sides of the sword with both hands. He exerted his strength at the same time, but it still did not move at all. Zhang Xiaolong got up, clapped his hands and laughed. Oh, it is really heavy. I used all my strength, but I can't move it at all. Xiaohua, you are really powerful. This time, everyone knew that the 2 brothers were acting. Lu Kai also laughed and said, Xiaohua is so powerful. I also want to try. Lu Kai also did the same as Zhang Xiaolong. He did not move at all. He got up and praised Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Li Jinfeng could not sit still anymore. He also did the same. Then, with a strange expression, he also praised without restraint like the previous 2. Now even Li Yinfeng could not sit still anymore. She wanted to go up and try. Guisufei advised, Yinfeng, don't learn from them. They are all playing with you. Can't you see? Zhang Kai also laughed and said, yes, Yinfeng. Sit here. If you don't go up, you see who else they are going to trick? Anyway, I'm not going up to try. Ah. Mr. Lu and old manager Li also laughed. At the same time they said, we have eaten more salt than you have rice. Can't we see what you are up to? After the 3 of them finished laughing, the younger generation also laughed. They really did not expect that the old men's hearts were not old. They actually played this trick on them. Li Jinfeng laughed until tears were coming out of his eyes. He said breathlessly, "Little sister, father, we really can't move at all." What? This time, it was the four old men's turn to look at each other. So it was not a joke. Zhang Kai couldn't sit still any longer. That was because Mr. Lu was a frail scholar, and old manager Li often used an abacus. Only he still had some strength, especially after drinking spring water for so many years. He still felt very good about himself. Zhang Kai walked to the side of the long sword and carefully sized it up. He directly used both hands to hold it. He did not dare to use the strength of his whole body. If it was really not heavy, wouldn't he fall down? Let the younger generation laugh at him? Zhang Kai used 20% of his strength. That stone stick did not move an inch. Zhang Kai used 50% of his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Until the end, Zhang Kai used all his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Chapter 382. Zhang Kai clapped his hands. Just like Li Jinfeng, he smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are really naughty. You want us to carry such a heavy thing. Who can lift it?" Looking at Zhang Kai's appearance, if Mr. Lu and old shopkeeper Li didn't know Zhang Kai very well, they might have thought that he was lying to them. Guosufei asked doubtfully, "Xiaohua, how heavy is this small thing? No one can lift it at all." Zhang Xiaohua walked in front and picked it up with one hand. She waved it lightly and said, "Mother, to be honest, I don't know how heavy it is. After all, I haven't seen such a heavy thing." Oh, everyone suddenly understood. What she said was true. Who had nothing better to do? What's the use of weighing so many things? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes lit up and said, "Xiaohua, it's great that you're back. You're so strong. In the future, we won't need cows to plow the fields anymore." Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. After a while, she got up and said, "Big brother, you can't do this. You can't let me do anything. Plow the fields for cows. You're wasting resources. Then go help people dig wells. Your strength is equivalent to 10 people." Zhang Xiaolong was very economical. After everyone chatted for a while, Guosufei and Li Yinfeng went to the small courtyard next door and told Lu Qian the names of the 3 babies. Lu Qian was very happy when she heard it. Needless to say, the names and courtesy names were carefully chosen by the elders. She had some experience with Zhang Xiaohua's miracle. Everyone knew that she was pregnant for 10 months, but she was pregnant for 5 years before she gave birth. Zhang Xiaohua already knew about this situation 5 years ago. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua even gave her a small stone. When the stone turned into powder, her son was born. Could it be explained with the word coincidence? Today, Zhang Xiaohua actually gave her son a pet name. It was exactly what she wanted. The name Byron was really extraordinary. How could Lu Qian not be happy? She picked up her son who was sleeping soundly next to her. Zhang Jian, Zhang Yuyu and Zhang Byron called him one by one. Hearing this, the child opened his eyes in a daze and babbled nonsense. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 went to Guizhuang House to pay a New Year's greeting to the Zhang family because of the new year. Lu Kai and his wife came together because Li Yinfeng went back to her parents' home. Anyway, they had to come. As soon as the 2 groups of people arrived at Guizhuang House, they encountered Lu Qian giving birth, so they stayed to help. Now the child was born smoothly and the New Year's greeting was over. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 naturally had to go back to Lu town. However, Zhang Kai was happy and said, "Brother, if you're not busy with the affairs in town, you can go back later. It won't be too late to leave after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Anyway, Guizhuang House has a place to stay." Shopkeeper Li's business in Lu town had been doing well in recent years. He thought that there would be nothing to do during the new year. So, after a little hesitation, he agreed to Zhang Kai's suggestion. In fact, if Zhang Xiaohua didn't come back, shopkeeper Li might not have hesitated. She had just given birth and was very busy. Wouldn't it be troublesome if his family stayed here? Although he didn't know exactly what kind of person Zhang Xiaohua was now, 5 years ago, she could go into the tiger's den and come out unscathed. 5 years later, Zhang Xiaohua must be even more incredible. Mr. Lu and Zhang Kai didn't hang around in Lu town, so they didn't have much impression of the outside world. Shopkeeper Li knew what kind of person Zhang Xiaohua would be if she was in Lu town. Moreover, according to Zhang Kai and Guosufei's meaning, his youngest son wouldn't be allowed to travel far in the future. Since he couldn't travel far, where could he go? He couldn't really farm in the Guizhuang house, so Zhang Xiaohua's only choice was Lu town. Therefore, shopkeeper Li's little abacus was very clear. As long as he had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaohua, his family should be able to do whatever they wanted in Lu Town in the future. Therefore, Zhang Kai's politeness at this time was like handing a pillow to a thirsty person. Shopkeeper Li hesitated for a moment and immediately accepted it. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng didn't need to be mentioned. They directly lived in Mr. Lu's house. On one hand they served their father and on the other hand they took care of their sister. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. In the past few days Zhang Xiaohua didn't go anywhere. She just wandered around the Guizhuang house, paying New Year's greetings here and sending gifts there. It was true that this farmer's house was simple, but it wasn't necessarily pure. In the past, Guo Sufei was the only girl in the Guizhuang house, and she was bullied both openly and secretly. Zhang Kai married into the family and gave birth to 3 fat boys. In the eyes of the farmers they were 3 strong men. Therefore there were fewer bullies. However, just when the family's life was getting better, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu disappeared. At first, people thought that they had gone to other places to live and maybe they would be successful in the future. Well, when Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu came back for the first time, people in the Guizhuang house envied them for a while. Many people had never seen such a tall red horse before. However, the 2 left in a hurry and didn't come back for many years. Therefore many rumors spread. Li Yinfeng's arrival indirectly made the idlers in the Guizhuang house a little apprehensive. But later Li Yinfeng married Lu Kai. Although the Zhang family kept their mouths shut, this fact couldn't be covered up. In addition, Guo Sufei fell ill twice. How could the people in the Guizhuang house not know that something had happened to the Zhang family? In addition, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had brought home 3,000 to 4,000 taels of silver. Although they did not spend extravagantly, it was still needed to improve their lives. The original small courtyard was renovated, and a new courtyard was built next to it. The idle men in the village were jealous and rumors began to spread. Some said that the money was exchanged with the lives of the 2 sons, some said that the 2 sons had committed robbery, and some said that the rumors were unpleasant to hear. Fortunately, the Zhang family had always had a good reputation in the village, and many people leaned towards the former. The eyes of the people were really sharp. This rumor was really infinitely close to the truth. The Zhang family couldn't deny it. In fact, there was nothing to explain. In particular, due to Granny Li's adding fuel to the fire, there were already some rumors about Zhang Jian's birth. Although Zhang Xiaohua was just 18 years old, he had licked the blood of blades in the Jianghu. He had a good understanding of the human heart. The evolution of the way of heaven had given him endless training, and he had already clearly seen the undercurrents behind the simple farmers. Therefore, during this period of time, he had spent a lot of time hanging out with the idlers in the Guizhuang house. From time to time he would show off his Jianghu experience, talk about the bloodshed of revenge, and when he was full of enthusiasm he would pick up a stone or millstone with one hand to show off his strength. Even some young men who had learned a thing or two came forward to show off a few times, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to send them flying with a kick. At most, there were about a dozen of them and they all surrounded and attacked Zhang Xiaohua as if they were joking. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back at all. He didn't even use his hands and with less than a minute of kung fu, he knocked them down one by one. This time, the crowd closed their mouths, and there was only fear and admiration in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. He clapped his hands and left. Zhang Xiaohua went to Zhang Jian's place every day. He didn't tell anyone about Zhang Jian's extraordinariness, including Lu Qian. However, in these few days he didn't see any special differences between him and other children. For example, he could talk and walk when he was born. Instead, he went to sleep every day after drinking milk. He didn't look like he was worrying at all. Yes, he didn't look like he was sleeping soundly while clutching the 2 ugly little stones. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved. There was no one in the family who was particularly strong. If Zhang Jian stood out too much, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. As for his little nephew's future, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried at all. What a joke. The omen was so strong. If he didn't have a bright future, it must be God who was blind. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, old shopkeeper Li and his family decided to go back to Lu Town. In these few days, old shopkeeper Li tried to persuade Li Jinfeng to hang out more with Zhang Xiaohua. However, Li Jinfeng didn't care. Zhang Xiaohua was indeed powerful, but wasn't he his student who initiated him? Old shopkeeper Li opened his heart to him and became friends with him. There was really no need to flatter him deliberately. Li Jinfeng originally wanted to get information about Qiu Tong from Zhang Xiaohua. Now Li Jinfeng would rather not ask than look for Zhang Xiaohua. This surprised Zhang Xiaohua for a while. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Town had festive lanterns. Guizhuang House also had this custom. However, it wasn't as lively as Lu Town. Old shopkeeper Li naturally invited the Zhang family to Lu Town to take a look. After giving birth, Lu Qin recovered very well. She could walk a few days ago. She didn't look as weak as Zhang Xiaohua imagined. However, she couldn't leave the courtyard until she was 1 month old. Gui Sufei and Zhang Xiaolong had to stay at home to take care of Xiao Jian. Only Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua were left in the Zhang family. Zhang Kai didn't want to go. However, when he thought that Xiaohua had been hanging out with the young people in the village for the past few days, he thought that he couldn't bear the loneliness. Therefore he wanted to bring him to Lu Town to take a look. Since he was willing to go, Zhang Xiaohua naturally accompanied him. Mr. Lu's family was a leisurely trio. They could leave at any time. Therefore the group of people came to Lu Town. The last time they came to Lu Town was 5 years ago. The Li family was in ruins, but it had been rebuilt. It was not inferior to before. Old shopkeeper Li held a banquet at home to entertain the Zhang and Lu families. When shopkeeper Yu of the Jade Shop heard the news, he prepared gifts early and brought his daughter and son-in-law to thank them. Fortunately, the Li family was now well off. The central room was very spacious, so it could accommodate so many people. The banquet was very enjoyable until night fell. Before the sky turned dark, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard outside. Firecrackers and the like were also going off non-stop. Although Four Trees was not the most prosperous place in Lu Town, it was still a hubbub of voices and unusually lively. Chapter 383. Guizhuang House and Balago were both in the countryside. Ever since Li Yinfeng married into Balago, she had not seen such a lively 15th day of the first lunar month for several years. When she heard the sound of gongs and drums on the street, she could not sit still. It seemed that she was even more anxious to go out than Zhang Xiaohua. On the contrary, the 18-year-old Zhang Xiaohua was very well behaved and sat down with a smile. Nonsense, his divine sense had already been sent out. Of course, he did not need to be so anxious. But he sat so steadily that it unconsciously made everyone present think highly of him. Of course, look at this child. He really seemed to have lived in a big town. This calmness was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Seeing that it was almost time, everyone was full. Old shopkeeper Li got up and, together with shopkeeper Yu, led everyone to the street. They followed the flow of people and admired the lanterns on both sides of the street. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the day of the full moon. High in the sky, a bright moon hung there. Many shops on both sides of the street hung up homemade lanterns. There were also hawkers who set up stalls to sell lanterns. In the flow of people there were old and young. All of them had lanterns in their hands. They walked and looked and chatted. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua and the others left the Li family, they came across a stall selling lanterns. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and everyone bought one. Even Zhang Kai accepted it gladly. He carried a medium-sized lantern in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised when she saw this. In her impression, her father was a somewhat old-fashioned person. She had never seen him carry such things for children. But then she saw old shopkeeper Yu and old shopkeeper Li also carrying a lantern with a smile. She laughed in her heart. It turns out that there is innocence in everyone's heart. There were many people on the street, but they were also divided into groups. Li Jinfeng, Lu Kai, and the son-in-law of the Yu family Zhang Xiaohua walked together. Li Jinfeng knew that Zhang Xiaohua was unfamiliar with these things, so he pointed here and there and introduced them to him in detail. Li Yinfeng and Yu Bihe were together, holding exquisite lanterns in their hands. It was unknown what they were whispering to each other, but they were also covering their mouths and laughing. The four old people walked at the back. They were a little slow, but they were also chatting happily and nodding their heads frequently. After walking through a few streets, the flow of people increased. It was as if they had been cooped up at home for an entire year and only came out now to get some fresh air. In front of them, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. Waves of cheers could be heard. Li Jinfeng explained with a smile, "In front of us is a big square in the west of the city. Most of the temple fairs during the new year are held here. Presumably, there is a lion and dragon dance performance now, which is why it attracted so many cheers." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He had an affinity with this square in Lu Town. The first time he saw Lu Qian being molested in the square with his father and two brothers, he stood up for justice and helped Zhang Xiaolong win the beauty. 5 years ago, he and his second brother came across a Jianghu man who was selling medicine in the square and was bullied. He also stood up for justice and got something similar to a pill formula. He also broke one of the bully's legs. He didn't know what strange things he would encounter today. Unfortunately, when he turned the corner of the street, he saw a group of bright lights and a lively scene in front of him. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. There was nothing unusual about it. In the middle of the square, two dragon dance teams were holding wooden poles. Each of them danced with two long dragon-shaped lanterns. They were having a hearty battle. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the dragon shape, she couldn't help but feel moved. On the 9th day of the first month, the dragon shape formed by the heaven and earth essence qi that she saw in her divine sense was similar to this dragon lantern. Presumably, this dragon-shaped essence qi didn't appear just now. It was estimated that 10,000 years ago, when the immortal Tao was at its peak, it also appeared from time to time. This was why the immortal cultivators saw it. He didn't know how it spread to the mortal world. But why wasn't there a phoenix lantern? However, immediately Zhang Xiaohua had an answer. Dragon dance, wasn't it because of the dragon's long body that everyone felt lively when they cooperated? If it was a phoenix dance, only one person would take it. How would it be fun to dance? Moreover, the dragon's head was difficult to tie. If it was a phoenix, the whole body was difficult to tie. It was also inconvenient to do it. It should be so. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud of her cleverness. Around the dragon dance team, there were more than 10 lion dance teams. They were all sweating profusely. Not only Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see this, but the others also kept applauding. Zhang Xiaohua was also pitiful. Before he went to Pingyang City, he was 12 years old. During these 12 years, he only had the opportunity to come to Lu Town during the New Year, and it was always during the day. He had never experienced the scenery of Lu Town at night. He used to think that the people in Lu Town were like the Guozhuang house, who would turn off the lights and go to sleep when the sky turned dark. Even on the 15th and 16th of the first month, he just took Xiaohua's lantern for a stroll in the village. Until today, he realized that the nightlife of the people in this town was really rich and colorful. After a while, the number of people in the square gradually increased. Zhang Xiaohua and the others were slowly squeezed to a corner of the square. However, even if they were not in the center, it was still lively here. Just as they were enjoying the show, a woman suddenly stumbled out from an alley next to the square. She cried and shouted, my child's father, where are you? My child has been snatched away." She shouted and searched all the way. At this moment, a person blocked her and shouted, "Wunyang, what happened to your Zizi?" Wunyang cried and shouted, "Second uncle, just now Zizi and I were making lanterns in the courtyard." Suddenly, a masked black shadow fell from the sky, grabbed Zizi, and then jumped onto the roof and disappeared. "Tell me, how can I live like this?" The person pointed in a direction and said, "I think I saw Brother Lu over there just now. You go and look for him." Sigh. Wunyang grabbed his hand as if she was asking for help. She had long forgotten her scruples and said, "Second uncle, can I trouble you to go to the government and ask them to send someone over?" The person said firmly, "Don't worry, Wunyang, I'll go now. However, you have to be mentally prepared. During the new year, the government is the most lax. Moreover, according to what you said, that person is a high-ranking person. How would the government dare to interfere?" Wunyang cried even more miserably and said, Then, I really can't live anymore." After saying that, she stumbled in that direction again. The person called second uncle also sighed and said, "This world?" He touched his money pouch, separated the crowd, and went straight to the government. At this moment, a familiar person next to him said, "Sigh, poor Zizi. I just saw her at the corner of the street this morning. She's a very cute little girl." The person next to him also said in surprise, "Don't you think it's strange? Why would someone be interested in a girl from an ordinary family? If he wants to kidnap someone, he should kidnap a beauty, right?" "Yes," second aunt said, that it's obviously a master in the martial arts world. "Wouldn't it be better if he came at night? Why did he have to kidnap her now? What time is it now?" Another person said, "Don't underestimate this girl. When I met her this morning, second aunt was taking her for a divination. The blind fortune teller said that this girl's ghost fate is on the 7th day of the 7th month. It's the most gloomy. If she can be used properly and find a good husband, she will bring good fortune to her husband's family." Tiske, could it be that the martial arts master in the martial arts world eavesdropped on it and was itching to kidnap her before the sky turned dark? Cripple, you're just talking nonsense. Zizi is just a 7-year-old child. I'm just saying. Maybe the martial arts master is interested in this? These words were getting more and more unpleasant. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Human nature was really unpredictable. He turned to the side and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She reached out and rubbed her face left and right. Puzzled, she said, "Father, there's no dust on my face, right?" Zhang Kai said, "No. Even if there is, it's so dark. How can I see?" "Then why are you looking at me?" Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Zhang Kai frowned. He looked around and whispered, "Xiaohua, didn't you hear about what happened to Zizi just now? Don't you have anything to say?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Of course I have extreme sympathy. If her mother was born a few hours later, perhaps there wouldn't be such a tragedy." "You," Zhang Kai pointed at Zhang Xiaohua angrily. He didn't know what to say. He lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you learn martial arts? Seeing her child go missing as a mother, she doesn't want to live anymore. Don't you have any intention of helping her?" In fact, when the second mother said that her daughter had been taken away, Zhang Xiaohua had already released his divine sense. He had already seen the black-clothed man with the little girl under his armpit. However, there were many people in the square now. The black-clothed man's qigong didn't seem to be very good. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He only wanted to find an opportunity to relieve himself or play some sort of squeezing before going to rescue the girl. But now that his father had pointed it out in front of him, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Actually, it wasn't really a dilemma. Zhang Xiaohua just wanted to stand out in a low-key manner. But these people in front of him, who didn't know that he was an expert. If not for this, Zhang Kai wouldn't have pointed at him and scolded him. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, don't be angry. Your good son will go now. What do you think?" Go where? The cucumbers are already cold. What's the use of you going now?" Zhang Kai looked at this unfilial son and was still fuming. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and was a bit speechless. What was wrong with his father? It was said that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. But this power didn't belong to his father. When did his sense of responsibility become so inflated? Seeing that there weren't many people around, Zhang Xiaohua whispered to Lu Kai, "Brother Kai, pay attention to protect my father. Don't let anything happen to him. I'll be back soon." Lu Kai's face was nervous and said, "Xiaohua, where are you going? Giving such a difficult task to me, I feel burdened in my heart." Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going to the side alley to relieve myself." Sigh, everyone collapsed. Chapter 384. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked into the dark alley. Looking around, he really looked like a young man who was secretly urinating. However, when he reached the darkness, he twisted his body as usual and suddenly disappeared. The quiet alley seemed as if no one had ever been there. After Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared in another place, he didn't waste any time and leaped onto the roof. His feet didn't touch the ground as he chased after a certain place. Yes, it was indeed a roof that didn't touch the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was indeed useful. However, there was also a drawback. It was like a person standing at a very high place overlooking Lu Town. Everything was in his eyes, but everything was clear and there was no distinction of importance. Just like just now, when Zhang Xiaohua heard Wu Nyang's narration, he released his divine sense to search. However, Lu Town was so big. Although Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could barely cover it, if the black figure didn't leave hurriedly on the roof, he might not be able to track him down. At this time, after a delay, the black figure had gone far away. It seemed that he had escaped the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. A 7-year-old girl was at the age of flower buds. If something happened to her, her life would be over. Zhang Xiaohua chased after the black figure with all his might. At the same time, he carefully recalled the records of the divine sense in the Carefree Heart Sutra. He wanted to find the technique of using the divine sense in order to overcome the shortcoming of using the divine sense crudely. Half a cup of tea's time passed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't find the answer he was looking for from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra was just a basic cultivation method. It only talked about the methods of drawing qi into the body and refining qi. For other magical powers, it only explained the things to pay attention to, but there wasn't the slightest bit of technique to use. Presumably, there wasn't a unified standard for the use of the divine sense. Perhaps each family had their own secret method, so this sutra didn't have any records. While Zhang Xiaohua was pondering, a black shadow jumped out from another place in her divine sense. It was also holding a black object under its armpit and running in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua was startled, but she immediately understood. No wonder she couldn't find him after chasing him all the way. She thought she had made a mistake and didn't see that the black-clothed man's qigong was extremely brilliant. It turned out that this guy actually had some foresight. He first hid for a moment, then changed directions to avoid being tracked. Fortunately, this bastard's patience was not enough. If he had waited for her to chase him out of the city before he came out, she would have suffered unspeakable hardships and lost face in front of her father for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. She didn't do anything in the air, but she immediately changed direction and floated towards that guy like a ghost. Maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua was extremely afraid of death, or maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua was extremely talented in qigong. In short, his levitation technique and escape technique would rapidly improve after a period of time. Under his deliberate use in the night, his figure actually showed signs of blurring. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as fast as the wind. Although the black-clothed man was very careful and tried his best to escape, Zhang Xiaohua also didn't have the intention of letting a long line to catch a big fish. So, in the next moment she had already caught up to that guy's back. Thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was using levitation technique, the tip of her feet basically didn't stop on the roof to borrow strength. Therefore, although that black-clothed man pricked up his ears, he didn't hear any strange movements. It wasn't until the last moment when Zhang Xiaohua approached that the black-clothed man seemed to have a warning in his heart and suddenly wanted to turn around. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him see her face? She stretched out her left hand and grabbed the back of that guy's neck as if she was pinching a chicken. According to Zhang Xiaohua's previous thinking, as long as her left hand exerted a little force, this guy's neck would be broken. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to exert more force, she didn't know why she suddenly thought of the little kitten lying under the carriage on the snow with its 4 legs twitching. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart, I don't know where this black-clothed man came from. I also don't know if his hands are stained with blood. Forget it, let's just let the authorities scratch their heads. There's no need for me to think about this nonsense. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua slightly reduced the force in her hand, the black-clothed man immediately fainted. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stretched out her right hand to catch the thing that was about to fall from the black-clothed man's armpit. It was a burlap sack. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and chose an empty platform. Landing, she caught the bright moonlight and opened the burlap sack, revealing a delicate and pretty little girl. Her eyes were tightly closed and her breathing was even. The black-clothed man must have fed her some medicine or sealed her acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Sealing acupoints was a martial arts technique. He had only been sealed before and had never practiced it. Therefore he didn't dare to act rashly. If he was fed medicine he would be helpless. Thinking about it, it was better to leave these things to the experts. He just needed to send the child back safely. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua carried one in each hand and was about to be sensible. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. This black-clothed man did such a repulsive thing in the middle of the night. He must not be a good person. Even if I don't know if he should be killed, I can't let him go so easily. If I hand him over to the authorities with the corruption of the authorities, they will definitely find him and let him go. That would really be letting him off easy. Not knowing why, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Misty School's disciple who had his dantian destroyed and his martial arts crippled. I don't have internal energy, but don't I have true qi? Even though I haven't trained my lower dantian, I know the location of my lower dantian. Either way, I'll use this bastard to practice. It can be considered as making good use of trash. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and put down the gunny sack. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the location of the black-clothed man's lower dantian. Just as his finger touched the skin, a stream of true qi entered his body and directly pierced his dantian. The black-clothed man's internal energy that he had painstakingly cultivated immediately dissipated in his body following the destruction of his dantian. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to withdraw his true qi. Instead, after the black-clothed man's dantian was destroyed, his true qi circled around his dantian for a while and then wandered through his meridians for a while before withdrawing it back into his body. Zhang Xiaohua sat under the moonlight and used his finger to scratch his chin. He thought to himself, the lower dantian is where the internal energy of martial arts is stored. It is like a warehouse. As long as the walls are pushed down, the internal energy inside will run out. Because the warehouse is destroyed, no matter how much one cultivates, they will not be able to accumulate internal energy. Therefore their martial arts will be crippled. The meridians of the immortal path and martial arts are interlinked. It's just that the true qi is different. One is heaven and earth yuan qi, while the other is self-cultivated internal energy. Sai, the person who created the martial arts, was really a talented person. He could even think of such an unimaginable method. It's a pity that the immortal path is not only about drawing true qi into the body, but also tempering the meridians. Even my own middle dantian has long been tempered to the point where it is like an impenetrable fortress. How could it be so easily broken by someone using true qi? Moreover, because martial arts cannot temper the meridians, the talent of the martial arts practitioner is the most important. This talent is not only about comprehension, but more importantly, the width of the meridians in the body. If the same level of comprehension is used, the wider the meridians and the larger the dantian will definitely have a brighter future. This can't be compared to the cultivation methods of the immortal path, which can continuously temper and widen the meridians. There is unlimited room for improvement. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the martial arts. No matter what, the martial arts were also based on the immortal path. How could the creator of the martial arts not understand the principles within? It's just that the cultivation methods of the martial arts were also divided according to the creator. Moreover, because the martial arts had existed for tens of thousands of years, a profound internal strength cultivation method would also have various branches. Each branch would have a unique aspect. Therefore, in Zhang Xiaohua's era, high-level cultivation methods that could temper the meridians were actually rare. However, it was not like what Zhang Xiaohua thought, that the cultivation methods of the martial arts simply did not have the effect of tempering the meridians. After understanding the principle of breaking the dantian and abolishing the cultivation of internal strength, Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. The person who could think of such a vicious method was also a genius. If the dantian was broken by the internal strength, there would be no chance to repair it. It was really killing without spilling blood. It was even more sinister than using a small sword to cut the throat. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky. It was already late. Presumably, her father and the others were also waiting anxiously. Then she picked up the sack and used the levitation technique to run to the place where she came from. Not long after, she had already arrived at the corner of the square. At this time, the gongs and drums in the square were still playing. The dragon and lion dance had not stopped. She saw that outside the small alley that Fifth Mother ran out from just now, there was still a group of people standing. Among them, there were two yamen runners who were holding two lanterns in their hands. They had an impatient expression as they listened to Fifth Mother's crying and complaining. Beside Fifth Mother, there was a rather down-and-out middle-aged scholar. He squatted there, hugging his head and sighing from time to time. Sometimes he even slapped his own mouth and muttered something. As for her father and the others, they were also standing at the side, watching from afar. They were still looking around as if they were looking for her traces. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua exerted force with her left hand and threw the black-clothed man in front of them. Then her right hand was not idle. Following the black-clothed man's position, she also gently threw the sack over. The two yamen runners were listening impatiently. Suddenly their vision turned black. A black object fell in front of their eyes with a pa sound. Then another black object followed and fell right on top of the previous object. When they looked carefully, there was an open sack on top, and a masked black-clothed man was below it. The expressions of the two yamen runners changed greatly. They immediately threw the lanterns to the side, shook their hands and pulled out the padao from their waists. They shouted loudly, "Who? Who?" It was fine if they did not shout. Once they shouted, it was obvious that they were timid. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 385. The two yamen runners took out their swords and pretended to scold around. Where was the shadow of a person to be seen? However, Fifth Mother did not care about their show. She just stared at the black-clothed man on the ground. Then she turned her gaze to the open gunny sack. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She ran over quickly and opened the gunny sack with a few hands, revealing the little girl who was unconscious with her eyes closed. The woman shouted loudly, "Father of the child, come quickly. It's our Zizi. She has been rescued." The middle-aged scholar who was squatting on the ground and regretting slapping his face immediately stood up and wanted to go over there. Perhaps because he had squatted for a long time, his legs were numb. After taking a few steps, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. However, the scholar hurriedly got up, as if he did not care about the mud on his body and face. He quickly walked over. When he saw his daughter, he smiled like a child and said, "Zizi, Zizi, it's really Zizi. God knows." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the child's face. Only then did he realize that his hand was full of mud. He quickly wiped his hand on his clothes and then carefully stretched out his hand again. He was afraid that his hand would dirty the child's face, but he also wanted to personally verify the existence of the child with his hand. He could only gently touch the child's little face and brush the hair on her face before he retracted his hand with relief. Wunyang carried Zizi back from the gunny sack. The scholar saw the black-clothed man on the ground. Instantly, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He raised his foot and stomped on the black-clothed man's body. He kept cursing as he stomped on the black-clothed man. When Zhang Kai and the others were watching, Zhang Xiaohua quietly walked over from behind. When they saw him coming over, everyone's faces showed a smile. Even Yu Biha's husband looked at him with stars in his eyes. It seemed that he had not recovered from the fact that there was really such a powerful person around him. Lu Kai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you took quite a long time to urinate." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Oh, I can't help it. Uncle Li is really enthusiastic. He let me drink so much wine. Young people digest well. As long as I go more often, please don't blame me." Zhang Kai laughed and scolded, "When did you learn to be so glib?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, you've wronged the boy. The boy is very honest." Then he looked in that direction and said, "Uncle Li, since the people from the government are already here, and the person who kidnapped the girl has also run back, let's go back quickly. It's already late, it's better to rest early." Zhang Kai also knew Zhang Xiaohua's problem, so he said, "Sai, young people lack sleep. Brother Li, let's go. I've already seen the Lantern Festival. It's really eye-opening. If I have time next year, I'll have to ask you again." Old shopkeeper Li smiled even more brilliantly and said, of course, you're welcome to harass me, you're welcome to harass me." With that, everyone prepared to return home. However, at this moment, a new situation suddenly occurred. The scholar stepped on the man in black with all his strength, and the two yamen runners howled for a long time but still couldn't see a shadow. They were about to put away their padao and come over to watch. In fact, the two of them were half happy and half worried. They were happy because they caught the thief effortlessly. Of course, it was a great merit. They were worried because this person was obviously from Jianghu and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. It was like a hot potato that was forced into their hands. The black-clothed man had only fainted from Zhang Xiaohua's grip. After the fall and the scholar's ferocious assault, he slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he did not quite understand what had just happened. However, what had just happened was not important. What was important was how to escape from here. In front of him, there were only two people who wanted to go forward but didn't dare to. The one who was trying to step on him was a weak scholar. The little girl was still unconscious, and there were only a group of men and women in plain clothes surrounding him. These people were just like ants in his eyes. Why would he care about them? The man in black understood his situation. He grabbed the scholar's foot and was about to throw him away with his strength. At this time he found that he couldn't mobilize his genuine qi. Then he checked his genuine qi and his face immediately turned pale. His inner strength was abolished. What should he do? Thinking of this, the man in black used all his strength to pull the scholar down. Then he turned around and forcibly took the little girl from Wunyang's hands. He held her with his left hand, and then took out a dagger from his arms with his right hand and put it on the child's neck. He screamed, get out of the way, or I'll kill this child." When the two yamen runners saw that the man in black had woken up, they were scared witless and immediately ran away. The surrounding people were also stunned and didn't know what to do. Wunyang rushed over from the side and begged while crying, "Hero, please kidnap me. Please put down the child, okay?" The man in black kicked Wunyang aside and scolded, "What's the use of keeping you? You're already an old noob." Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to leave in the distance, saw this and immediately put her hand into her arms. At this time, the scholar, who had just been pulled down by the man in black, took advantage of the moment when the man in black turned his attention to Wunyang and pounced on him desperately. One of his hands first grabbed the sharp blade of the dagger on the child's neck, and the other hand grabbed the man in black's wrist. Then he stretched out his head and bit the man's hand that was holding the dagger. The man in black screamed in pain and raised his leg to kick the scholar's waist. However, even if the scholar was in pain, he still didn't let go. Blood immediately flowed from his hand that was holding the dagger and dripped on the child's fair neck. The man in black kept kicking, but the scholar seemed to be determined. He gritted his teeth and didn't let go. Immediately, blood also flowed from the man in black's hand. The man in black was even more nervous. He held the girl with one hand and used his other hand to snatch the dagger back. His other leg also kept kicking the scholar. Seeing that the scholar was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the people who were watching by the side couldn't stand it anymore. Someone shouted, "Old and young men, this is our Lu town's villagers. We must not let this bad guy hurt our child. Charge, trample him to death, let's see how arrogant he can be." As he shouted, a short and fat man led the crowd out and ran towards the man in black. Since there was a big brother leading the way, the others also rushed up like the wind. When the man in black saw this, his eyes revealed a look of horror. He didn't expect that the man in black, who usually looked like a yes-man and timid, would have a hot-blooded side. He quickly let go of his right hand and threw the girl aside. At this time, the scholar was also exhausted and could no longer hold on to the man's wrist. His hand loosened and the man in black broke free. The man in black no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly tried to find a way to escape. Unfortunately, he was already surrounded in the span of a few breaths. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua didn't take out her small sword. She knew that the man in black's internal strength had been destroyed and was about the same as an ordinary person. With so many villagers around, he might not be able to escape. When the man in black saw that the crowd had surrounded him, he waved the dagger in his hand up and down and said fiercely, "Whoever dares to come up, I'll take his life." After saying that, he walked in a direction. The people in front of him immediately hid outside in fear. It was okay to make a scene, but they couldn't hurt their own lives. When the man in black saw this, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to rush out, he heard a person in front of him shout, "We can't let him escape. If he comes back to snatch girls in the future, what should we do? Come on, burn this evil man to death." After saying that, a lantern flew out of thin air and smashed onto the man in black. With a ting sound, the lantern was ignited and the man in black's clothes were immediately set ablaze. When the crowd saw this, their eyes lit up and the lanterns in their hands were thrown at the man. In an instant, countless lanterns gathered together and burned. The man in black immediately became a burning fireball. No matter how he swatted at the lanterns or even rolled on the ground, he couldn't extinguish the fire on his body. The man in black was burned until he screamed in pain. Even so, the burning lanterns were still thrown at him. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua completely took out her hand from her chest. She muttered, "The ancients said, the most brilliant martial arts in the vast sea of people's war are also helpless. There is no need to deceive." Amidst the flames, the man in black gradually stopped howling, and his rolling body also stopped. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and sighed, saying, "Let's go, Uncle Li. It's really late. If we don't leave now, I'm going to fall asleep here." The people by the side were also dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that the man in black would end up like this. He was burned alive. Even if they knew that the man in black was doing bad things, but seeing such a miserable state, they still couldn't bear to see it. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's urging, they also suppressed the emotions in their eyes and walked out along the edge of the square. And the eyes of the commoners who were watching the man in black's burning body actually sparkled with excitement. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua and the others didn't speak. They only walked silently under Li Jinfeng's lead. Walking in the middle of the crowd, the two women's faces were also a little pale. Their eyes flickered as if the scene just now had left a deep impression on them. When they returned to the Li family, no one had the slightest desire to sleep. Old shopkeeper Li set up a table in the hall and asked people to brew hot tea. Everyone drank a cup, only then did they warm up. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Li Jinfeng said, "It's really too shocking. I really didn't expect that it would end up like this." Everyone nodded. Only Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Brother Li, what did you think would end up like this?" Li Jinfeng was a little speechless, saying, At first I thought that the man in black would be taken away by the Yamen runners. But I didn't expect that when the man in black took out his dagger, the one who ran first was the one who shouldn't have run the least. Chapter 386. Yes, Li Jinfeng was speechless. The government that he had high hopes for had given him the most disappointing answer. What else could he say? But, Li Yinfeng's lips were still trembling slightly, but to burn that person to death, it's really cruel, Lu Kai added. Seeing that the younger generation in the hall were all discussing, the four old men sitting at the head of the table were silent. Zhang Kai was a little better. Although he was older, he only lived in Guizhuang House. The hatred of the villagers was all in the open. Most of them were rumors and gossip. It was rare for someone to actually do something like this. He had also never seen so many people vent their anger on one person and burn him to death. For a moment he was not used to it. Old shopkeeper Li and old shopkeeper Yu were not the same. They lived in Lu Town and had seen many petty thieves. In their business dealings, it was not uncommon to see despicable methods. Especially last time when old shopkeeper Li's family was almost wiped out by the mountain bandits, his mentality had already changed slightly. Towards such evildoers, they were afraid that they would not be able to get rid of them completely. Old shopkeeper Yu was the same. Of course, even if the two of them wanted the black-clothed man to receive the punishment he deserved, they had never thought that it would end like this today. However, they had forgotten what this deserved punishment actually was. The two of them looked at Zhang Kai's expression and were about to speak when they heard Zhang Xiaohua cough and clear his throat, as if he wanted to speak. Thus, the two of them immediately looked at each other and then at Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, the young man in front of them was the main character of tonight. They knew very well that if Zhang Xiaohua did not use the excuse of going to the toilet to escape and capture the black-clothed man from afar, how could there be a family reunion and a follow-up story? However, since Zhang Xiaohua did not explicitly say that he was the one who captured the black-clothed man, even if they asked now, Zhang Xiaohua might not admit it. Everyone in the hall had the same thought, so when they heard Zhang Xiaohua cough, they immediately quieted down. They all looked at him with longing eyes, wanting to know what this expert wanted to say. Zhang Xiaohua cleared her throat and said, "Daddy, I'll sleep with you later. You don't have to worry about me after you put me on the Kong." Clang, clang, clang. Some of them fell to the ground and some of them dropped their teacups. No one had thought that Zhang Xiaohua would say something like that. Zhang Xiaohua looked innocently at the people who were shocked by her and said with a smile, "Actually, I know that everyone is shocked by the fate of the man in black tonight. But if you think about it carefully, you might be able to find a reasonable explanation." "Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. Everyone here is older than you. Who doesn't have as much experience as you? Who is it your turn to speak?" If it was martial arts, Zhang Kai would not object. But when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to speak frankly, he felt that his son was exaggerating. Who in front of him wasn't a learned person? Only he and his son came from the countryside. If they didn't speak well, wouldn't they be laughed at? At this time Mr. Liu, who had been silent for a long time, waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhang, age has always been the appearance. If we talk about experience, everyone may not have the experience that Xiaohua has. At such a young age she entered the Jianghu that we have never entered. Now it has been 6 years. I think she must have a lot of feelings. Share it with us so that we won't be suspicious of her." Li Jinfeng also said with a smile, "Xiaohua, just say it. Uncle is just protecting you. I'm afraid you'll mess it up." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai and saw that he didn't have any expression. Then she said, "I'm just expressing my feelings. If it's not good, please add on. Actually, in the end it's still human nature. Didn't you see when the black-clothed man just woke up? Everyone was so scared that they hid far away. Although the black-clothed man kidnapped Zai Zai, no one went forward. Until Zai Zai's father went forward as if he didn't care about his life, but the black-clothed man wasn't as powerful as they thought. He killed the man with a knife. Then, when the black-clothed man left Zai Zai and wanted to rush out with a knife, everyone was afraid of implicating themselves, so they all moved aside. If you want to talk about power, it's still the leader. If he didn't stand up at that time, the black-clothed man would probably have run away. Would you have let him run away?" Yubiha asked softly. "Who knows? Anyway, it didn't happen. It's hard to say." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yubiha and said in a mysterious tone. Yubiha's face was slightly red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I think that at that time, it was that person who threw the lantern at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man actually didn't have the strength to fight back. When everyone saw how the black-clothed man was beaten up, they knew that they didn't have any qualms about their own safety. That's why they all surrounded him, wanting to experience the pleasure of bullying the strong. They all threw the lanterns in their hands. But the black-clothed man is a martial arts expert. Why didn't he have the strength to fight back? Yubiha seemed to be a curious baby and continued to ask. Aha, this is the punishment of the heavens. Zhang Xiaohua said decisively. Mr. Lu said thoughtfully, if that's the case, Little Blossom, what you're saying is that everyone isn't acting bravely for a just cause and stepping forward bravely. Instead, they're using the attitude of a strong person to wreak havoc on the mentality of the weak? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. Mr. Lu, it's because you can get the pleasure from bullying the powerless strong that you didn't have before. Or maybe it's because you were bullied by the strong in the past. Today you treated the black-clothed man as an illusion and did such a shocking action. Of course, it's also because of Zai Zai's experience that made people angry. That's why. As she said that, Zhang Xiaohua's voice became softer and softer. Then she sat there and didn't say anything else. Seeing that everyone in the hall had a serious expression, frowning and thinking while waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Zhang Kai awkwardly coughed and said, that Xiaohua is a bit tired and has already fallen asleep. Let's stop here tonight. Cough cough. At this time Mr. Lu suddenly understood and said with a smile, 5 years ago I saw Xiaohua sleeping soundly. Today I saw it again. Lu Kai Yu and Jin Feng sent Xiaohua to the guest room. The others who didn't know what was going on all sighed in their hearts. Strange people, no wonder they reserved a place to sleep before talking. Sure enough. However, Mr. Lu's arrangement was a waste. Zhang Xiaohua's body was very light. Although she was already 18 years old and taller than Lu Kai could carry her on his shoulder without any effort. Lu Kai wasn't too surprised. He had already heard Lu Qian muttering about it. Only Li Jinfeng was surprised when he heard it. He didn't think that his younger sister's husband had such a good physique. It seemed like his younger sister was blessed. It was already past midnight. Although everyone didn't feel sleepy, they still needed to rest. As for who could sleep, only each person knew. The next day it was already the 16th of the first month. Since they had already seen the lanterns, Lu Town didn't have anything to miss. Zhang Xiaohua followed her father, Mr. Lu, and the others to buy some things on the streets of Lu Town. They brought some gifts back to the Guizhuang house. However, when they were shopping, Zhang Kai was a little reluctant. From time to time he would whisper to Zhang Xiaohua, it's just the new year. Since the new year has already passed, don't waste any more money. The family doesn't have much income and the money is used up. Seeing that Jian is already born, raising a child in this era is very tiring. He still has to go to school in the future, so it's better to use the money in the right way. Some things are better bought at the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood her father's feelings and didn't say much. She just followed Zhang Kai's wishes and bought some things. Mr. Lu was a little better. It was obvious that the in-laws didn't buy much and she couldn't steal the limelight too much. In the end, everyone also bought some gifts for Jian. It was far from the extravagant shopping scene that Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. When they returned to the Guizhuang house, everything in the house was the same as before. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't follow them as usual. There were still 2 little girls in Pingyang City who needed her to send them back to Carefree City. Moreover, her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, whose whereabouts were unknown. If she couldn't find out where her second brother was, her cultivation would be in vain. After lunch, Zhang Xiaohua first stayed in front of her grandmother's grave for a while. Then she went to the bamboo forest behind her small courtyard. She roughly looked around and then returned to the central room. At this time, Mr. Lu had already returned to his own house to rest. Only Zhang Kai was dozing off in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't disturb him. She went out and called her eldest brother Zhang Kai over. Then she woke Zhang Kai up. Zhang Kai asked sleepily, is there anything? Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong spread out his hands and said, Father Xiaohua asked me to come. Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, Father, do you think we have enough money now? Zhang Kai frowned and said, we have enough. What's wrong? Xiaohua, is it because you didn't have anything in town this morning and are too embarrassed to ask? No, Father. What can I buy? It's just that when you bought something in the morning I felt a little distressed. Zhang Xiaolong next to her said with some shame, Xiaohua, it's all your eldest brother's fault. I don't know how to make a living. I can only dig for food in the soil. These few years, we relied on the banknotes you brought back to renovate the small courtyard and build another one next to it. Father must be worried that the banknotes aren't enough. That's why you can't bear to part with them. Moreover, the banknotes are still left for. He seemed to be unable to say the rest of his words. Zhang Xiaohua listened and said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying, eldest brother. I brought the banknotes back for the family to spend. When I find second brother, naturally there will be a share for him." Then she stretched out her hand and hooked her index finger and said, "Father, eldest brother, come. I'll show you something good." After that, she walked out of the central room. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were confused. It wasn't that they didn't think that Zhang Xiaohua was looking for those banknotes, but these banknotes should be looked at in the room. Why did she run out to show off? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua actually picked up a hoe from the wall. And she also let Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong each take one. What is she trying to do? Chapter 387. Zhang Xiaohua took the hoe, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong took the hoe, shovel and other tools, and came to the bamboo forest behind the house. Finding the empty space that they had chosen earlier, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the place and said, "Big brother, come, let's dig a big hole here." Zhang Xiaolong looked at the empty space, and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua's serious expression. He spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva into his hand, picked up the hoe and was about to dig the ground. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been releasing her divine sense, saw a villager pass by their house. She quickly pulled her big brother's hand and said, "Wait a moment, big brother, someone passed by." Zhang Kai frowned and said softly, "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua also frowned. She suddenly patted her forehead with her hand and said with a bitter smile, "Oh father, big brother, I thought wrong. Let's go back to the house." Finished speaking, she walked back to the courtyard without looking back. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong looked at her and then looked at each other. They didn't say anything and took the tools and followed her back to the small courtyard. When they entered the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua was standing in the courtyard in a daze. She seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Xiaolong took the shovel from Zhang Kai's hand and was about to put it in the corner. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Big brother, wait a moment, I still need to use it." Finished speaking, she turned her head and said, "Father, big brother, come to this house." "All right, I'll go and lock the courtyard door." Zhang Xiaohua locked the courtyard door and brought the 2 people to her small house. As soon as they entered the house, Zhang Kai asked, "Xiaohua, what are you doing? If you want to give us banknotes, then take them out. It's not like your father hasn't seen banknotes before. What are you afraid of?" Even Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled. "Yes, isn't it just banknotes? What was the hoe for?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at their confusion and scratched her chin with her fingers. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, in fact I really have something good to show you. But don't be surprised and don't make a fuss. This is very important." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong frowned at the same time, but they also thought about it and nodded. What a joke. How old were they? What was there to fuss about? Seeing that both of them had agreed, Zhang Xiaohua was still secretly laughing in his heart. Actually, he had only said so much to give them some mental preparation. If they were not surprised and did not make a fuss, then he would make a fuss instead. Presumably he took out the money pouch from his bosom. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the money pouch, the 2 of them were even more surprised. After so many years, why hadn't Xiaohua changed this old money pouch? Even if he took out a stack of banknotes, they wouldn't make such a fuss. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. They saw that in the spacious hut, a huge wooden box suddenly appeared inexplicably. "Hey!" the 2 of them shouted at the same time. "You Xiaohua, what's going on?" Looking at the surprise of her father and big brother, Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this effect. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, this is my savings. Oh yes, it's also my spoils of war. I got it from the bandits when I went to Shizue Mountain to save sister-in-law Lu last time." The 2 of them suddenly realized and said, "I see. But where did you put it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook the money pouch in her left hand and said, "I put it here. However, this thing is very mysterious. Only I can see it. No one else can see it." Zhang Kai just looked at the very ordinary money pouch. He seemed to be considering the authenticity of Zhang Xiaohua's words. Zhang Xiaolong reached out to take the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua naturally handed it over. Sure enough, no matter how Zhang Xiaolong looked, there were only 2 small stones, some scattered silver, a few banknotes. There was no big box. And it was impossible to have such a big box. Throwing the money pouch to Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai didn't know what to say at this time. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Daddy, big brother, don't you want to see what's inside?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Of course we want to. Open it quickly." Walking to the front of the box, Zhang Xiaohua was about to open it. Zhang Kai shouted, "Xiaolong, close the door first." Zhang Xiaohua had been releasing her divine sense. Of course she knew that no one would see it. Zhang Xiaolong walked to the door and looked at the quiet courtyard. He carefully closed the door and locked it carefully. Only then did he return to Zhang Xiaohua's side. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why don't you open it yourself? But remember, don't scream." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua being so mysterious, Zhang Xiaolong was already prepared in his heart. So he also smiled and went forward, opening the lid of the box casually. However, even if he and Zhang Kai were already prepared in their hearts, when they saw the box full of gold, they were still petrified. After a cup of tea's time, the two of them recovered. Their first reaction was Zhang Xiaolong immediately closed the lid of the box tightly. Looking around, it was as if there was someone spying on them. Zhang Kai also asked quietly, "Xiaohua, this thing, who else knows about it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, there was one person just now, now there are 3 people." Good. Zhang Kai nodded and slowly paced back and forth. Not to mention that Zhang Kai was just a farmer in the countryside, even a noble person like Mr. Lu would drool at the sight of this box of gold and silver. He naturally had to consider it carefully. After pacing back and forth a few times, Zhang Kai waved his hand and a word jumped out, "Dig. Good, clean and efficient. Nonsense, why would I not want the things my son brought back? In the future, I won't have to be so stingy." After receiving his father's order, Zhang Xiaolong spat 5 or 6 mouthfuls of saliva on his hand in one breath. He gathered his strength and started digging in the open space of the hut. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua happily took the hoe and dug with her big brother. However, she hadn't worked with her big brother for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have returned to her childhood in the fields. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua digging far away from him, Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled and asked, "Xiaohua, why are you so far away from me? I won't touch you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's dig a bigger hole. There are still a few boxes." Zhang Xiaolong staggered and almost threw away the hoe in his hand. "What are you talking about? A box is enough to scare people to death. You actually have a few boxes?" To say that father and son go to war, brothers dig holes, was really not a joke. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire open space of the hut was dug into a deep hole. Zhang Kai was right. Zhang Xiaohua should stay in the village to farm. The holes in the hut were basically the fruits of his labor. Zhang Xiaolong was so tired that he was panting after digging more than half of it. Only Zhang Xiaohua was working hard for her family. After the preparation work was done, one box after another appeared neatly in the dug hole. Including the one that was just taken out, there were 5 boxes. At this time, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong's attention was no longer on how Zhang Xiaohua took out the boxes. Instead, it was on the boxes that Zhang Xiaohua took out. Zhang Xiaohua didn't find it troublesome. She also put the box outside the hole into the hole. Only then did she stand at the side proudly. This time, Zhang Kai personally jumped into the pit and opened the chests one by one. Of the 5 chests, except for 2 that were filled with jewels, the other 3 were filled with shiny gold. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong stood in the waist-deep hole and walked back and forth. They looked at this and touched that. They really couldn't believe that this shocking wealth was now theirs. After a while, Zhang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaolong, close the lid and bury the box." "Cadet." Zhang Xiaolong agreed loudly. After Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua buried the box with the soil that they dug out, there was still a lot of soil left in the hut. Zhang Xiaolong pointed to the soil and said, "Xiaohua, you just took out a lot of things from the money bag. You can put the soil back. Just treat it as a weight scale." Zhang Xiaohua knew that he wanted to be lazy and said, "Big brother, I can't take these. Even if the weight is ordinary, the value is far from it. Don't think about being lazy. I just dug the hole. This soil is yours." Zhang Xiaolong didn't realize that he was exposed. He opened the door and poked his head out to take a look. He took the things back and scattered the soil in the yard with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, there is no one outside the yard. Don't worry. No one knows about today's matter." "Oh, that's good. That's good. Zhang Xiaolong laughed foolishly. It was just like how Zhang Xiaohua felt when she saw a box full of gold. The three of them sat down in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua poured tea. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were a bit unfocused. They drank the tea in their cups mechanically. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She just drank and refined the energy of heaven and earth in the water. At her current level of qi refining, the energy in the water was almost negligible. However, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. With Zhang Xiaohua's temperament, how could she let it go? When the pot of tea was about to be finished, she saw that Zhang Kai's unfocused eyes gradually became spirited. The corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and put down the teacup in his hand. At this time, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes also focused. He smiled and looked at Zhang Kai. He also put down the teacup. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, big brother, it seems that you have already thought about how to deal with it. This matter is very troublesome. I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, the money is spent by you. I don't need it. You can do as you see fit." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are lazy. However, it doesn't matter. There is father, mother, and your big brother and sister-in-law at home. You don't need to worry. You just need to bring those things home." Ah. Zhang Xiaolong also smiled. He looked lovingly at his little brother who was almost as tall as him. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Then father, how are you going to use the gold? I have thought for a long time, but I still can't think of a way to not attract attention. This is really too easy to deal with." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "I remember that Mr. Liu often said that doing something beyond one's ability is playing with fire." Chapter 388. He remembered that Shuyu Cihang said that Zhang Xiaohua was ungrateful. This knot in her heart should be untied here. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Father, why don't I understand what you're saying?" Zhang Kai smiled and said, "What I mean is that if we don't use this huge amount of wealth, we won't attract attention, right?" Zhang Xiaohua felt dizzy and said, "Since father doesn't want to spend this money, why should I take it out?" Zhang Kai said meaningfully, "You taking it out and not taking it out, of course, is completely different. In fact, Xiaohua, the banknotes you brought back 5 years ago haven't been used up. Your mother has always been frugal and saved it for you to marry a wife. Your elder brother didn't spend much money to build a house, so it doesn't matter if you take out the gold or not. However, since you took out such a huge amount of wealth, doesn't our family have a plan in mind? Even if we spend all the banknotes now, there is still the gold in the house as a foundation, right? Tell me, is there any difference between this and not taking it out? Moreover, our family's current situation has already made some people jealous. If we go further, it will be easier to get into trouble. However, with you in the future, the family will be much better." In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Although there were a lot of banknotes, there would be a time when they would run out, and this time was not far away. Therefore, her mother and father were extremely frugal. They didn't buy what they shouldn't buy, and they didn't spend what they shouldn't spend. Now that they had gold that they couldn't spend in this lifetime, of course, there was a layer of barrier in their hearts. Naturally, they would let go of their hands and feet in their lives. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that her mother and father were used to farmers. How could they be extravagant? They naturally had their own sense of propriety. There was no need for her to say anything. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua probed, "Father, the things at home have been arranged. Do you think I should go?" Zhang Xiaolong shouted when he heard this and said, "Little Blossom, how many days have you been home? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't father and mother tell you to stay at home and not go out?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Big brother, there are still 2 girls waiting for me to send them to Pingyang City. They have already waited for more than 10 days. If I don't go back now, they will think that I have gone missing." Of course, he didn't plan to tell his family about this. After all, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were being hunted by bad guys and were in danger. If he told his family, they would be worried. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, second brother hasn't been found yet, right? He's also been missing for many years. No one knows if he's dead or alive. I'll go look for him now and drag him back from that misty school. What do you think?" Then she looked at Zhang Kai's gloomy face and added, "Dad, don't worry. I'm just going to look for second brother. I won't get involved in the misty school." Hearing this, Zhang Kai's face darkened even more. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "This is bad." Sure enough, Zhang Kai stood up with a whoosh, and shouted at Zhang Xiaohua, "Come here." After that, he walked out without looking back and went straight to her grandmother's grave outside the courtyard. He shouted, "Kneel down." Dad, Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. "Kneel down?" Zhang Kai shouted again without hesitation. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what her father meant, she still knelt down in grievance. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's aggrieved look, Zhang Kai's heart ached. However, he still hardened his heart and said, "Xiaohua, I want to ask you a few questions." "Dad, please ask." Zhang Xiaohua said softly while kneeling. "When we met your sister-in-law in Lu Town, who saved us?" "Hero Wen and Heroine Shui." "Then when you and Big Brother went to marry your sister-in-law, who saved you on the way?" "It was Hero Lu." "Where did you learn your martial arts?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. His Carefree Heart Sutra was accidentally obtained from the Misty School's library. Then he slowly figured it out. If it was not taught by the Misty School, then this sutra was indeed obtained from the Misty School. Moreover, his Big Dipper Magical Fist and the most basic Arhat Fist were also taught by He Tianshu. If his martial arts had nothing to do with the Misty School, then he would be going against his conscience. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "I learned it from the Misty School's library." "When you first arrived in Pingyang City and went to that manor, was it the Misty School's property? Did they give you a job?" It was undeniable that Huanxi Manor was the property of the Misty School. In other words, it was the Misty School that indirectly gave Zhang Xiaohua his first job. Zhang Xiaohua nodded helplessly. "Did your second brother join the Misty School and gain the favor of the sect master to become her direct disciple?" This was exchanged with my life." Zhang Xiaohua explained anxiously. However, Zhang Kai did not listen. He only asked, "You're just saying yes or no?" "Yes." "All right, then ask yourself in front of your grandmother. Can you cut ties with the Misty School? Regardless of whether the Misty School admits it or not, shouldn't you be the first to admit that it was the Misty School that helped you? Now that the Misty School is in trouble and I heard that it was destroyed, don't you have any thoughts about it? You even dare to say, if it wasn't for second brother Sun, what does the Misty School have to do with me? Ask your grandmother in the netherworld and see how she will answer you." These words struck Zhang Xiaohua's head like a bolt of lightning. With a swoosh, Zhang Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. Even the bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from the top of his head. "Yes, even if I'm not a disciple of the Misty School may not acknowledge me as a disciple. However, can I cut ties with the Misty School?" Seeing his son like this, Zhang Kai's expression softened. He said, "Xiaohua, be grateful. Remember, you must be grateful. Our family is poor and you left early. These 5 years, Father knows that your life has been difficult and dangerous. Father didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father and didn't teach you properly. This isn't your fault, it's all Father's fault. Our family has received a lot of kindness from the Misty School. They say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You must remember, we must repay the Misty School's kindness." Zhang Xiaohua cried in shame. He said, "I know, Father. I will definitely repay the Misty School's kindness. Father, when I first came back from the deserted island and heard about the Misty School, I wanted to avenge gang leader O and the others. However, I don't know why, but along the way I feel more and more bored. I just want to cultivate quietly and don't want to be entangled by these mundane matters. Now that I think about it, I don't even know what I said just now. Maybe I just said it casually." "Yes, since you said it casually, then you must have such thoughts in your heart. I don't know about your cultivation of martial arts, but, Sai, let me talk about what happened yesterday. Since you caught that black-clothed man yesterday, you should have caught him thoroughly. Don't give him any chance to resist. Look at what you did yesterday, you almost made a mistake. I guess that Zizi's father was also seriously injured. Moreover, you even caused the black-clothed man to be burned to death. Father, I know I was wrong. I only wanted to catch him and hand him over to the authorities. Sai, and last night you talked about human nature in the Li family. I don't know much about it, so I didn't dare to disrespect you and didn't interrupt you. What you said may be reasonable, but I feel that although you can't be on guard against others, you shouldn't think too badly of others. I know that people in the Jianghu are sometimes very scheming, but justice is in people's hearts. Even if there's no heart, there's still God watching. Moreover, now that you have the ability, I don't want you to become a hero and be loved by others. I only hope that you can become an upright person, and use a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart to face everyone. Zhang Xiaohua had never been lectured by her father in such a serious manner since she was young. She could only listen with tears in her eyes and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, he said, "That's all I have to say. I won't say anything more. Kneel here and think carefully. If you understand, then go back to your room." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When he was halfway there, he saw Guosufei running over in a hurry. Wasn't the person behind her Zhang Xiaolong who ran out just now? Seeing Zhang Kai angry and Zhang Xiaohua crying, Guosufei also shed tears. She glared fiercely at Zhang Kai, then ran over to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't mind your father. He's going senile." Zhang Xiaohua wiped away her tears and said, "No, mother, father is right. I was wrong. Please let me accompany grandmother and think about it carefully." Guosufei said, "Xiaohua, be good. It's so cold outside. If you want to think about it, you should go inside and think about it." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Mother, I'm already 18. You should call Jenner good." 18? Guosufei said, "You're already 18 and you're still crying?" Zhang Xiaohua wiped her tears again in embarrassment and said, "Don't cry, mother." Father hasn't scolded me for a long time. I'm just touched. Really, it's not cold outside. Please go back to your room. If you're here, I won't be able to think. Won't it be even more of a waste of time? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua refused to leave, Guosufei could only remind her, "Think about it carefully. Hurry up and think. I'll go and cook for you. When it's ready, I'll call you." After saying that, she was still worried. She turned around and hurried away. When her mother was far away, Zhang Xiaohua finally calmed down and carefully sorted out her thoughts. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had always had a very good impression of the Misty School sect leader Wenhai Lu Mingyue Shueqin He Tianshu and the others. She was even more grateful to Peng. However, when she found out about the secret of the Immortal Tao and discovered that her Carefree Heart Sutra was an item of the Immortal Tao, she knew that the Misty School was an Immortal Tao sect. When she thought about how Peng had mysteriously asked her to copy the manual of her Big Dipper mystical fist, she was puzzled. Chapter 389. Of course, sect leader O wanted to exchange it for 3,000 taels of gold, so he didn't treat him badly. This little bit of doubt was nothing, but later on he saw the sinister intentions of the Righteous Alliance on the ship, and saw many robberies and killings on the road. In particular, Zhang Xiaohua entered the realm of oneness of heaven and man twice in a short period of time, and was very lucky to be close to the way of heaven twice. What was the way of heaven? No one could say for sure. But heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. The way of heaven was the most ruthless. Zhang Xiaohua peeked at the way of heaven at such a close distance. Of course, it was inevitable that she was tainted with some of the way of heaven's consciousness. This was an extremely rare opportunity on his path of cultivation, but it had an extremely bad influence on the growth of his temperament. Therefore, when he encountered the attack on Ye Qinyu, he almost didn't want to come out. He wanted to quickly send her and Little Orange to the escort agency and let the escort them back to Carefree City, but deliberately threw the possibility of the bad guys chasing after them to the back of his mind. It was also because of this that he infinitely magnified his doubts about Peng. He only wanted to withdraw himself from the whirlpool of the secular world, but deliberately forgot that the Misty School's disciples were good to him. It was also because of this that he hit the nail on the head, pointing out the small hidden in the hearts of ordinary people and the evil in human nature, but deliberately throwing aside the truth, kindness, and beauty in human nature. Although Zhang Kai was not knowledgeable, he could truly see the positive side of life, and see the inadequacies of his beloved son. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaohua was completely enlightened and understood that she had gone astray. That's right. Swordsman Wen and Swordswoman Xue saw our family being bullied by bullies in Lu Town. With a compassionate heart, they helped us regardless of the consequences. That's how my brother and sister-in-law became successful. Apart from Guozhuang, Master Lu also saved us with his chivalrous heart when he saw the bandits of Shizue Mountain bullying my brother and me. He killed the 3 wolves of Shizue Mountain with his own hands and did good to the area. The righteous path in the human world is full of vicissitudes. The righteous path is the most difficult, but it is extremely easy to commit evil. But if there is no righteous path, then how can there be fairness and justice in this world? However, this isn't the Righteous Alliance's Righteous Alliance. Look at those heroes from the Misty School and look at the Righteous Alliance. They're really the classic example of selling dog meat under false pretenses. Since I have the means of the immortal Tao, I should rely on my chivalrous heart to do things with a clear conscience. My previous evasion was lacking. But why did I suddenly have such thoughts? What could he do? What can we do? Haha, thinking about what I did in the village a few days ago, I feel a little funny. When Zhang Xiaohua understood, he suddenly felt that his mind was lively and clear, and there was no longer the heavy sense of evasion like a few days ago. This kind of improvement of the mind had nothing to do with cultivation, and even more so, it had nothing to do with the Tao heart. Even if he had seen the evolution of the heavenly Tao for hundreds of millions of years, it was still completely useless. This was the cultivation of the heart of a person of the immortal Tao, and there was no shortcut at all. He respectfully kowtowed to his grandmother a few times and said, "Grandmother, please watch from the heavens. I will definitely be a righteous person. I will not do nothing for the sake of kindness, and do nothing for the sake of evil." After kowtowing, he patted the soil on his knees and stood up. Guosufei, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, immediately ran over and asked, "Xiaohua, are you tired? Are you cold?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, with my current physique, I am not afraid of any cold or heat, it's okay." Guosufei saw the gentle smile on her son's face and was naturally happy and said, Good, it's good that you are not afraid of the cold. You have been kneeling for the whole afternoon, quick, mother made you red braised pork, let's go eat." Okay. Zhang Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. Guosufei was also very happy. Zhang Kai, who was pacing in the courtyard, saw Zhang Xiaohua come back with a calm expression, and his heart returned to his stomach. After dinner, the family did not stay in the small courtyard, and gathered at Zhang Xiaolong's place. Lu Qian had already gone to the field, but because of the village customs she did not go out of the house, and only greeted the family in the house and brewed tea. Zhang Jian was still holding the 2 primeval stones in his hand, sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the 2 primeval stones, and found that the origin energy in them did not decrease, and she also did not feel any fluctuation of origin energy in Zhang Jian's body. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled, the omen was so strong, why was there no change in Jian'er's body? That day, the golden array formation and the dense purple energy were all absorbed into his body. Could it be that I still have to rely on the immortal cultivation technique? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivation technique, and found an opportunity to call Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian to the side, and said in a low voice, "Big brother, sister-in-law, the gift I gave Jian last time, oh, that fist technique manual, is it still there?" Lu Qian said curiously, "It is, Xiaohua, it is at the bottom of my box, do you want it now? I will go get it." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "No need, I have already memorized that fist technique, there is no need for it." Then she turned to Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Big brother, what do you think of my strength? It is very scary, you are good at farming." "Damn, big brother, can we not talk about this?" "Alright, big brother, do you know where my strength comes from?" Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and said, "Strength is not innate, could it be that you trained it from martial arts?" Lu Qian was unusually intelligent and immediately said in surprise, "Could it be that fist technique manual?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sister-in-law is still the best, it is that fist technique manual." "That is great, when Jian grows up I can rest, the business of farming will be handed over to him." Zhang Xiaohua fainted, "Big brother, look at you." Lu Qian was angry and said with her almond-shaped eyes, "Shut up, if you don't want to kneel on the washing board at night, don't say another word." Zhang Xiaolong subconsciously kept his mouth shut, and fear appeared in his eyes. Lu Qian changed into a smile and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, continue." Zhang Xiaohua suppressed the laughter in her heart and said, "This fist technique manual, when Byron is 5 or 6 years old, maybe a little earlier, this is up to you, let him see the pictures inside, and let him practice according to the fist technique manual." "Don't we need to find someone who knows fist technique to teach?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head seriously and said, "Sister-in-law, you must remember, do not let others teach Byron fist technique, and also do not let others see this fist technique manual. You can only let Byron explore by himself." Lu Qian saw this and with a serious face she nodded repeatedly. "Also, sister-in-law, this fist technique, according to my experience at the beginning, the limit is 9, and after 9 times, it is complete, at most 9 times, 81 times a day, any more than that is useless. after a certain level of practice, you will enter the second level with 8 as the limit and so on until you can practice once 9 times a day. Lu Qian was stunned and asked doubtfully, then what does it mean to practice to a certain level? Is it proficiency or time? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, this when the time comes Byron will naturally know, it is useless to talk about it now. The cultivation method of immortals was unimaginable, even if she explained it to Lu Qian now, it would be difficult for her to understand, so she might as well not say it. Also, when you practice to the point where you only need to practice 9 times a day, and there is no improvement, you need to practice this fist technique in reverse, then you will gain something. However, for this reverse practice I do not have a fist technique manual, sister-in-law, you can let Byron practice these 108 moves in reverse according to his own understanding, or according to this fist technique manual. Thinking of the fist technique manual, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of Zhang Qingyue, the real man who resolutely committed suicide on the ethereal peak. Sighing, looking at Lu Qian who did not quite understand, Zhang Xiaohua explained, this is different from memorizing, it is to practice the moves in the fist technique manual completely in reverse. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Lu Qian said angrily, say what do you want to say? Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, Xiaohua, can I practice this fist technique? If I practice it I will have strength, won't it be better for me to work in the field? Lu Qian was furious and said, you shut up. Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead, suddenly realized and said, big brother you are right I was just thinking about Byron but I forgot about you, but I don't know if there will be any effect after you practice it. How about this, I will practice this fist of the North Star from beginning to end you see. After that she walked to the courtyard from beginning to end, and from end to end completely. These 216 moves made Zhang Xiaolong dizzy, he did not know what to do. Then Zhang Xiaohua demonstrated the links of the fist of the North and South Star. Lu Qian finally understood completely. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her brother was a little depressed and said with a smile, big brother, I used a long time to practice this fist of the North Star. You just took a look and want to learn, it is not very possible. Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and said, anyway it is not too late for you to teach me when you are at home. But just as he finished speaking, he remembered that Zhang Xiaohua had told Zhang Kai at noon that she would go out to find Zhang Xiaohu immediately. He said embarrassedly, I am not in a hurry, I will practice slowly. You can teach me a move later, I will think about it myself. Zhang Xiaohua thought that this was the only way. If she really taught Zhang Xiaohu there would be no effect for at least a year. But first there was no news from Zhang Xiaohu and her family was not at ease. Second, Nie Qinyu was still waiting in Pingyang City. She did not want to involve her family in the dispute of the pugilistic world, so naturally she could not bring them over. Moreover, Nie Qinyu's family was also waiting anxiously. Putting herself in their shoes, she also wanted to send them back quickly. After that, the three of them entered the house. Zhang Xiaohua took out the Carefree Heart Sutra, and said, sister-in-law, this is another internal energy cultivation method, but it is different from the fist manual. This book is still to be returned to the Misty School so you can't lose it. Lu Qian reached out and took it, smiled and said, then I will hide it under the box. Chapter 390. Lu Qian took the Heart Sutra and asked, what is the Heart Sutra for Byron to practice? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, I guess Mr. Lu will enlighten Byron very early. When he is 5 or 6 years old he will be able to understand the text inside. At that time let him read and practice. Lu Qian said in surprise, he can only learn it when he is 6 years old. Then why are you in a hurry to give this to me? When the time comes you can come back and teach him. Besides, I read in the biography that practicing internal strength is very particular. If there is no master to guide him, it is easy for something to happen. I think it is better to let you teach him. With that, Lu Qian was about to return the Heart Sutra to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, sister-in-law, practicing internal strength is easy to cause trouble, but you see, I also practice it myself. Am I not fine? Besides, sister-in-law, you must believe me. Byron will definitely have no problem. Lu Qian was skeptical, but she still carefully put away the Heart Sutra. She asked worriedly, if Byron doesn't understand, can he ask my father? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, if you don't understand the text, you can naturally ask. If you don't understand the content, don't ask. It is best not to let others know about this book. Remember. Lu Qian listened with a heavy tone, so she could only nod cautiously. Zhang Xiaohua was also bold. He relied on his own exploration to reach his current level. He thought that everyone could practice by themselves, so he easily gave the Heart Sutra to his sister-in-law and let his little nephew explore by himself. He was a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. If Byron cultivated, he was only 5 or 6 years old. How could he understand the content of the book? However, was Zhang Byron an ordinary person? After explaining the matter of Byron, Zhang Xiaohua saw that his father and mother were playing with Byron. He took Zhang Xiaolong to the courtyard and began to teach Zhang Xiaolong the Big Dipper magical fist. Only after Zhang Xiaolong taught him did he realize how he Tianshu felt back then. That's right. Zhang Xiaolong could have hit it this way and hit it from this angle, but Zhang Xiaolong hit it wrong. By the time Zhang Xiaolong corrected him, there were other problems. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua lost her patience and encouraged him, Big brother, you're really a martial arts genius. I practiced this move for many days before I reached your level. Zhang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised. Really? Xiaohua, it seems like I'm really not an ordinary person. If I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Pingyang City. Aye, that's right, big brother. If you go, I reckon that the Misty School won't be destroyed. You might not be able to defeat the enemy, but you can at least learn the essence of the Misty School. Then you can start a family in the Guizhuang house and inherit the legacy of the Misty School. Yes, Xiaohua, you're right. I'm really a pearl that has been covered in dust. So, big brother, if you have time, you should look at the martial arts manual yourself. I'm afraid that I might lead you astray and delay your progress. I see. Alright, Xiaohua, then I can only reluctantly practice on my own. After settling Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua went back into the house to look for her mother. Zhang Kai and Guisufei were still on the Kong bed, watching Zhang Byron sleep soundly. Just now, Byron woke up for a while and played with the two elders for a while before going back to sleep. At this moment, the two of them were whispering to each other. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter the house, Guisufei laughed softly and said, Xiaohua, I heard from your father that you did something good in Lu Town last night? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she blushed a little and said, I wanted to do something good, but I didn't do it thoroughly and left a little tail. Today I heard from father that I know I was wrong. Guisufei said, It's good that you know you were wrong. When helping someone you have to help them to the end. If you give up halfway, it's better not to help. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's right. Mother is right. I have something to tell mother. What is it? You're still so mysterious. Guisufei saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so serious about this matter. She also felt strange and said, Isn't it because you like a girl from some family? Mother still has some money here. It shouldn't be a problem to find a wife for you. Zhang Xiaohua was a little bashful and said, Mother, let's go out and talk. Byron just fell asleep. I'm afraid we'll wake him up. Seeing this, Guisufei felt that her sense of smell was even more sensitive. However, in her heart she muttered, I just went out for a day and already found someone I like. Could it be that I was cheated? Zhang Kai actually knew Zhang Xiaohua's feelings and also encouraged Guisufei to go to the central room. Sitting on a chair, Guisufei laughed and asked, Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's the right time. Tell me, which family's girl do you like? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Boy also doesn't know where that girl is. I can't tell you right now. You sly girl, then why did you call mother here? Guisufei only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was thin-skinned and didn't think much of it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her father and said, Mother, I already told father this afternoon that I want to find a time to leave the Guizhuang house in the next 2 days. After I go out to look for second brother, I'll go back to the Guizhuang house with him. Hearing this, Guisufei's face immediately changed and said, No, you left the Guizhuang house when you were 12 years old. Until you turned 18 this year, you only came back once. That time you also left without saying goodbye. In a flash, you disappeared for more than 5 years. Do you know how much mother's heart hurts? Do you know how mother's days have been? If it wasn't for the child in your sister-in-law's belly that mother missed, I'm afraid that mother wouldn't be able to see you come back. As she spoke, tears immediately flowed out. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua with eager eyes. The affection of licking her child was obvious. When Zhang Xiaohua came back this time, Guisufei was far less emotional than the last time. First, she had a younger son who was worried about her. so she didn't have much free time. Second, she was somewhat confused between reality and dreams. She was afraid that this was just a beautiful dream of the past, so she didn't dare to overdo it. Today, before she could completely adapt to the reality of her son's return, Zhang Xiaohua once again asked to leave her. How could she bear to do it? She still wanted her younger son to be happy at her knees and find a lovely wife, so that she could sing the husband and wife songs under her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and sat on the chair next to her mother. She smiled and said, "Mother, I know what you mean. Boy is indeed unfilial and has made you worry at home. However, this time is different from before." "What's the difference?" Guosufei asked curiously. "Mother, do you still remember Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu from Misty School?" "Of course I remember. Although Mother is a woman and has never seen them, you are indebted to them for saving your lives. Mother will certainly remember this kindness in her heart." "Mother, if they were killed and the boy knows who killed them and has the ability to kill their enemies, do you think the boy should avenge them?" "Ah? Our benefactors, have they really met with misfortune? If so, Xiaohua, they have indeed given our Zhang family a new lease of life, especially Hero Lu. If it weren't for him, you, your elder brother and sister-in-law would have been dead. This kindness should be repaid. But you, Xiaohua, it's not that Mother doubts you, but they were not a match for you even with such high martial arts. You are just a child, how can you avenge them?" "Mother, please don't worry. Although the boy is stupid, he won't do something as stupid as hitting a rock with an egg. If he can't defeat his enemy, he will use his wits. He won't treat his life as a joke." Guosufei frowned and hesitated. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Moreover, we don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Rather than staying at home, it's better for me to go out and look for him. I've already met with my old friends at the villa. Although they haven't seen second brother, they still pointed out the place to look for him. I'll go and take a look. If there's any news, you'll be the first to know." Hearing this, Guosufei bitterly smiled and said, "Xiaohua, don't try to comfort Mother. So many of the Misty School's disciples died unnatural deaths. We've already heard from young Master Li. How could your second brother be the only one who escaped with his life? These past few years, Mother has already calmed down a bit. I can't bear to put you in danger because of Xiaohu. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If there's no news of second brother, it means that second brother still has hope of surviving. Mother, don't worry. The boy has a premonition that second brother will definitely." "Xiaohua, don't say any more. It's already been more than 3 years. If there's any news, your second brother would have already sent a letter home. Why wait until now?" This? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless for a moment. "Forget it, Xiaohua. Go back and rest first. Let your mother think about it carefully tonight. She's a sensible person. Let's talk about it again after she's thought it through," Zhang Kai advised. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her father wanted to speak up for her. She didn't say anything more. She said something else to them and returned to her room to rest. Ever since Zhang Byron was born, Guosufei had been accompanying Lu Qian to take care of the child. Tonight, she handed this task over to Zhang Xiaolong and followed Zhang Kai back to the room next door. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to his room, he saw that it was still early. He sat down cross-legged and took out a few small jade pendants. He knew that although his mother loved him dearly and didn't want him to get involved in the Jianghu, the Misty School was a great favor to the Zhang family. For the sake of righteousness, his mother wouldn't stop him. As for Zhang Xiaohu's life and death, Guosufei couldn't let it go. For the sake of family, his mother would definitely let him go. Therefore, before he left, he had to settle the matters at home. Actually, when he was making a jade pendant for Ji Xiaohua's mother in Songning Town, Zhang Xiaohua already had this idea. Therefore, on the way back, he already had a plan in his heart. In the formation jade slip left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon, there were quite a number of defensive and offensive formations. However, they were all slightly complicated. During this period of time, Zhang Xiaohua had been studying them. Although he wasn't very confident, he still wanted to give it a try. Taking out a jade pendant that had already lost its energy, he placed a new small primeval stone in his right hand. Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and silently recited the incantation. His left hand moved according to the instructions of the jade slip. The energy of heaven and earth was extracted from the primeval stone and gradually formed into a restriction in his left hand. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. "Please accept, please tip, thank you." Chapter 391. Zhang Xiaohua had already learned a little about embedding a miniature formation into a jade pendant on the deserted island. He had also thoroughly comprehended it on the ship back on land. When he returned to Songning town, he even gave it a try. He successfully embedded a tranquil formation into a jade pendant and gave it to Ji Xiaohua's mother as a form of compensation. However, when Zhang Xiaohua embedded the array into the jade pendant in Songning town, although it was the most primary array, the qi of heaven and earth was scarce at the moment. Zhang Xiaohua could barely make ends meet by mobilizing her qi with incantations, so she pondered over using the vital stones and the vital qi in her body to barely complete the jade pendant. At that time, her vital qi was exhausted and she was so tired that her face turned pale. Now, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to embed a more advanced defensive array into the jade pendant. Zhang Xiaohua had pondered over this array many times on her way back to Pingyang City. However, there was always a sense of obscurity when she made the incantation. When it reached a certain level, it was difficult to continue, let alone embed it into the jade pendant. However, when Zhang Xiaohua made the incantation today, she felt that it was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, as if the previous sluggishness had disappeared. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, this was not the time to ponder over it carefully. She hurriedly changed the incantation in her hands and completed the complicated transformation of the entire array. Then she shouted clearly, "Go!" She put her left index finger and middle finger together and mobilized her vital qi, striking the array that had already been completed at her fingertips toward the jade pendant in front of her. In her divine sense, she saw that the array was shrinking and the vital qi in it became denser and denser. Finally, it shrunk to the size of the jade pendant. With a very clear bang, the array was actually embedded into the jade pendant. In an instant, the jade pendant flashed with a brilliance invisible to the naked eye. The extremely ordinary old jade immediately became somewhat different. Zhang Xiaohua could naturally see some clues through her divine sense, but sorry, she could not see anything with her eyes. But just when Zhang Xiaohua was feeling satisfied and wanted to be proud, she suddenly felt that the yuan qi in the jade pendant was somewhat chaotic. With a light ping sound, the jade pendant in her hand immediately turned into a pile of powder. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She thought about it carefully for a while before relaxing slightly. She took out another jade pendant from her bosom and continued to make it. He still had a lot of such jade pendants in his money bag. They were all from the treasure house of Shizue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua knew the use of these jade pendants, so she didn't put them all in the box. She buried them underground so she didn't need to be too stingy. This time, the incantation was successfully completed. However, when the incantation was inserted into the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was serious. The movement of her left hand seemed fast but was actually slow. Amidst the slowness, there was a strange frequency. With another bang, the incantation was successfully inserted into the jade pendant. However, this time the jade pendant did not undergo any special changes. The only difference was that the color of the jade had become denser. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to look carefully with her divine awareness. She had already felt that she had succeeded this time. Putting the successfully made jade talisman on the Kong, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered. Why did the incantation go so smoothly this time? Why did the incantation suddenly disappear? After thinking for a long time, she realized that the luckiest thing during this period was that she had come into contact with the innate tactical matrix of Byron when she was born. Although she didn't deliberately comprehend it, just a simple peek had a profound impact on her cultivation of tactical matrix. Presumably this was the only reason. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the 360 tadpole-like talismans in her Naiwan palace. They were shining with a faint golden light and surrounded her essence of devotion, shining like tassels. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth showed a trace of a smile. In the future she would be able to comprehend it. After finding out the reason, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and made several jade slices into jade talismans one by one. It was very correct to say that practice makes perfect. The last few talismans were all made in one try. There was no failure. Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy to see this. She made as many as 10 talismans smoothly. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua was about to put away the jade talismans. His heart was moved again. These 10 jade talismans were only used for defense. It was more than enough. However, if she encountered a powerful person and didn't have a thunderous counterattack, she would be at a disadvantage. It was not appropriate. As the saying goes, offense is the most powerful defense. Thinking of it, she did it. After all, it was all about cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out 10 jade slices and put an offensive tactical matrix that she had already memorized in her heart into them. Not long after, 10 jade talismans were made. Looking at the red jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Was this color related to the tactical matrix? However, she had just finished learning this tactical matrix. She was not proficient in the other tactical matrices, so she couldn't test it. Putting away the 20 jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and prepared to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, when she began to cultivate, she found that her Heart Sutra cultivation method had actually made some slight progress. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Could it be that she could cultivate this talisman? This was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Waking up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist in the bamboo forest. When he returned to the courtyard, Guosufei had already woken up to prepare dinner. Looking at her mother's slightly swollen and bloodshot eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. Mother obviously did not sleep well last night. This boy is unfilial. However, if I can't find second brother, then I will be even more unfilial. I hope mother can understand me. When I am done, I will definitely accompany mother and father. Sigh, I forgot that I still have to help mother and father find some longevity prescriptions. According to Venerable Huolong's records, there are some pills that can extend one's life. However, although he is knowledgeable, he is not proficient in this aspect. Cultivating the immortal Tao can extend one's life. However, mother and father are obviously not suitable for it. I don't even know if big brother and sister-in-law can do it. I am just a beginner and do not know how to guide others. Let's talk about this later. Guosufei saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the courtyard and forced a smile. Xiaohua, you went out to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua respectfully said, Yes, mother. Music does not leave the mouth and fist does not leave the hands. This martial arts needs to be practiced frequently. Seeing her mother wiping her eyes and going back to work, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the bucket and said, Mother, I am going to get some water. It has been a long time since I worked for you. Guosufei said, No need. Xiaohua, you have a good rest. Let your big brother do this work. Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to comply. She took the rope and the bucket and went out. Because it was winter, the fields were filled with snow. Zhang Xiaohua returned for a few days and did not go to the fields that were still under her name. This time she used the excuse of fetching water to take a good look. The fields were now under Zhang Xiaohua's care. Looking at the neat ridges exposed from the snow and the fine soil in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her big brother was very meticulous in farming. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua turned and went down the hill. Although this field was very good, it was destined that it would not belong to her. The snow at the bottom of the hill was very deep. The black well was exposed. Standing next to the well, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. How should she deal with the well water? Based on Zhang Xiaohua's attitude 2 days ago, he had already placed a restriction on the spring water. As long as the Zhang family came to take it, no one else would be given a single drop. But now Zhang Xiaohua's attitude had changed. The spring water was sweet and rich in the qi of heaven and earth. It was the best gift from the heavens. Since it was a gift from the heavens, it must not be used by a particular family. If he placed a restriction on it, it would only be used by himself. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town who took other people's things for their own use? What's more, the essence of heaven was the most dependent on fate. If she monopolized it, presumably it would shorten her life and break her fortune. Because of this spring water, her family had already produced Zhang Byron. It was already a blessing for the generation. Why should she be greedy? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. She fetched the well water, carried it with her hand and walked back to the village. How could she still think about who drank the well water and who didn't? Now that Zhang Xiaohua is benevolent and kind, he thinks of the greater good. In fact, it is precisely because of this that it makes sense. Dear officials, think about it. If Zhang Xiaohua had placed a restriction on the well, others would only see the Zhang family drawing water from the well, and they would be able to get the sweet well water, but others would not be able to. Or perhaps, the Zhang family would be able to see the well but others would not be able to. Wouldn't it be a cover-up that would attract more attention? On the contrary, it was the most appropriate to follow fate and not reveal the mountain and not reveal the water. As for whether this spring water was the key to creating a person like Zhang Byron, this was a question that no one could say for sure. After pouring the well water into the water jar, breakfast was ready. As usual, Zhang Xiaolong brought the food next door to eat with Lu Qian, while Zhang Xiaohua ate with her mother and father in the house. Although breakfast was very short, Guosufei's mouth did not stop for even a moment. She gave instructions here and there, gave instructions on this side and worried about that side. Hearing this, Zhang Kai frowned a little. However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and responded to each and every one of them. She did not slack off in the slightest as if this was the most delicious side dish. But in the end, Guosufei was still worried. She repeatedly doubted Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. She was afraid that she would lose this son of hers again. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly said, "Mother, you really don't have to worry. That day didn't you already see the weight of my weapon? Think about it. With such a heavy weapon, who wouldn't be afraid if it hit them? They would have already run away. Who would dare to fight with me?" "Forget it, Xiaohua. Do you think I haven't heard of storytelling? If you hit people they wouldn't dodge? Besides, what you call a weapon? It's just a stone stick." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "How about this, mother? I'll give you a demonstration. What do you think of my ability?" "Don't. I don't think you have the level of a martial arts master. How can I let you demonstrate?" At this time Zhang Xiaolong walked in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't need to know martial arts. How about this, let big brother tie me up?" Zhang Xiaolong was shocked and said, "Mother, Xiaohua is still young. If she has done anything wrong, just say it. Why do you have to hang her up and beat her?" Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Big brother, am I bad enough to be hung up by mother?" After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Zhang Xiaolong understood. He found a rope from the corner and tied Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet firmly. Don't say Zhang Xiaolong's skill was not bad. He tied Zhang Xiaohua so tightly that she couldn't move an inch. Guosufei at the side was distressed. She repeatedly said to be gentler and looser. After Zhang Xiaolong finished, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, do you think this is tight?" Guosufei quickly nodded and said, "It's tight, it's tight." Guosufei hadn't finished nodding when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet exert a little force. Ping-ping sounds were heard. The ropes that Zhang Xiaolong used a lot of effort to tie Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet broke like withered grass. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "How is it? Mother, even if I'm caught, I can still escape." Guosufei was stunned. She knew that her son was strong, but she didn't expect it to be so frightening. However, she still didn't give up and said, "But if they catch you, they will definitely throw you into prison. What's the use of your broken ropes?" Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, "Since it's like this, mother, boy will show you my skills." Finished speaking, he led the three people into the central room. Zhang Xiaolong found a rope and tied himself up. This time Zhang Xiaolong used a trick. He knew that this guy would definitely break if he struggled, so he didn't waste any more effort. After Big Brother finished tying, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Mother, father, Big Brother, this place will be the bad guy's prison. Lock the door and go out. See how I escape." Zhang Xiaolong looked at his parents. The three of them didn't understand, but they still followed Zhang Xiaohua's instructions and locked the door. They stood in the middle of the yard and stared at the window. They wanted to see how Zhang Xiaohua would escape. But even after a long time, there was still no movement from the window. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Father, mother, Xiaohua really screwed up this time. Luckily, I didn't tie his hands and feet tightly." At this moment, a laugh came from behind them. Someone said, "Who said I screwed up? I've been standing behind you for a long time." The three of them were shocked. When they turned around, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who was standing there with a smile on her face? Zhang Xiaolong was shocked. He ran up to her, looking her up and down, reaching out to touch her left and right. He said, "Are you Xiaohua? How did you come back from outside?" Then she turned her head and asked, "Mother, I don't remember having a twin brother." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Dage is making fun of me. When did you learn to be this humorous? I'm the Xiaohua in the room?" Guosufei also didn't believe it. She pushed open the door and saw that there were only a few pieces of rope left in the room. Looking around, Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "It seems that Xiaohua escaped from the window in the back wall." "Oh, that's not right. The window in the back wall was sealed well and didn't break. Little Blossom, how did you manage to escape?" Looking at her mother and father's questions, Zhang Xiaohua said, "This is an escape technique that I learned from Misty School. It allows me to escape when others aren't paying attention. It's very useful. Is that so? Guosufei and the others somewhat understood. Since Zhang Xiaohua was able to escape when her hands and feet were tied up, then Guosufei really didn't have any other opinions. Even if Zhang Xiaohua couldn't beat the other party, she couldn't escape at that time. Even if she was caught, she could still escape easily. She really didn't have any reason to keep Zhang Xiaohua here. Of course, the bloody means of Jianghu were far more than this. It wasn't something that Guosufei could understand. Zhang Xiaohua used this simple earth escape technique to convince her mother. It was just to make her mother feel at ease. Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Zhang Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. Then she took out 10 jade talismans from her bosom and said, "Mother, Father, Dage, these are some strange things that I got from a deserted island. They can protect people. Find a string and wear them on your body." Zhang Kai reached out and took one of the jade talismans. Looking left and right, he said, "Xiaohua, this jade talisman is quite valuable." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Father, whether this jade talisman is valuable or not, you must remember not to sell it. It can save lives." What? Zhang Xiaolong almost cried out, saying, "This broken thing can save lives? I think it's better to sell it." Guosufei wasn't happy and said, "Look at you two old and young, how do you know about money? Listen to Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother knows me best. Can it save lives?" Guosufei also tried to persuade. Zhang Xiaohua hung a jade talisman on her body and said with a smile, "Dage, take that hoe and hit me hard." "No. Absolutely not." Before Zhang Xiaohua finished her words, Guosufei immediately objected. "Oh, then how about this, Dage? I'll put this jade talisman on the ground. You take the hoe and hit the jade talisman hard, what do you think?" "No need, Xiaohua, this jade talisman is worth at least a few silver coins, it's such a pity." Zhang Kai was not happy. He glared at Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Just this few silver coins, do you need to go so far? Xiaolong?" "That's right, father, I'll listen to you." Saying that, Zhang Xiaolong took a jade talisman and threw it on the ground. Then he looked for the hoe and used all his strength to hit the jade talisman. When the hoe touched the jade talisman, it was like hitting a ball of cotton, sinking. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always a gap between the hoe and the jade talisman. It couldn't touch it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, "Interesting, interesting. But Xiaohua, if you wear this thing on your body, people won't hit the jade talisman when they hit you, right?" "It's okay, father, as long as you wear it, it will protect your whole body if you hit it with more than a certain amount of force." "How about I put the jade talisman on Huan Huan? You can use a wooden stick to try." Sure enough, if the jade talisman was put on the four odd beasts, Zhang Xiaolong would use a wooden stick to hit Huan Huan's butt. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaolong used, he couldn't hit it. Zhang Xiaolong was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed one and said, "This thing is great, with it your sister-in-law won't be able to hurt me anymore." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and gave the other 9 jade talismans to Guosufei. She said, "Mother, let's each have one. Keep the rest as a backup. This jade talisman won't work forever, it may not work after a few times." "Okay," Guosufei agreed. She carefully put it away and said, "I'll find a silk rope later, we'll all wear it." Seeing that her mother put away the jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua took out 10 light red jade talismans from her arms. Before she could say anything, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, "Xiaohua, what are these? Are they different from the ones just now?" "Yes, big brother, you're right, the one just now is for protection, this one," Zhang Kai interrupted, "for hitting people?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is really smart, no wonder the 3 of us are so smart, it's all thanks to you." Guosufei smiled and said, "Don't flatter your father said so many good things to you last night, it's all thanks to your mouth." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is good, mother is good, hee, please wait a moment." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua moved a large rock from outside the yard. It was about the size of the Zhang family's dining table. Only Zhang Xiaohua had the strength to move it. If it were Zhang Xiaolong, it would take at least 5 people. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua move such a large stone, the 3 of them didn't understand. What does this have to do with hitting people? After the stone was placed in the middle of the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, mother, big brother, you all stand behind me and watch how I use this jade talisman." The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and stood behind Zhang Xiaohua. They saw Zhang Xiaohua pick up a jade talisman and throw it at the stone with all her strength. With a kacha sound, the jade talisman broke into pieces and a red light flashed from the jade talisman. It was a red flame, but the flame was different from the usual flame seen in the Jiang family. When the flame touched the stone, it actually burned. After a cup of tea's time, more than half of the huge stone was burned. This strange scene made the three of them even more stunned. Yes, this was the first time they saw a flame that could burn a stone. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and handed over the remaining few jade talismans. Zhang Xiaolong stretched out his hand but didn't dare to take them. He asked with some fear, Xiaohua, isn't this thing too dangerous? If we were to accidentally trip and fall onto the jade talisman while holding it, wouldn't we burn ourselves in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and casually threw another jade talisman on the stone. This time it didn't break. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and picked it up. She put it in someone's pocket and said with a smile, "This jade talisman needs to be thrown with all your strength to be effective. If you are a little bit weaker, it won't break. Moreover, if Big Brother is carrying the jade talisman just now, the two jade talismans will meet and perish together. Of course there won't be any danger. So it's like this." Only then did Zhang Xiaolong boldly reach out to take the remaining jade talismans. Looking at them carefully, he said, "Xiaohua, this is a sharp weapon, more effective than any sword or saber. Do you have any more? Give me a few more." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and her heart was moved. Why didn't she think of it? She smiled and said, "I still have some. I will give them to you later. But Big Brother, don't use this thing in evil ways." Zhang Xiaolong also smiled and said, "You look like Big Brother. How come Big Brother doesn't know what you think?" Zhang Xiaohua gave the remaining few jade talismans to Guosufei. Guosufei took them and said with some reluctance, "Xiaohua, when do you want to leave after giving us all these things?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the clouds in the sky and said, "Mother, as soon as possible. If possible, I will leave tomorrow. What do you think?" "AI, tomorrow is the 18th of the first month. It is not even the first month. You came back on the 9th day of the first month. It has only been 9 days and you want to leave?" Hearing the word 9, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. She smiled and said, "Mother, I should leave tomorrow. This 9 is very auspicious." Chapter 393. AI, what new book? Hehe. AI, Guosufei sighed deeply. "No matter how auspicious it is, as long as you leave, Mother will not be happy." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Mother, don't worry, as long as there is news about second brother, I will immediately send someone to bring the news back. You just have to wait to make braised pork to reward me." Guosufei forced a smile and wiped her tears. Yes, Little Blossom was her son and Little Tiger was her son too. They were both her flesh and blood. There was no reason to stop her from looking for her second son just because she felt sorry for her youngest son. Seeing this, Zhang Kai changed the topic. "Today, Xiaohua, stay at home, don't go anywhere, accompany your mother." "Oh right, child's mother, bring the good things Xiaohua brought for Chan to see." "Okay, we will go now." Guosufei agreed and the three of them went next door. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "You guys go first, I will go back to my room, I will be there soon." Guosufei showed the two jade talismans to Lu Qian and explained how to use them. Lu Qian had previously received the small primeval stones from Zhang Xiaohua, so she naturally knew that this brother of hers was not ordinary. Of course she did not doubt. She immediately found a suitable thread from the sewing tray and passed the 6 jade talismans to everyone. Byron also received one and wore it around her neck. As for the other light red jade talismans, she also took 2 and hid them close to her body. Seeing that their daughter-in-law trusted them so much, Zhang Kai and Guosufei also did as instructed. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua also rushed over, took out a dozen light red jade talismans and said, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, this is all, please keep it." Lu Qian glared at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't you still need these? You keep them for yourself." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't mention it, big sister-in-law, I don't need these, you guys can use them as long as you don't use them casually and only use them to protect yourself." At this time, Guosufei also took out her own jade talisman and said, "Xiaohua, mother will let you wear this." "Mother, I really..." Zhang Xiaohua said half of the sentence. She could not continue. With tears in her eyes, she stretched her head and let her mother wear the talisman around her neck. Seeing this, Lu Qian hurriedly put on another one and handed it to Guosufei. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Mother, you should wear it too. Why don't you let father help you?" Forget it, I'll do it myself. Guosufei smiled and put the jade pendant on her body. Then Zhang Xiaohua handed over a dozen jade talismans to Lu Qian. Lu Qian only took half of them, the rest were given to Guosufei. Guosufei only took half of them and returned the other half to Lu Qian. At this time Bai Ren on the Kong had already woken up, ya sound turning over on the Kong. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua by the Kong bed, his eyes seemed to light up. He reached out his small hands to ask for a hug. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and held Bai Ren in his arms. Only then did the little guy stop scratching in his arms. He just looked at him and chuckled. Zhang Xiaohua once again swept with her spiritual awareness, but Bai Ren was still the same as other children, there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. If it was not for the fact that this 8-day-old child looked like a 5-month-old child, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't believe that this was the baby she took out from the innate array. Lu Qian next to her asked, Xiaohua, I heard from mother that you will leave tomorrow. Bai Ren is not 1 month old yet, why don't you wait to eat Bai Ren's full moon banquet? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I will leave in the end, why do you care about sooner or later? Speaking of Bai Ren's full moon banquet, I have prepared a gift in advance. After that he took out a large piece of primordial stone from his arms and handed it to Lu Qian. This is the same stone I gave you last time, I think Bai Ren will like it. I have nothing to give him, just treat this as a toy for him. This piece of primordial stone was the size of an adult's fist. The primordial qi contained in it was really surging. Zhang Xiaohua had been refining qi for a long time, but the amount of primordial qi in her body was not so much. Although Lu Qian did not understand the preciousness of this primordial stone, she knew that her son's birth was related to this stone, and it was just a much smaller stone, this one must be even more precious. However, Zhang Xiaohua was her younger brother, so she did not need to be too polite. Before she could say thank you, Bai Ren's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his small hand to hug this thing that was about the size of his head. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stone on the Kong, and also put Bai Ren beside it. As a result, Bai Ren reached out and hugged the primordial stone and rolled around. He had long forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua. One day passed quickly, and Zhang Xiaohua's family stayed in Lu Qian's house, accompanying Bai Ren for the entire day. Lu Qian was still in confinement, so she could not leave the house. On the 17th day of the first month, the family had dinner in their central room. Mr. Lu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over, and it was a happy reunion dinner. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, sighed softly, and pushed the door open. He did not plan to go out to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, and wanted to leave quietly, afraid of the heartache of separation. Unfortunately, just as he stepped out, he saw the dark red fire in the stove. His mother had already woken up. Quietly standing at the door, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could not help but moisten. Guosufei woke up very early. When Zhang Xiaohua came out, she had already baked a large stack of pancakes. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Guosufei smiled and said, Xiaohua, go and sleep for a while. We still have to hurry on the road today, so rest well. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Mother, you don't have to bake so many pancakes, I can't finish them. This is for you to eat on the road. Along the way, other people's food is not to their heart's content. I'm afraid that you won't be used to it. Mother? Zhang Xiaohua was a little choked up. Well, if you can't sleep, wash your face and tidy up your Huan. It still has to carry you on the road, don't starve. Zhang Xiaohua responded and went. It seems that Zhang Xiaohua's idea of quietly leaving had completely failed. Not long after, Mr. Lu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over. After eating, a group of people sent Zhang Xiaohua out like stars surrounding the moon. Only Lu Qian and Bai Ren didn't go out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua specially went to say goodbye to her sister-in-law. Bai Ren, this boy, was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hug and kiss his chubby little face. There were many people in the village who woke up early. Seeing that only the third son of the Zhang family was going out again, they all stopped and carefully gave their blessings. Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed. She thought that people were too bad before. At this time, she carefully smiled and greeted the people who were familiar with her. At the entrance of the village, there was no need to mention the reluctance and attachment. This time was different from before. Although they were reluctant to part at the beginning, they knew that there was no danger to their lives. At worst, they could just pat their butts and come back. This time they knew that the road ahead was dangerous. Although Zhang Xiaohua showed a few skills yesterday and dispelled most of the old people's doubts, how could they bear to see their son take risks? Guosufei's face was still full of tears. Although Zhang Xiaohua was sad, she was after all 18 years old. She was not like the youth of the past who only had tears in her eyes. After saying a few words to her mother, father, and the others, she floated onto the deer. She patted Huanhuan's bald horn and the deer lifted its legs and moved forward. After a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look back. Everyone raised their hands. Only her mother covered her mouth with one hand and put the other hand in front of her face with difficulty, slightly waving it. Zhang Xiaohua's hand also seemed to be weighed down by tens of thousands of pounds. It was extremely difficult for her to wave it. The tears that had been in her eyes all this time finally couldn't help but flow down the corner of her eyes. Thinking that her mother would definitely be sad if she was sad, Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile. Then, she resolutely turned her head and let the sparkling tears fall to the ground. Huanhuan also seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. With a low whistle, it flipped its four hooves and galloped towards Lu Town. After turning the corner at the foot of the mountain, the Guozhuang house was hidden by the mountain. The mountain could block one's vision, but it couldn't hide one's longing heart. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine perception long ago. From afar she could see her grieving family members. This kind of parting was always so sad that it made one's heart turn cold. When Zhang Xiaohua neared Pingyang City, his emotions gradually calmed down. The Guozhuang house was a peaceful harbor that he would always look forward to. However, it was not the stage of his life. Zhang Xiaohua already knew that ever since he obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra and entered the cultivation of the immortal Tao, his life had become very different from that of ordinary people. Even the martial artists couldn't compare to him. Therefore, it was still the same old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Looking at the approaching gates of Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with anticipation. How were the two little girls, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange, doing? Although he could see what he wanted to know as long as he released his divine perception, was there any point in doing so? Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the inn. Everything looked the same as before. It was just that the new year had just passed and there were more merchants coming and going. Business seemed to be much better and the inn was bustling with activity. However, the inn staff seemed to have a strange look in their eyes. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua enter, they weren't as enthusiastic as before. It seemed like they were avoiding him. Could it be that I didn't tip them with a large sum of money the last time I came? That's why they seem distant? Could it be that Nie Qinyu has run out of money and owes them money for their rooms? Zhang Xiaohua walked into the courtyard of the inn suspiciously. In the corner of the courtyard, the horse carriage was left alone. It didn't seem to have moved at all. Zhang Xiaohua left the four odd beasts behind and walked to Nie Qinyu's door. There was no noise from the two little girls inside. Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. Walking to the tightly shut door, Zhang Xiaohua knocked lightly on the door and asked, "Is there anyone at home?" Immediately, a hoarse voice shouted from inside, "There's no one here." However, before the voice finished, it was followed by an exclamation. "Ah, Brother Ren. It can't be." When Zhang Xiaohua heard her surprised and joyful voice, cold sweat broke out on his back. I don't think he was this intimate with Miss Nya. It's only been 10 days since we last met, yet he misses her so much? Chapter 394. Although Nie Qinyu was only 12 years old, she was still a young girl. Cough cough, she had already grown up and her body was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl. Her movements were like a swallow returning to the forest, but this really put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. Should I step aside and let her pass? Wouldn't that be letting Miss Nye eat dirt? However, if I don't step aside, won't I be taking advantage of her? Although Zhang Xiaohua did not release his divine perception, Nie Qinyu's movements still allowed Zhang Xiaohua to make sufficient movements to avoid her. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua still stood there bravely and fearlessly. He only felt a soft and delicate body in his arms and a sweet smell entered his nose. Then a delicate arm wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua swayed and almost fell to the ground. His body, which had been tempered by the heavenly thunder and refined by the qi of heaven and earth, had never received such treatment before. All of a sudden he seemed to feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua was about to reach out and push Nie Qinyu slightly to express to her that it was inappropriate for men and women to touch each other when Nie Qinyu leaned in his arms and cried, "Brother Rin, why are you only back now? Little Orange she has been snatched away." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Is it because of my words? If I had known that I was so powerful I wouldn't have joked with you guys. Quickly tell me what happened. Don't tell me that the bullies of Pingyang City want to force Little Orange to be his second concubine? Or did the bandits outside the city want to kidnap her to be their mistress?" No matter what Zhang Xiaohua said, Nie Qinyu seemed to be frightened and refused to let go. She lay in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and cried non-stop. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see Nie Qinyu buried in her arms, she could imagine the scene of Nie Qinyu sobbing in the rain. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but pout. This child doesn't have parents to love her. She's so pitiful. After about 15 minutes, Nie Qinyu seemed to be tired from crying and realized her impoliteness. She quickly escaped from Zhang Xiaohua's arms and lowered her head, blushing as if she wanted to hide her little face in front of her chest. Zhang Xiaohua found it a little funny. She coughed twice and asked, "Little you, quickly tell me what's going on with Little Orange. How did it get snatched away?" Hearing this, Nie Qinyu quickly looked up and was about to say something, but she saw that Zhang Xiaohua's chest was wet. Wasn't that her tears just now? She immediately lowered her head in fear. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and patted her head. "Little you, sit down first and tell me slowly. I'm back, so leave this to me." Zhang Xiaohua's action of patting her head was a little reckless. He was used to being patted by his parents, eldest brother and second brother at home, so he naturally thought it was a gesture of comfort. However, Nie Qinyu was a girl, so it was inappropriate to pat her head. Even if it was some other part of her body, it was a big taboo to pat her head without permission. Fortunately, before Nie Qinyu could dodge, her head was patted by Zhang Xiaohua's sneaky hand. Nie Qinyu looked up a little unhappily. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's calm smile, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the hand patting her head was 1,000 times warmer and made her feel safe. Nie Qinyu obediently sat on the edge of the bed and recounted everything that had happened after Zhang Xiaohua left. It turned out that ever since Zhang Xiaohua left in the snow on the 6th day of the first lunar month, although Nie Qinyu and Little Orange were angry at Zhang Xiaohua's joke, the two girls felt isolated in this unfamiliar Pingyang city. Therefore they almost never went out. They only strolled in the courtyard when the sky cleared up. If they had nothing to do, they would stay in the house and joke around. It was no different from when they were in the boudoir in the mountain villa. The only difference was that many of their conversations involved the heartless thief who left them in this inn and left alone. However, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the sky finally cleared up. It was another day to see the lanterns. Even the lanterns in Lu Town attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention, not to mention the grand and lively lanterns in Pingyang City. Therefore, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange finally couldn't resist the clamor outside the inn and walked out of the door for the first time. The liveliness was actually secondary. The most important thing was that in Nie Qinyu's hometown, Carefree City, there was another custom on the 15th day of the first lunar month. That was, young girls could write their wishes on paper and place it on the lotus lanterns on the river. If the god of the water favored it, it would open the girl's paper and fulfill this lucky girl's wish. In the past, Nie Qinyu didn't have any major wishes and would do them casually. Today, however, was the first time she had a major wish. Therefore, she didn't care if this custom existed in Pingyang City. She pulled Little Orange along and wanted to go shopping for lotus lanterns. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's words made sense. Nie Qinyu was only a 12-year-old girl. Her body was still developing and her appearance wasn't outstanding. Although Little Orange had delicate features and was a beauty, she was still a girl after all. She didn't have a threatening aura. The two of them wouldn't cause any trouble on the streets. However, man proposes, God disposes. Since Pingyang City didn't have the custom of placing lotus lanterns, they only found something they were satisfied with after walking around for a long time. Coincidentally, just as they walked out of the lantern shop, they saw a blind man setting up a stall by the street. There were a few words on the stall, seeking future and marriage. Nie Qinyu's mind was preoccupied with the idea of placing the lanterns at night and didn't notice at all. However, Little Orange saw it and couldn't move her feet. She insisted on dragging Miss to take a look at the stall and said, helping Miss find marriage. How could Nie Qinyu not understand Little Orange's intention? Hence, the two of them went forward to perform a divination. The blind man asked for their birth characters and gave them 2 divination signs. One was above average, which fulfilled Little Orange's wish. The other was below average, which ruined Nie Qinyu's good mood. Nie Qinyu pouted and tipped them a few coins. As she walked, she said, "Not allowed, not allowed. It's too unlucky." However, when it was time to place the lanterns at night, her face was still gloomy. Little Orange carefully placed the lanterns for Mississippi. She even specially said that the water god was definitely more powerful than the blind man. Only then did Nie Qinyu feel slightly relieved. However, just as they turned the corner and returned to the inn, a man in black suddenly flew down from the wall beside them. He stretched out his hand and sealed their acupoints. Before Nie Qinyu fainted, she clearly saw the man's figure. Wasn't he the blind man who performed a divination on the street earlier? When Nie Qinyu woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. In the room of the inn, she heard from the innkeeper that he went out to look for friends last night and happened to see the man in black committing a crime. The man in black seemed to have seen someone appear and hurriedly ran away. Only then did he leave Nie Qinyu behind and not kidnap her. At that time, Nie Qinyu was so scared that her face turned ashen. She didn't dare to take half a step out of the inn. She didn't even have the thought of reporting it to the authorities. The innkeeper always said that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the victim didn't report it, then what did it have to do with him? Therefore he kept it a secret. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the way the innkeeper looked at her. Of course, she was missing but didn't dare to report it to the authorities. The innkeeper thought that she was a human trafficker. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Little you, is Little Orange's birthday on the 7th day of the 7th month?" Ah. Nie Qinyu was shocked and said, "How did you know?" Immediately, her face turned ashen and she said, "She even told you this?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "When did Little Orange tell me? Why didn't I know?" You know that you already know Little Orange's birthday. I didn't tell you. She didn't tell you either. Did you dream about it?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and told her what happened in Lu Town. Nie Qinyu then laughed through her tears and said, "I thought you were blind." "Blind? Ah." Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "If I were blind I wouldn't kidnap people." Then he frowned and said, "I didn't think so much that day. I just wanted the authorities to intervene in this human trafficker's matter. However, I forgot to interrogate the man in black. It was really negligent." "Yes, Big Brother Ren. It's been almost 10 days. I wonder if Little Orange is still alive?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was calm. That was because, as Nie Qinyu said, it had been 10 days. If something had happened, it would have happened long ago. Moreover, the kidnapping of the little girl by the men in black in Lu Town was probably an organized and planned collective event. It should be different from the usual plucking. Little Orange's real concern should be her life and nothing else. "But, Big Brother Rin, what should we do now? I didn't dare to report it to the authorities at that time." If the authorities asked about my background, I was afraid that I would attract the attention of the bad guys again. So, I've been waiting for Big Brother to come over for the past few days. Don't you think I'm too selfish? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Little you is very smart. It's very right not to report it to the authorities. Didn't you hear me say that day at the place I went, the authorities couldn't wait to run away? Why would they care? The authorities in Pingyang City might be better. However, once they ask about your background, it's not wise for you to fall into their trap first, not to mention Little Orange." "Then Big Brother Rin, do you think I did the right thing?" Zhang Xiaohua gave her a thumbs up and said, "It's more than right. You're extremely smart." Nie Qinyu's face flushed red. The grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart for the past 10 days had long disappeared. After interacting with her for a few months, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this girl had always been competitive. However, she was still young and immature. When faced with such a situation, it was difficult for her to have the best of both worlds. He laughed and said, "All right, I'm back. Leave Little Orange's matter to me. Look at your haggard face. You'd better rest more." Then he looked around and said, "Little you, I'll go next door. You sleep. Big Brother Rin, please add it to your collection. Please tip it. Thank you." Chapter 395. Brother Rin, Nie Qinyu wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, you go ahead and sleep. I'll stand at the door." With that he got up and walked to the door. His slender figure blocked the sunlight and his elongated shadow was cast on the brick bed. Nie Qinyu's face was a little red and her heart was racing. She curled up on the brick bed and pulled the blanket over her body. She also covered herself with the warm shadow and felt very at ease. Not long after she started snoring softly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, he tiptoed and closed the door. Then he got up and went to the room next door. The target of the men in black was Little Orange, the girl who was born on the 7th day of the 7th month. Nie Qinyu was not in any danger at all. She was just frightened. Sigh, poor child. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. First she was chased after. Now her own girl was kidnapped. She has been in a state of fear for the past few days. I wonder how many tricks she has used. I forgot to ask her. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small house and sat cross-legged. To be honest, he was just comforting Nie Qinyu. He did not have any confidence in himself. Pingyang City was so big. Where could he find Little Orange? Moreover, she had been missing for 10 days. He did not know where she had been transferred to. But if he did not say that, what else could he say? Sitting cross-legged on the brick bed, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine senses. His divine senses were already very powerful and could cover the entire Pingyang City. However, just like what happened in Lu Town previously, even if he could cover it completely, what was the use? You can only see but you can't know all the movements like the back of your hand. This is divine sense after all, not a domain. If only there was a way to leave a mark on Little Orange's body. Once he released his divine senses, no matter where she was, as long as she was still in Pingyang City, he would be able to sense her. How good would that be? Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses circled around Pingyang City for a long time but did not find anything. He had no choice but to withdraw it. It was still early, so Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes to cultivate. The content of the Way of Heaven was boundless and vast, so it couldn't be rushed. Before leaving the Guizhuang house, he had made jade talismans that gave him a lot of inspiration. Since he could make talismans and cultivate at the same time, why not? However, before creating the talismans, Zhang Xiaohua had something more important to do. She had to comprehend the 365 talismans in the golden formation in her Naiwan palace. The first time Zhang Xiaohua chose a talisman, just as he immersed his spiritual consciousness into it, he was immediately exhausted, so he immediately withdrew his spiritual consciousness, so he still did not know anything about these 365 talismans. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to continue to talk about each of the talismans and try to find a breakthrough in his cultivation. Looking at these 365 talismans that were connected together like tadpoles, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. These tadpoles were almost exactly the same. From the outside one could not tell the difference at all. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that these talismans were definitely different from each other. Looking at the swimming talismans, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to immerse his spiritual consciousness into a talisman that had just drifted in front of him. Just as his spiritual consciousness entered, he felt a wave of fatigue in his head. However, this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not withdraw his spiritual consciousness immediately, but insisted on immersing it in the inner layer. As his spiritual consciousness penetrated deeper, the fatigue became more and more serious, and there was even a slight prickling pain. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant, not knowing if he should persist. But at this moment, the talisman emitted a milky white brilliance, producing a strong suction force. It pulled Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual consciousness tightly, as if it was about to absorb it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was not alarmed but happy. He was most afraid that no matter how he probed, the talisman would not respond. However, at this moment, just immersing it in for a while, it produced a suction force. Presumably, he needed to send his spiritual consciousness into the talisman. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua slightly controlled his spiritual consciousness and let his spiritual consciousness slowly enter the talisman. As his spiritual consciousness was absorbed, the talisman's brilliance became more and more brilliant. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not use his eyes to look, there was a dazzling feeling. When his spiritual consciousness was about to be completely absorbed, the brilliance was extremely brilliant. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua calmly took out 2 small primordial stones from his arms, one in each hand, and operated the jade blood elixir refining technique. The true qi in the meridians of his whole body slowly turned into heart fire, and directly burned the elixir refining technique. Since Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra to the 6th level, his spiritual consciousness was extremely profound. Cultivating the jade blood elixir refining technique had little effect, so he did not practice it much. At this time, when he saw his spiritual consciousness was about to be absorbed, he immediately thought of this technique. Sure enough, when the heart fire burned the elixir refining technique, it was immediately absorbed by the brilliant talisman. After the brilliance was extremely bright, it gradually dimmed. At this time, the talisman was no longer in the shape of a tadpole, but slowly revealed its original appearance. However, it was still somewhat faint and could not be seen clearly. Seeing that this technique was effective, Zhang Xiaohua left and operated the Heart Sutra. He absorbed the heaven and earth primordial qi from the primordial stones into his meridians to replenish the true qi that had turned into heart fire. With the new supply of primordial qi, the heart fire was not extinguished, and was slowly absorbed by the talisman. After absorbing for an entire afternoon, the talisman gradually revealed its true form. It was actually in the shape of a cute rabbit. What kind of talisman was this? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. Following the complete appearance of the rabbit talisman, a set of extremely complex techniques containing 365 different finger techniques immediately appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended it. Wasn't this the technique of the rabbit talisman? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as she was about to comprehend it further, a huge feeling of exhaustion came from her mind. There was actually a feeling of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to try again. She immediately withdrew her divine sense, and let the golden array revolve around the elixir refining technique. She silently operated the Heart Sutra and adjusted her breathing. After the time it took to eat a meal, the true qi of the 6th level of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had circulated through the meridians of her entire body a few times. Her entire body felt comfortable, and only then did she stop. After a little check, Zhang Xiaohua found that the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had not made any progress, but her divine sense had increased. However, there was a slight throbbing pain in her mind. Presumably, the true qi that she had used to cultivate the cultivation method had been supplied to the talisman all the time. It had long exceeded the capacity of her mud pill palace, and thus caused the injury. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to continue comprehending, for fear that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough. At this time, the sky had already turned dark, and she did not know whether Nie Qianyu had woken up or not. Zhang Xiaohua floated down to the ground and came to the door of Nie Qianyu's room. She gently knocked on the door again, and there was still a light snoring sound coming from the room. Presumably, Nie Qianyu was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. For the past 10 days, Nie Qianyu must have been exhausted and did not dare to sleep. She only completely relaxed when she saw her. How could she be sleeping soundly? After waiting for a while with her hands clasped behind her back, Zhang Xiaohua went to the front of the inn to find some porridge and side dishes and brought them back. The innkeeper knew that the guest had met with a calamity. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would be angry, so he carefully accompanied her and welcomed her with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua did not bother to explain to him, so she took the food box and left. After Zhang Xiaohua put the food box on the table and lit the lamp, Nie Qianyu was finally awakened by the bright light in front of her eyes. Rubbing her hazy eyes, Nie Qianyu's face was burning. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Ren, have you been accompanying me all this time?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, I also went back to my room to sleep. I just woke up and thought that you must be hungry, so I called you to get up and eat something." While they were talking, they heard Nie Qianyu's stomach growling. Nie Qianyu's face was burning even more. Zhang Xiaohua opened the lid of the food box and said, "Come, little fishy, eat something first and then go back to sleep." "Okay," Nie Qianyu nodded and said, "Brother Ren, you should eat too." Zhang Xiaohua said, "There's no need. I've already eaten. This is for you." After saying that, he was about to scoop rice for Nie Qianyu. How could Nie Qianyu let him scoop rice for her? She hurriedly jumped off the Kong bed and ran over without even wearing her shoes. "Let me do it, Brother Ren, you should rest." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sit down, little fishy. Your wrist must not be completely healed. If it is injured again, won't you need to rest for many days?" Nie Qianyu was a little embarrassed and said, "Then I will have to trouble Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He took out the side dishes and the porridge and placed it on the table. He stood at the side and smiled as he watched Nie Qianyu eat in small bites. Nie Qianyu seemed to have never eaten as well as today. She actually finished the small pot of porridge. After putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Nye Qinyu said embarrassedly, "Brother Rin, you have never seen me eat so much, right?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Of course, when I saw you before, I only tasted a little. Today it was an eye-opener for me. You can eat more than me." Nye Qinyu smiled and said, "Brother Rin, you have never seen so much. Take your time to broaden your horizons." After saying that, she seemed to feel a little inappropriate and lowered her head slightly. However, she immediately raised her head and asked, "Brother Rin, is there any news about Little Orange?" After saying that, she laughed at herself and said, Brother Rin just said that he was resting in the room. I was too anxious." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I asked around outside first but there were no good clues. I will go out later. Maybe I will find something at night?" "I see." Nye Qinyu was a little disappointed and said, "Then be careful. Don't do anything inappropriate." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked to the table to clear the bowls and chopsticks. She said, "You should rest. You probably haven't slept well for many days. Go to bed. Maybe you can see Little Orange tomorrow." "Really?" Nye Qinyu was a little excited. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I am just comforting you. I'm not a god. How can I find him so quickly?" Saga. Nye Qinyu sighed and said, "I can't help you. I just want to sleep." "Go to sleep. You will be the biggest help to me if you rest." Nye Qinyu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was not polite at all. She could only twitch her mouth and sit in front of the Kong bed again. Zhang Xiaohua took the food box out and shouted, "Little you, lock the door." "Got it. Go." Nye Qinyu said weakly, "Go and come back early." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.